Okay, it's 9:01. Let's go ahead and start the meeting. We go ahead and call the meeting to order. Can we have the Pledge of Allegiance led by Supervisor Tiffany?
Ready, salute. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Madam Clerk, can we get the acknowledgement of certificate of posting, please?
Oh. Do we, so moved?
Yep.
Okay.
Need a second?
Okay, so we have a first, we have a second?
Second.
Okay. So what is the will of the board? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay. 4-0. All right. So, bear with me here. I'm a little bit nervous. Okay, so I guess the first order of business is presentation and recognition of the board. The first item of business is nominations to conduct the elections for the chair and the vice chair for the Board of Supervisors. We're going to go ahead and do the chair first, and then we'll do the vice chair independently.
Madam Chair, I'd like to make a motion that we nominate yourself, B. Gonzalez, for chair.
I'll second that. Any questions or concerns from the board?
No.
We have a first and we have a second. No comments? Okay, so, all in favor?
Aye.
Is that a 4-0? Yes. Thank you, gentlemen. All right. Okay, so then,
Move. You want to move to the center, please?
yeah.
Yeah, if you can.
Okay, I had the opportunity to sit in Mark's chair previously, and his was much more comfortable than mine, so. All right, so the second order item of business is nomination for the vice chair. I would like to nominate Bob Tiffany for vice chair.
Second.
Second, okay. Any questions, concerns from the board? All in favor?
Aye.
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 Awesome, 4-0. Okay. So,
Do I have to move?
I would recommend you move into that one.
She just said it wasn't very comfortable.
Bring your chair over. Just bring your chair over.
okay.
You can always switch chairs, Bob.
Okay, so now we're gonna go to public comment.
Excuse me.
Yes?
Excuse me. One order of business would be committee assignments.
Oh, yes.
I think that's.
Sorry, thank you. I'm following my script and that wasn't on there. But it's okay, we're taking care of, okay. So with Supervisor Medina's departure, it created a void of 11, 12 positions. And so what I did, and I've been told since I'm on the Mobility committee that it would be a conflict for me to sit on COG. So, Peter, I was hoping that you'd be able to take that. Is that permissible?
Yes, Ms. Chair.
Okay. And then with regards to the tax sharing agreement, I wanted to make sure we have a strong voice. So Supervisor Tiffany, would you be willing to take that assignment? Your microphone's not on.
Yes, Madam Chair, thank
Okay.
you.
Colin, I was hoping that you would be interested in the landfill, since that's going to be a significant issue coming up in future agendas, and we need a strong voice. Would you be willing to take that position?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Okay. All right. The other openings, what I wanted to do is give you your choice, gentlemen. I know it's procedure that the chair usually makes that designation, but because we are now a man down and we are short one person, the rest of us are going to have to pick up the assignment. So I will put myself on the affordable housing ad hoc. And I thought there was another I was taking. Okay, I'll take the residual, whatever's not taken. So we have a position for the streamlined RMA on the ad hoc. We have a position available for county facilities. We have a position available for emergency medical services. We have a position available for the Fire Protection Committee. We have Integrated Waste Management, Regional Agency Task Force, Local Task Force. And Supervisor Hernandez, if you don't mind, can I put you back on LAFCO as the alternate, and I'll go ahead and sit in as the number one in Mark's place?
Yes, Mr. Chair, thank you.
Okay. All right. So other than that, are there any preferences?
Well, Madam Chair, I just, for myself, since I'm already on the landfill, I thought maybe it might make sense I can be the alternate for integrated waste management.
Okay, so Tiffany for integrated, okay.
And then also, I think I would have an interest in being on the county facilities ad hoc as well, because I'm on the library ad hoc, so seems to maybe make sense.
Okay.
Those are-
Any other preference, gentlemen?
Madam Chair.
Yes.
What was the streamlined one again?
Streamline RMA, yes. And then
Is
there's
that-
also the
Miss-
emergency services.
Madam Chair, if I may, some of these are old, and I think Mark, Supervisor Medina actually pulled it from an older list, so we have not been meeting in some cases.
Okay,
We've
so are
already-
we still doing streamline?
It's entirely up to your board. I think right now, I would probably hold off on that one and see how that plays out, and then maybe the new year.
I know that you said the future outlook was being taken care of by the economic
Well, I would,
development.
yeah, I think the Economic Development Committee is kind of doing that right now, looking at our future and aligning it to our strategic plan. So I would just recommend keeping the ad hoc as it is now and not having that one be filled.
Yeah,
Okay.
because I'm on the future outlook, but we've never, and
Right.
Colin, yeah.
I mean, that's kind of what we're doing with the.
Okay,
yeah.
got it.
I'm definitely interested, Ms. Chair, in the Vets Park Commission.
Okay,
Madam Chair, I'd be willing to serve on the fire protection.
okay, so hold on, so let me get okay, you're already on the fire protection, Colin.
Oh, we haven't met yet. Whoops.
Oh, okay. So then, if no one has any interest on that, I'll pick up the slack on that one. Okay, so I'll be on the fire protection with you, Supervisor Kosmicki. Okay, and so going back to the Vets Park, I didn't have that highlighted, but I know that's one of them. Okay,
Let's see.
so who else is sitting on the Vets Park? Because I didn't see that.
Colin.
That's
It's,
me.
it's Colin,
Okay,
Supervisor Kosmicki.
okay. So it's Colin and Peter. Okay. Yeah, make sure you represent there, okay? Because I know that there's been some concerns with the Vets Park. I figure if that was a residual one, I would take it, but if you want it, it's okay. All right, so we have emergency medical services contract to work with alongside Supervisor Kozmicki, if no one else wants that, I'll go ahead. The emergency medical services, I'm assuming that's the OES and the AMR and so forth, et cetera.
That's correct. That's what that group's been meeting, addressing the AMR contract. So
There's some good things coming down the pike on that one.
I'd be willing to do that. Mr.
Okay.
Chairman.
Thank you, Supervisor Hernandez. Okay, is that all then, the vacancies? I believe
Let
so.
me, just for clarification,
Mhm.
on COG, you mentioned Peter. Is Peter alternate or director?
Let's see.
Supervisor Kozmicki is an alternate as of right now.
Right.
Right,
So it's up to
That's,
the
I just
And
wanted
there's
to get
two-
clarification.
so,
I'd be taking Mark's place, basically.
right. So is that okay with you then?
Yes.
Okay, stepping in as the number one, or number one and two,
Okay, so
Okay.
Peter and I will be the two COG,
and then,
and you're a mobility partnership, and Colin's the alternate, correct? Okay.
yes. And I understand there was a conflict to be on COG and
Yeah.
mobility.
Mary Gilbert, Madam Chair, Mary Gilbert called me this morning to remind me. It's a little bit confusing, but if you're on COG, you can't be on mobility partnership. Excuse me, but the last one, and I was sharing this with
Oh, I
with
forgot
Mark, is
that page.
AMBAG.
That's Park.
So AMBAG still needs to be filled. That's the,
Okay, I thought I was gonna take, I was actually gonna try to give that one to Colin, but then I figured, that I had to sign it for something else. Okay, then I will go ahead and sit on the AMBAG then. Ooh, my plate is full. Thank goodness there's no summer semester for gaveling for me. Okay,
well, again, AMBAG doesn't, that's not tied to the mobility partnership. That's just,
that's separate.
okay,
That's
yeah, that's
separate.
separate. Yeah.
Are you telling me or are you asking me? Because,
Yeah, no, I'm just mentioning, because it's confusing here. AMBAG, LAFCO, COG, I get them all.
Yeah, you're all good. That's fine.
okay. So,
So, the clerk of the board, do you have all those documented? Okay. Madam Chair, if I may, if you can go back to item C and ask the assistant clerk of the board to read in the temporary procedures.
oh, yes, please, I'm sorry. Madam Clerk, can you read C for the temporary procedures, please?
Good morning, board members. Good morning, community members. Members of the public who are present in the chambers who wish to speak during public comment, please raise your hand and wait to be called up to the podium. If you wish to make a comment through Zoom, please press *9 on your phone or the raise your hand icon on your screen. We recommend that you upgrade to the latest version of Zoom to make sure you can participate through public comment. Each speaker will have 3 minutes to speak. Thank you.
Madam Chair, we're at item number E, public comment.
Okay. So as to public comments, I wanted to make a slight change as to public comments. Lately, we've had a lot of items pulled from the consent item. And so what I am going to suggest that if you have a comment to make on public comment, if you're going to speak to one item, we're going to go ahead and continue with the 3 minutes max. But if you are speaking on 2 or more items, you will have 5 minutes. So Madam Clerk will have to make sure we set the timer. So if you have a public comment, whether you're in person here or calling in from Zoom, please state your name, the items that you'd like to speak to, so that we can go ahead and set the timer appropriately. Now, I did see a hand. Is that for public comment?
Madam Chair, if I make one clarity
Yes.
on your behalf. So my understanding, what you're asking for is for consent items.
For the
So-
consent items only,
Yes.
and,
And the public comment would stand as it is now, 3 minutes. Anyone can open, as long as they are not on consent or regular agenda items.
And Madam Chair, just as a refresher, we do public comment first, and then
First.
we come back to consent.
Consent.
Yes.
But what I'm hearing from you is that what you like to institute for consent items, and when we have
Yes,
that.
please, and I'm sorry if I
Thank
jumped
you.
the gun, but yes.
That's okay. We're good. Thank you.
So,
Thank you, Madam Chair.
public comment for any item not on the agenda.
Agenda.
My mistake. Okay. So, are there any public comments? Go ahead and come on up, sir. And which podium are we directing them to? The main, okay.
I don't think it's on. Or is it on?
It doesn't sound like it.
Should I just speak loudly then?
Yeah, it's not on. Is there any way we can help them out?
Oh, okay. Okay. Good morning. My name is Philip Orbuena, and I get my comment today is about graffiti, I guess. Currently, I'm painting a mural down in the bridge on Union by Cienega for the county, and I noticed there's a lot of graffiti underneath that bridge, and I was wondering if in a future agenda it'd be possible to request like free reign for artists to do mural work and stuff like that underneath the bridge to cover graffiti. And also on that too, I previously covered graffiti throughout the county, like in town and out of town on my own. And I was wondering if it's be possible to be like sanctioned by the county to do it, so I don't like get in trouble myself for going out to do that. Yeah, and that's pretty much just the comment I want to have.
Okay, and I'm sorry, I didn't get your name.
Philip Orbuena.
Philip Orbuena. Okay,
Thank you, Philip.
all right. So, are there any public comments on Zoom?
On Zoom, please press the raise your hand icon or *9 on your phone. You've been unmuted. Please state your name and you have 3 minutes.
Hello and good morning, Board of Supervisors. My name is Vicente Vega. I'm an organizer with SEIU Local 2015, and we represent in-home supportive services workers in Benito County. Throughout this pandemic, IHSS workers have helped to make sure that our most vulnerable populations could continue to stay safe and healthy in their own homes. And now we need to make sure that we protect and provide these workers with what they need. We will be having our first bargaining session with the county this Friday. And we are here today to ask you for your support as we negotiate a new contract. Currently, IHSS workers are some of the lowest paid workers in the state, yet they save the state millions of dollars every year for the work that they do. And your support during these negotiations can ensure that workers not only get the wages that they need to be able to live and thrive in this county, but also get the benefits that they need to be able to take care of themselves as they care for others. Thank you so much for your time, and we hope that we have your support.
You've been unmuted. Please state your name and you have 3 minutes.
Good morning. My name is Josefina. I work for the IHSS program, and we are asking for your support during the bargaining session for our contract to be able to have better benefits for us as workers. We are essential and we take care of the people that have special needs. An example, I work with my son and I don't receive benefits for my Social Security. So this would benefit me a lot because that way I would have more money so that I can start a savings for my future. So this would be practically what I would want to say. And this is your interpreter for SEIU Local 2015. Thank you for your time, Board.
You've been unmuted. Please state your name and you have 3 minutes.
Hello, this is Valerie Egland. Am I unmuted or was it Lynn Mello? Oh, there we go.
Thank you. Reach San Benito Parks Foundation would like to recognize that San Benito County can now look forward to linking our trails and paths from the Pajaro to the Pinnacles. It's always been our mantra, and it's a great possibility that we can move segmentally from that beautiful river, the confluence of the San Benito and the Pajaro River. It's an exciting conservation of the San Benito River and the Pajaro. And we're very excited that this is going to be happening. So what can I say? I just wanted to celebrate that with the Board of Supervisors in that we can begin a great adventure in paths and parks. Thank you.
You've been unmuted. Please state
Hello,
your name.
Board of Supervisors. My name is Estrella Esparza Johnson. I'm a resident of San Juan Bautista and Supervisor Kosmicki's district. I am here today to speak as an IHSS caregiver for my son with special needs. I've been doing that for about 5 years here in San Benito County. This is important work as it provides the one-to-one high quality 24/7 supervision and care that my son requires, and that would otherwise be impossible for our family to provide for him. This allows me to have a recognized profession in the community and supports my advocacy efforts on behalf of my son and the greater special needs community in my home region. This allows for a consistent income during COVID, during this pandemic, and for my fellow workers as well. This job has provided an improved quality of life due to access to a good paying union job. However, there are challenges that we face. Wages are not commensurate with the skill and expertise required and that we as IHSS caregivers provide. Hours do not cover all the care that we provide. So we are in essence performing an unwaged public service for those hours. Although this is a federally, state and county funded program, we do not have access to subsidized medical and retirement benefits. This makes providing for our well-being and those we serve especially challenging and unfair, considering how much unwaged and below living wage labor is being provided to our communities, our state, and our country. This is why we come to you today to ask for your support as we negotiate for a new contract. The expenditures on our program leverage and maximize your public money, returning a very high return on investment in the form of community wellness, property tax income, sales tax income, and creating good union paying jobs in our community. Thank you so much for your time and your support. I yield.
You've been unmuted. Please state your name and you have 3 minutes.
Good morning. My name is Julie Rocha, and I am also an in-home support service worker. I care for my 21-year-old daughter who, following a motor vehicle accident back in 2018, is now living with a traumatic brain injury. And I am her full-time caregiver, and I am appreciative of the program. I am joining today to ask that you all support in our efforts to earn a living wage. This is brand new to us. I am now her caregiver for about almost 3 years now. And I am also asking that on behalf of other providers, because potentially one day I may not be able to provide for her, that those providers receive a livable wage as well and better benefits. We ask that you all support us during contract negotiations. And I am a Hollister resident here of San Benito County. Thank you for hearing me out.
You've been unmuted. Please state your name and you have 3 minutes.
Hi, this is Susan Logue. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Great. Good morning, everybody. Good morning, board. I wanted to let you know the library has been open as of May 22nd in the afternoons. So they did kind of like a soft opening. Nora had organized it for Saturday through Tuesday. You can go in person to the library between 1:30 and 5:30. They call it browsing. They also have started many of the virtual programs, and they're continuing that with adult literacy, and now a very exciting summer reading program that is going to be started. Colors for Your World. Looks like a really fun summer program. So if you'd like more information, please feel free to call the library anytime. They will answer your questions. And that number is 831-636-4107. You can also contact them at www.sbcfl.org. And if you like a library card, you now can get that by just calling in or going online. And then you can get all their services online through your library card. Thank you so much, board, for all your support, and we appreciate you. Thank you.
No more comments.
Oops.
Good morning, Madam Chair and council members, and that feels awesome to say. I must say that. Okay, speaking of, this has been a subject that's been in discussion for a long time, and people find it funny. And I'm going to actually put it out on public notice because somebody brought it to my attention again, and that is what is the significance of the phallic symbol in front of the board chambers? It's about time it gets removed. It's so misogynistic of a symbol to walk by it, and for women that work in this building, it's an insult. And I would hope that with the idea of putting up some flagpoles that granite or whatever it's made out of gets removed. It's about time, and I hope it gets done soon. And speaking of misogyny, the salary study that was done falls short of equal pay for the female staff positions that are the staff positions that are generally filled by females. And I would like somehow for that to be brought. I'm bringing it to your attention, and I would like someone to go through it again. And just because it's a female happens to hold the position of a clerk, when I'm just using it as an example, and when the position is held by a man, which is a department head, and this county, the majority of department heads are men, and if a woman is placed in that position, the salary is not going to be the same. And I don't know if y'all have noticed it, but it's been coming to my attention. People have been mentioning that to me, and I wanted to bring it up. And with regards to the people that were speaking earlier with the home caregivers, was that not part of the December 2020 agreement where staff and county employees were to be brought up at least to 90%? I don't understand what the negotiations are right now, if that was already taken in 2020, or was that not part of the study? So thank you.
Thank you. Are there any further comments, either on Zoom or here in the chambers? Okay. Thank you. Okay, so as to the IHHS, I know that we're not supposed to be speaking to this, but I do know that the negotiations are going forward. And the union contacted me back in January, and they've been operating without a contract for almost 2 years. And so I am glad to see that this is finally getting taken care of. And then Ray, if maybe we can go ahead and look at the graffiti situation and see if that's something that we can do, because that would be awesome to have local artists be able to do that. I just know with graffiti, it's kind of like the wild, wild west out there, and people tag. So your comment, Mr. Buena, thank you, I appreciate that. Let's see what we can do. But graffiti is graffiti, and it's really hard to control. You know, we have the graffiti abatement still, right, the program? Graffiti abatement? I know at one point there was, years ago at least. Okay, so we'll see, and then make sure we have your contact information. Okay, thank you. All right. So if there are no further comments, and let's go ahead and go to the next item. Department head announcements, informational only.
Thank you, Madam Chair. A few more announcements, just reminders again, the jail ribbon cutting, 6:15 at 11 o'clock. A behavioral health ribbon cutting, 6:17 at 11:30 a.m. And then we have the sheriff swearing in on 6:25 at 11 a.m. outside of the Vets building. So that's where that's going to be handled at. We also have our RMA department. I've asked them to provide an update to your board on roads and the parks. I've asked Mike Chambliss to come up, provide an update. Thank you, Mike, Assistant RMA Director.
Good morning, Chairperson Gonzalez, Supervisors. I'm happy to report that the work on the Hospital Road Bridge is starting back up. As you're aware, we're mandated by environmental regulations to take a break during winter in case we had storms that didn't necessarily materialize. But they're clear to start back up. And in fact, I was in the area yesterday and they have already begun getting the site work going. So the goal is to have that bridge finished this summer. Notice to proceeds were issued for Best Road from State Route 25 to John Smith Road, and for Fairview from Rosa Murata to McCloskey. Both of those projects were awarded to Granite Rock, and the notice to proceed requires them to begin work within the next 2 weeks. A notice to proceed was also issued for the Southside Road project. That notice to proceed begins on June 28th, and they have a 2-week window after the 28th to begin work on that. I'm sure you'll recall, that project involves building a giant retaining wall to keep Southside Road where we want it, because Mother Nature wants to put Southside Road off the side of the hill. So that's going to be a big project. It will involve significant lane closures and disruption to the travel areas. Please be patient. If you're a citizen of and resident of the city and you're on your way out on Fridays to the bakery to go pick up your order, you might consider traveling through Trace Pinos, because traffic will be, bottlenecked there by Southside School.
Excuse me, Mike, quick question. Is the work going to be just on that one area, or is it going to be that entire stretch of Southside that has to be?
It begins just north of the school and it ends just past the old school.
Okay. Okay, so that's
it's quite a ways.
Yeah, okay. Does that complete Southside Road then, or is there still another section? Trying to think of that. I know we've already done the river to river, bridge to bridge stretch.
The paving is complete. It just got messed up a little bit where they're doing Riverview Estates too. So there'll be some new paving to occur in there. But Southside Road, as far as paving is concerned, is complete. There's guardrails work that still needs to occur, and like I said, this giant retaining wall.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Also happy to announce that yesterday Reed Sanders had his first day with us as our new CSA coordinator. So we took him out and toured the majority of the CSAs. He's out right now getting familiar with the remainder of them. So we're very excited to have Reed on board, and I'm sure he can bring some of his hard-won state experience working for Senator Canella's office into that office and get our program operating as it should. And then finally, on the regional park project, the public outreach portion of our grant activities has completed. I expect to bring a little brief report to you on the 22nd regarding what the data shows. I'm currently working to complete the grant application and working on the preliminary design. We hope to be able to present the preliminary design to you in August. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mike.
Thank you. I look forward to what the regional park is going to look like, so I'm excited about that. Okay, any other?
No other announcements, Madam Chair.
Okay. The next item then would be board announcements. So we'll go ahead and start with Supervisor Kosmicki, if you want to go ahead, and we'll just work our way, and I'll go last. So go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First off, I want to thank Philip Orbueno for the work that he's doing on the mural that he's doing in the riverbed there. Philip contacted me a few weeks back and asked me to be a liaison, and I contacted our RMA department and got the go-ahead there, and it looks great so far, and I really appreciate what he's doing, and we need more people like Philip who are looking to beautify our community through the arts. So thank you, Philip. And then just going forward, meetings-wise, we had our several meetings on the homeless situation. We're going to be addressing that later. I met with the Rotary Club Access Committee regarding broadband. Went to the Business Council meeting, the Realtors Association. I gave a presentation to them. Appreciate that invite. And had intergovernmental, the Pajaro Valley Flood Prevention District, the Economic Development Ad Hoc, and the San Juan Committee. I met with the San Juan Committee and talked a bit about tourism, so I appreciate all that. Been staying busy as usual. Event-wise, we had the San Juan Bautista Pride Flag Raising event. That had a great turnout, and another great turnout at the Hollister Pride Flag Raising event, and there will be an additional Pride event later in the month in Hollister on the last Sunday of the month over there on, I believe, on 5th Street. So looking forward to that. And then attended Memorial Day ceremonies in both San Juan Bautista and Hollister, and I was just really, really excited to see the turnouts, the big crowd. Especially there was a big crowd in Hollister, and just to see people out again and people honoring our country and showing their patriotism, I really thought that was great. Hoping that we can adjourn the meeting today in honor of Gerald McCullough, longtime active community member, if that's okay, who passed away recently. I want to offer my condolences to the McCullough family and all his friends as well. So that, and then otherwise, I was hoping we could, I just want to echo what Madam Chair Gonzalez mentioned about the graffiti work. That would be great to have a discussion on that. And also I would like to agendize what Ms. Salinas brought up about the art piece in the front. I would like clarification on what the interpretation of that exactly is. And then lastly, previously I've mentioned a desire to take a look at campaign finance reform. The city of Hollister is now moving ahead as well, following my recommendation. They're actually moving ahead now. I'd like to see us align with what they're doing. And hopefully, I believe Intergovernmental is taking this up in August, but I'd like to see this at some point soon after that. Soon after the addition of a fifth supervisor. I think we'd want to have that fifth supervisor on board probably before we go forward with that. So that's all I have. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Supervisor Hernandez?
Thank you, Mrs. Chair. So I just have a few points. The bikers are coming, 4th of July weekend. I've tried to have a proactive conversation with the Sheriff's Department and even the CHP on really preparing for that traffic, right? I don't know what their safety plan is. Obviously, that's probably something that's internal, which is fine. But for me, it was more about having a conversation what it means to be prepared, right? Because it's under the assumption that just because the city of Hollister said no to the bikers doesn't mean they're not coming. So I for that sake, I think it's a good idea to at least have an understanding of what that means, even on the county level. And you know, for me, it was just making sure that we're prepared. That's all. So we had a meeting, which I know Chair Gonzalez is going to mention, but the IT committee meeting. We're establishing a broadband task force. We obviously did the letter requesting support for funds that through RCRC, and then my only concern or consideration within that conversation is the Fiber First initiative, which I think is really important. I think that Fiber First means it's stable, it's safer, but just the same, it's more expensive, but at the same time, infrastructure-wise, I think you have a long-lasting solution. But all that to be said is there's a lot of conversations to be had, and we're, I know Supervisor Gonzalez is working on compiling a list of stakeholders so we make sure we have input from the community. And then I've been working on setting up a tourism symposium with county staff and alongside Supervisor Gonzalez. And that's basically to gather input from the different industries, from wine to the parks like Hollister Hills, Pinnacles, and the regional, well, basically the different folks that are to a certain extent are stakeholders or they're involved in the process of whether they know it or not, right? The industries that are involved. Even, we're trying to get creative, even including the historical part, and folks that are involved in the biker rally as an example. What does that mean to measure all of those things? How do you create consensus? And ultimately, how do you attach some kind of a tourism benefit, right? All in the sake of trying to create its own industry in our backyard, with Pinnacles, I think, being the epicenter of it all. And then alongside involving the different business organizations, the Chamber, the HDA, San Juan, and the Business Council. So we're vetting a facilitator as we speak right now. And ultimately, I think this is going to be a good first step to know what we have in our backyard as far as possibilities with tourism. That's all I have, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Supervisor Tiffany?
Thank you, Madam Chair. First of all, I just wanted to, I know we all feel the same way, I just want to again recognize the service that Supervisor Mark Medina, who officially, his resignation was official yesterday, but I want to thank Mark for all of his service to the county over the years. He did, he brought a lot to the table, and again, thank you to Mark for his service. And I also want to congratulate Supervisor Gonzalez. You're the first woman chair in quite some time, and congratulations. So good for you. In the consent agenda, I'm not going to pull it, but I just want to recognize that longtime ranching family Marty McCullough will be named for my district for the Fish and Game Commission. Marty and his brother has been South County rancher for many years, and congratulations to Marty. No relationship, but I did want to, thank Supervisor Kosmicki for recognizing passing of Jerry McCullough. Jerry and his wife Mary, they lived just down the street from me as a kid growing up. And so I've known Jerry my whole life. He was a great asset to our community, great philanthropist, and it's a significant loss for our community. Unfortunately, as seems often the case, we've lost a number of people that were significant in our community, people like Jerry and Jim Fosdick, who we've mentioned, Ed Stevenson, all really significant contributors to our community who have all passed in the last couple of months here. Anyway, thank you for recognizing Jerry, Colin. Some of the things that I've been working on the last couple of weeks, the landfill is a really critical issue that's in our community. The expansion of landfill is obviously a concern. It's going through the EIR process today. It's on the agenda. We're going to hear, of course, more about it, and an important decision we have to make. But we have been working through that, and I'm going to certainly welcome Supervisor Kosmicki to that very important landfill ad hoc committee. I just wanted to say it is a significant issue in our community, certainly something that we all get contacted about. I would encourage everyone in the public to go, you can go on the county website. There's a lot of information, question and answers. Get educated on the landfill issue and the expansion issue. If you have questions, reach out to us. And we'll try to explain kind of what is going on, because it is a complicated issue, and the more educated you are, the better it will be for all of us once the EI process is completed and a decision has to be made. Another area that I've been working on quite a bit with my fellow Supervisor Gonzalez, is in the behavioral health area. As you know, a month and a half or so ago, we had a presentation by Catalyst Center. A report was commissioned by Kinship, a local nonprofit. And in addition to that report on behavioral health, There was also recently an agreement reached with the county by Disability Rights California, DRC. Those two reports lay out areas that we need to make some improvements in the behavioral health department. And it's really all about trying to improve our services to people in our community. So it's something that it's certainly very important, and my role both on the Board of Supervisors and the Behavioral Health Board, as I said, in conjunction with Supervisor Gonzalez, is very important, and we're working closely with behavioral health department staff as well as the fellow members of the Behavioral Health Board to try to see improvements in that area. Roads, which is one of my favorite subjects, representing South County, continues to be a focus. Fortunately, I think we are slowly increasing the manpower in the public works area. We certainly still could use more, but we are doing a better job with our own road crews. Granite Rock continues. If you recall, a couple of months ago, the board approved two $500,000 contracts, one with Granite Rock and one with Chapin, Don Chapin. Granite Rock is focused on taking care of the filling potholes and road work. Don Chapin is focused on shoulder work, some of the slides that are particularly in South County. We are going to be seeing likely on the June 22nd meeting a reallocation we're going to come before us whether we agree to a reallocation of the money from some of the Don Chapin allocation over to Granite Rock, because Don Chapin is done with their work, and we'd like to see Granite Rock continue with their work by using some of the money that's left over with Don Chapin. So that's something to keep keep an eye on for. I'm really glad to hear Mike's report, Mike Chambliss' report on some of the works that can be going on the roads. There's so much work to be done, but it's great that we are making some progress. Almost done here. I just wanted to mention I got a notice from Mary Gilbert and COG. As you may have remembered, Jimmy Panetta's office put forward a request for $10 million for the Highway 25 project. And, you know, the good news is we got notice in the last couple of days from Congressman Panetta's office that it is on the list of with the House Transportation and Infrastructure Committee, which means that it's approved on that list. It still has to go through a full House and Senate vote, of course, so things can change, but that's very good news. So it is one of the approved projects, and so if that goes forward, the $10 million will be a huge boost to us for Highway 25. And then finally, I also attended the Memorial Day ceremony, one of them in Hollister, and as Supervisor Kosmicki said, a great turnout. All four of us up here were there, and anyway, it was a pleasure to see such a good turnout. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, Supervisor Tiffany. Okay, so as for my announcements, I am going to postpone my personal announcements to the end of the last meeting of the month, and I'll go ahead and do that from this point forward. But today, instead of announcing what I have been participating with, as the other supervisors mentioned, I've been quite busy. But first of all, I'd like to focus on extending an apology. I have two apologies that I have to go ahead and extend. The first one is to Benito Link, and I want to say sorry to Leslie David, Executive Director. On 6/1 in San Juan, I attended the Bedabel ribbon cutting ceremony, and I spoke rather harshly to her, and I used some very strong words that regarding a story that I believe was inaccurate in its reporting. I was very indignant and righteous in my statement to her. However, a few days later, I learned the truth of the matter, and I called Ms. David directly to apologize. For those of you who don't know me, I'm very opinionated. I speak my mind. However, when I speak, I'm usually correct in my assertions. This time, however, I was wrong. And I will always be the first to say that I'm wrong when I am wrong for my mistake or if I have been misled. So I'm sorry. What I would like to do from this point forward is to make sure that we build a better relationship with the media. Benito Link is the only local nonprofit that is working here in the community. And I know there have been some harsh feelings between sitting board members and previous board members, in addition to administration. The community relies on the newspaper and facts, and we need to make sure that everything that is read in the paper and listed in the paper is factual. So I'm going to urge my fellow board members to make sure that we build great relationships with Benito Link. And if ever there is a mistruth that's posted, please let's call them on it. Or if we need something that's posted, we need the media to be there for us. And so I just want to make sure that we have a great working relationship. Secondly, I do apologize to our Director of Behavioral Health, Alan Yamamoto. At our last Board of Supervisors meeting on May 25th, I misspoke and I mentioned that the funds in the mental health savings account had 16 million, and I believe I stated 15.9 million was in reserve, and that figure was incorrect, so I apologize, Mr. Yamamoto. I believe the correct figure is closer to 11.2 million, but 16 and 11 there's a huge difference there, and so my apologies. I apologize for my error. I'm very passionate in my concern for services to foster children and supportive services, and I allowed my hubris to get the best of me. But on a positive note, as Supervisor Tiffany had stated, that since the report from the kinship and the Seneca, we are able to open up the dialogue. I appreciate you taking the time, you and Gabriel taking the time to meet with us and giving us the background information. I'm hoping that we can move forward in a positive manner, and I very much appreciate your willingness to work with the nonprofits so that we can provide the desperately needed services to members of our community. Again, I apologize to anyone if I offended anyone in my inaccurate statements, but as I said, I'll be the first to cry foul when I create an error, or a mistake, or a misstatement, and so I'm sorry, but that's me. I speak my mind and my heart, so thank you. All right, so that takes us on to...
Madam Chair, if I may have a point of clarity.
Yes.
I want to make sure that the board's given staff direction to bring back campaign finance.
Oh, thank you. On that note, what I would like to do is, since we are now a man down, and I say man because, it was a male who vacated, but we are now a person down here at the board, and I'm really going to ask that we all work as a team. So any item that you want on the agenda, I'm going to ask that at least 2 of you are insisting on that, and then we'll make sure that that item gets on the agenda, whatever it is. But I want to make sure that we build relationships with each other, understanding that within the confines of the Brown Act, we can only speak with one other person. But I want to make sure anything you want agendized, to make sure that you have reached out to your fellow board member, and as long as there's 2 people, 2 supervisors that want that item on the agenda, then we will get it on for you so that you can have that open discussion. I know that there are some feelings on the board that some of the supervisors aren't getting the items listed and heard, and I don't want to be the one to cause issues. This is not my board, this is our board, and I want to work as a team together, so.
Madam Chair, can I ask for clarification?
Yes.
Well, for one, if the Brown Act creates some complications with going to another supervisor, let's say, for instance, Supervisor Tiffany doesn't like the idea, then I'm stuck and I can't go to another supervisor. So that's why bringing it up during discussion is really, to me, the most practical way of doing it. And I would just ask see if there's consensus on the board. If there's another supervisor that's at least willing to discuss campaign finance, I'd appreciate that.
Since you bring it up, actually, I'm in support of it, and I'd like to see it on the agenda.
So we'll
There
make
you
sure
go,
we
2.
get that on. Okay.
If I may, Ms. Chair, I see what Supervisor Kosmicki's mentioning, and I agree. It's a request is a request, right? If it dies for lack of support, or someone ends up pulling that supervisor aside with another supervisor and says, I'm willing to support you on it, and at least it was made mention. But yeah, but I can see where it could easily become grandstanding. So ultimately on that note, I forgot to mention, which I apologize, Memorial Day is a huge day for me, for my family, and honoring all the veterans who sacrificed so much, who literally gave all for us. It's hard not to tear up when I hear the benedictions and go out there and then meet service members that were, by God's grace, they're still with us. So it's a very important day, and that's something that I typing up my notes really fast, all of a sudden I'm like, that I forgot to mention that. But one other request, Ms. Chair, is I talked to County Council, and it's just a thought, but if it was supported by the board, but we have technically a brand new board, right? The majority of the board is very new. And a lot of the times the delegation, especially wanting to avoid division, ultimately really trying to create unity, there should be maybe a more updated understanding of the rules and procedures of the board. So, and to a certain extent, even for the sake of delegating that will of the board to the department heads, there has been confusion in questions. I know sometimes things, as an example, are it's been supported by the will of the board, but then there's no timeline attached to it. There's no clarity. So all of a sudden there's frustration, right? And then you're what happened to that item, and no one addressed it. Well, to a certain extent, handing it off rightfully, I think maybe there's a way to update the agenda to make sure that it's clear what the request is. And some of the items themselves, even if it had language, what is the recommended, sometimes we're like, what is the ask, right? You read the language and you're like, well, what exactly are you asking for? So maybe even when it comes to, I'm just using examples of why I think it'd be good not only to update it, but then get into a conversation about even procedural things, point of clarification. Debate is good, but just the same respect is equally as good. So something to the effect of talking about, the procedures for questioning. I know that there's even these, I was talking to Barbara, there's like 6 steps, and the priority of one is, I'm trying to remember.
Lay on the table.
Yeah, when you're laying it on the table, it's an item that you basically could set aside. Maybe it's hot, people are upset. You lay it on the table, you move into the next item, but then you bring it back. There's procedural movement that could create unity, consensus, as long as we're all on the same page, is my point. So I don't know if we would do it by ad hoc, what the recommendation would be, but something to the extent of at least all of us understanding. Maybe it would be a, what do they call it? The one day where the retreat. Those are my thoughts.
No, they're great thoughts. As a matter of fact, as you stated, this is a relatively new board, the 3 of us, on just for a couple of months, and you being the senior member, I totally agree with you. And so if maybe some sort of mini retreat, and not call it a retreat, but, another educational session, I think that would be advantageous. And then since we are looking at only 4 members of the board for at least a couple of months. I know there's an item on the agenda that we'll be talking about later in terms of how we're going to fill the vacancy, or how the vacancy will be filled, because we are not filling it at all, but how the vacancy will be addressed. But I think that might be nice for us to do prior to the filling of the board, and then maybe doing another retreat session when the new person comes in. Okay. Yes.
Yeah, Madam Chair, if I may, as you recall, we did actually have a few meetings sometime back, educational meetings. One was on a Saturday. I think it was the 8th or 9th of January. And then prior to actually going to the board meeting, so that way the board was educated on kind of protocol on how to manage board meetings, as well as discussing the roles and procedures, the rules and roles and procedures of the board. I think what Supervisor Hernandez brought out as well. We have, I think, 3 to 5 pages worth, and we actually brought to the board at that time. It was just a long day. We just didn't go through it all. And I'd mentioned to the board we can bring this back at a later date. We had about 19 pages of revised pages that would elaborate further on votes, what type of votes require a 4/5 vote. There's a lot of other things that we added to that we would like to have open for discussion. So I think it would be great to do that at a later date, possibly when we do actually bring in the 5th person, just to kind of go back over that again. So we can do that.
Okay, thank you. All right. Any other concerns before we move on? Okay, so going back to what I mentioned previously, I know that I didn't read the policy that's in place regarding the governor's guidelines that he implemented with COVID. But on the agenda, every single agenda, there's the compliance rules in terms of what the public must comply with. So I'm going to, what page of the agenda is this? Page 1 to page 3 of the agenda. And I just want to remind the public, failure to comply with any of the above guidelines. 1, the individual will be asked to leave the board chambers. 2, the chair will call a recess for the Board of Supervisors meeting. 3, if the recess does not result in the individual complying with the requirements or leaving the meeting, the Board of Supervisors may close the meeting to the public and resume the meeting exclusively through Zoom and/or phone-in participation at any point during the meeting. And so we as supervisors, this is the public meeting, conducting the public business in the public eye. But if anyone is going to be defiant and not cooperate with the guidelines, we'll have to go ahead and resort to 1, 2, or 3 of these issues. I don't need to explain any further or why I'm stating that, but I just want to reaffirm there are guidelines there and there are consequences for failure to comply. Thank you. Let's go on to the consent item. And as I said previously, and I jumped the gun and I apologize for that, but for expedience sake, we're going to go ahead and implement a new policy for addressing consent items. We will no longer be allowing the public to pull a consent item. Again, as I stated earlier, I really want to develop the sense of teamwork up here. So I'm going to encourage the members of the public to please call your supervisor and ask them to pull out an item for consent that you want to discuss or address. We will be having 1 period or addressing items on the consent agenda. However, the public will not be allowed to pull an item. There will be 3 minutes if you're speaking to 1 item on the consent agenda, and 5 minutes if you're speaking on more than 1. And if you're passionate enough and you urge one of the supervisors to pull it, then they can go ahead and pull it and we can go ahead and discuss it. But I really want the public, the constituents, the voters, the residents of the community to really develop a dialogue with your supervisors so that we can hear your concerns. And that was a prime example. There's an item on the agenda regarding the homeless situation, and residents from my district reached out like crazy. So I commend you all. I heard you. I hear you. I know that a concern was made as why do they need to find out on social media about some of the issues on our agenda. So maybe somehow, some way, I know that Supervisor Medina was very, very good at posting the agenda on Facebook. If there's some way someone continue doing that task, I personally do not know how to do it. I know that I've seen Supervisor Kosmicki post it also, but if we can kind of post it and make sure that the public has it, maybe even if it's coming from our PIO on Westrick, but it really needs to be out there in the public eye because people aren't going to the website and finding it out. They're discovering issues such as the fireworks and the homeless situation on social media, and they're not happy that they have to find out what we're doing. And so I don't know any other way other than I like the way Supervisor Medina had posted it all the time, and I know this is Supervisor Kosmicki has done, but I personally don't know how to do that. So if we can keep that up, I'd appreciate it.
We'll work on that.
Okay. So are there any members of the public that want to speak to an item on the consent item? Again, 3 minutes for 1 item, 5 minutes for 2 or more. And so, Madam Clerk.
Madam Chair,
yes.
do you want to pull items first?
Yes, sorry. Okay. So, what are your wishes then, Supervisor Kosmicki?
I don't have anything to pull.
Okay. Supervisor Hernandez? Neither do I. Okay. Supervisor Tiffany?
None for me either.
I wanted to pull item 11 and 13, and just for the sake of clarification, and I really don't need to pull them. It was more so that, is Tracey available? Tracey Belton by any chance?
Tracey's on the phone.
Okay.
Tracey's on Zoom.
And I just want you to explain why these 2 items are back on the agenda. I understand because we're looking at a fiscal year, but I know when we saw them not too long ago and you extended the contract, I just want the public to understand why we're seeing these 2 contracts reappearing. So if you can just kind of briefly explain that, then I will withdraw my pulling of them.
Sure. Good morning. Thank you. I'm going to actually have Lynn Mello. She's also on. These are two of her contracts out of the public health. She can better address your questions, and I'd be happy to answer any follow-up questions. Lynn?
Sure. Good morning, Madam Chair, board members. I'm happy to answer any questions about these contracts. So I'll start with the nurse consultant. We here in public health have been we've been recruiting for a supervising public health nurse for 7 years with very few or underqualified candidates. At one point, we had no nurses back in 2019. I looked into staffing agencies and they, a few medical staffing agencies, and they could not provide me with nurses that had public health expertise, and their price was more than doubled than what this particular nurse could provide. This nurse is a very experienced, well-rounded public health nurse. She's worked in management. She has worked in supervision. She only wants to work part-time, but during the pandemic, she rolled up her sleeves and worked with us and gave us a lot of her time. And we are keeping, we have the ELC expansion funds grant that is pending probable approval by the state. And we continue to recruit for a supervising public health nurse to no avail. And so we have the funding and have that amount available. She will bill only up to that amount, and I doubt that she will be billing to that amount, but we do have to be prepared in the event of a resurgence of the virus. On the pharmacist, this particular pharmacist, Mary White, has experience from the H1N1 outbreak in 2009. She has emergency preparedness experience. She was also contracted with us in 2014-15 during the Ebola outbreak to assist with policy and protocols for response preparation. She also has developed a communicable disease, infectious disease manual for us. So she has a lot of public health and emergency preparedness experience. Our previous health officer also, with her, developed the opioid task force. She is a pharmacist that has extensive expertise on opioids, on pharmaceuticals. She has brought in over $300,000 to combat the opioid problem in San Benito County. And both of these people have been lead clinicians in the pandemic response. And the pandemic is still ongoing, although waning. We still have to be prepared for disease containment and strategies. And really, without these two key people, I frankly we would have been far worse off without them on our team. They were key leads. And again, a staffing agency would charge double the cost that they charge. Unfortunately, it's very difficult in San Benito County across the whole healthcare sector to get primary care providers and clinicians. And so, these folks are, they are experienced and reliable contractors and clinicians. And this would just be for 1 year. That's the coming year.
If I may just add, Supervisor Gonzalez, this is a new fiscal year contract, so it duplicates the contract from last year. It's just a new fiscal year. And the last one that we brought to the board was an amendment because the contract was running out of funding. And so this is just a new contract starting July 1st for both the pharmacist and the nurse.
hear that this wasn't additional monies for the previous expenditure. It was a new fiscal year, so thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
So I have no,
Madam Chair, if I may, just point
Yes.
of clarity as well, is in the staff report, it does say through June 30th, 2021. The actual contract and the actual staff recommendation shows 2022, so it's just a typo on that.
okay. Right. So with no further objections, what is the will of the board as to the consent agenda?
Madam Chair, if I may, maybe opening that up to the public.
Oh, sorry, yes. As I said, Madam Clerk, can you open it up to the public if there's any public comments?
If you'd like to make a public comment on Zoom, please press star 9 on your phone or your raise hand icon on your screen. You've been unmuted. Please state your name.
My name is Peyton Evans. Can you hear me?
Yes.
My name is Peyton Evans. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Hi, my name is Peyton. I am here on behalf of speaking for my mother, Courtney Evans. And Ms. B. Gonzalez, I wanted to acknowledge a couple things before I speak. I was listening earlier today, and I could see that we're similar in multiple ways. In a way that, one, we're both nervous, and I'm especially nervous because my mother was arrested today. And two, we both have a really strong voice. So I'm going to be using that today to speak for my mother because she cannot. First thing I'd like to say is that denying entry or service based on a vaccination status is unlawful. Requiring mask and or vaccines as a condition of entry or service is a violation of state and federal.
I'm sorry, but we are on the consent item. The public comment has already passed. I'm sorry, Ms. Evans. Okay.
No other comment on Zoom.
Okay. Any comments here in the chambers?
Good morning, Madam Chair. I would like to speak with regards to item 1113, that I just have two questions on that. The same question to each one, I'm sorry. 16, 17, and that'll be it. And you say that we need to contact our supervisors so that if we have questions, and I can guarantee you, I have texted, I have called, and I have emailed my supervisor, and he does not reply to me. I have to reach out to the other supervisors. You telling us that we need to contact our individual supervisors to pull a consent item does not give a lot of people a lot of time. A lot of people are not like me. They're on this. They don't have the time that I have. And yes, things get put on Facebook because they're important, and that's when they reach out. But it's people like myself and other people out there that are paying attention to what's going on, okay? My supervisor was contacted personally during the memorial services, and he said, now is not the time. He doesn't reply to me, and when someone else approaches him, he says, now is not the time. So, now is not the time to cut off people and tell people that they cannot come up here and pull an item because it may take a long time of your time. You're now here full time, and I think what's going on is I come up here and I speak and I take 3 minutes, and yes, I did pull a lot of items a few weeks ago, but that's my right. And right now you're saying that if I can't come up here and individually pull items and speak on each one, then you'll all decide whether you should pull the items or not. You want me to go do my homework and come up here and try to reach out to you guys. You're asking everyone to do that, and you know that not everyone does that because they don't have the time, nor they have the resources to find out what exactly is going on. So I object to it. It's your decision what it is that you're going to do today, but you need to be very careful of how you're limiting people's ability to come and speak before you, because that is my right. Unless county council can tell me and the rest of the public, your constituents, why you're cutting us off and not letting us come in and pull items individually, I will adhere to whatever she has to say, because I'm sure you've already asked that from the CAO and from county council. With regards to item 11 and 13, the benefits, are there benefits included, or is that just all billable time? Those are my two questions with regards to that. In regards to item 16 and 17, again, my questions are, I'd like to know what has already been expended. I see that the number is not to exceed 671. Does that mean that that's on item 16? Does that mean that we have already spent almost $700,000? Or is there going to be more? Next year, they're going to come up here, and I get so tired of consultants, but there's nothing we can do. We are a very poor county. You guys are now about to start this as full-time. You're going to see this is a business, and it costs a lot of money to run this. But we also are spending a lot of money on consultants. We have to find out, as a county, can our staff do the job that you're expending out to consultants? Because I'm getting tired of the money. I'm not the only one. Tired of the money going out to consultants when we have staff, and we need to hire people at a competitive wage to those around us so that we don't have to double spend money. You can pay a nurse here less than that, or a pharmacist less than that if they're full-time. I know that you can't find the talent. You can't find the talent because you don't pay the wages. Thank you.
Thank you. As to the comment regarding limiting your time, I understand how it feels like we're cutting you off. However, I served on the Board of Trustees for the Hollister School District, and never did the jurisdiction allow the public to pull a consent item. It was always the chore, if you will, was put on the members of the public to contact their trustee. And I've contacted other board members in other jurisdictions, whether it be school board, city, county, and very few have give the public the ability to pull from the consent item. Anyone can speak to the regular agenda, but in terms of allowing members of the public to pull from the consent item, that's a rarity that we've had in this county. So County Council and CAO, can either of you speak to that? And then once you do, then the board can go ahead and address it, any concerns or questions they may have.
Right. I know that in other jurisdictions that they do have a situation where they allow a certain amount of public comment time for one consent item, and then they increase that if somebody wants to speak on more than one consent item. But it is correct that there's no, although the member of the public has the right to speak regarding any of the consent items, it's the discretion of the board about whether you continue to vote on them as a group. The consent items are not supposed to be controversial. They're supposed to be routine items. And so the board can make that rule if it wants and decide how much time to allow for one consent item, how much time to allow for multiple consent items.
And then as to a controversial one, I promise that I will make sure that we don't have any controversial ones on the consent item, that they are the routine ones. I know that there was a question regarding consultants, and I too have concerns about consultants. However, we need someone to sit in that position to do the task and the responsibility. And if we don't have the county staff to do that, then by default, we have to go to consultants. And I feel you that now is not the time to silence you. My intent is not to silence anyone. But if you're not successful reaching your own elected official, then please reach out to me, okay? And then I will go ahead and talk with your supervisor if you feel like the communication is not being reciprocated, okay? And I pulled item 11 and 13 as well because I had some concerns, but I just wanted to make sure that it was addressed regarding the new fiscal year contract. Okay, anyone else?
Madam Chair, a question I'll direct to Ray and Barbara. So if we just went through the process of making a decision whether we would pull something or not, and then we hear public comment on consent items, am I right in thinking that if there's something that is raised by the public in their speaking time, if we then decide that we do want to pull something after the fact, after that public comment, we can do that? That's one question I have. And then also to what we just did with Supervisor Gonzalez, where she didn't pull the item but ask questions to get clarification without actually pulling it. Can we do that? And because, you know, I've often, just like with Supervisor Gonzalez, I don't have an issue with the consent item, but I do have maybe a question. As I did yesterday, I try to call and get educated on something, so I don't have to pull it. But sometimes you want it, you want that clarification to be made public, and so that's the reason why you may pull it. But anyway, I'm just wondering how much flexibility we have. That's my question.
Madam Chair, may I think we're getting into a discussion here. This isn't on the agenda. I'm just concerned that.
I think that goes back to the issue that Supervisor Hernandez raised previously in terms of procedure. And so we're just trying to get some clarity. So that would be probably an issue that we can address on that mini training session, and have it an open public conversation where we're conducting business in the public eye.
Let me just, in short, our rules and procedures allow the board chair to establish guidelines when it comes to commenting, whether it's regular agenda, consent agenda, as well as time limit. It's gonna be 30 seconds, it's gonna be 10 minutes. It's up to the chair. That's our current policy. There's a lot of flexibility. You can just quickly ask a question, not pull the item. But I think these are all great questions, and I think that we should probably bring it back and have more dialogue about it, agendize it, and talk about it in the future if you want to revamp some of that and make it a little bit more clear, which I think we should. Now, ultimately, as I mentioned before, we only have a few pages here, and we presented about 19, 20 pages. So it's a substantial amount more pages for points of clarity. I think that's really the point. So with that, I'll just defer it back. And really, the chair is outlining kind of allowing the board to pull something, or if there's something that you'd want to, it brings that to your mind if there's a public comment and you want to pull it. She's given the authority for the board to pull it.
Mm-hmm.
And that's it.
Mr. Chair, just for point of clarification, which I think is what Supervisor Cosmic was alluding to, is, so this is all the more the reason, but ultimately when we're talking, even when it comes to engagement with the public, sometimes there's assumptions that we can get into certain conversations if there's legal elements, if it, to a certain extent, speaking on behalf of the will of the board, right? There's questions, why are you guys making this decision to do X, Y, or Z? I can't answer that question because I can't speak for the board, right? Especially if it's something that's ongoing, it hasn't been officially decided. Anything that's been officially decided has already been declared in that sense, what was the sentiment and the reason, the rationale. My point is just to have an organized structure, even for the sake of public engagement. There's a lot of statements that are put out there that create nothing but assumptions, but in reality, there's a lot of questions even within the ability for the board to be able to respond to things. Things that are very simple, right? To a certain extent, that's why even the whole purpose of the agenda being clear in and of itself should have an explanation of the purpose. Anything outside, within the legal element, it gets nuanced, and we have to be careful in what kind of information is disseminated to the public. So it's not as simple as just, hey, I'm gonna, some questions are just not that clear. So anyways, with that said, this will help us. It'll guide us into a better engagement process, not only with each other, but even with the public. That was the main sentiment, Ms. Chair.
Supervisor Kosmicki, did you have a comment?
No, I said my comment. Thank you.
Okay, all right. And I think that you'll find that the CAO was working with the departments to make sure that the agenda transmittal items are clear, and they spell out the facts so that someone who has no prior knowledge of the agenda item will be able to read the history. And we do have a computer out front. If someone doesn't have access to a computer, that they can sit there and look at the agenda item with all of the attachments and documents and so forth. I'm really trying not to stifle the public at all. I want to encourage communication, definitely. But as I said, this is not my board, this is our board. And I will gladly take suggestions and advice from you all. But I really would like to have another educational session so that way I am following within the confines of the law, but I'm also not silencing any member on this board, because I don't want to do that at all. This is our board and not my board. So going back to the consent item, we have no items being pulled. Are there any items that the board said they had none to pull, so what is the will of the board as to the consent items?
Move to approve, ma'am.
Okay,
I'll second that.
all right, we have a first and a second, so, any further questions? Okay, so all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, we have a 4-0. Okay. So that takes us to our regular agenda. Now, before we hit the regular agenda, I know that Supervisor Medina loved to just speed through everything and not take a break. So it is now an hour and a half into it. So what would be a good time frame? Because I want to be able to be respectful of staff. And when people are talking, and when I would sit in this chair over here and someone was presenting or asking questions, I thought it was rude for me to get up and walk away to use the facilities or get something to drink. And so I don't want to do that to anyone. As a teacher, when a student walks out on me, I was like, what did I say or do that made them walk out? And so I would like to have a structured break. So in terms of the time frame, gentlemen, what time frame is good for a break? And then at lunchtime, we will be having a working break. And if the afternoon goes really long, then I would like to make sure we institute an afternoon break. So what time frame are we looking at? I'm asking for your input here. Shall we start at least the first agenda item and hear from the Health and Human Services on the COVID, or do you think we need a break? What's your thoughts?
Madam Chair, I think we should keep moving along.
Okay, so one. All right, so we're going to continue on, go to the regular item, the item number 23. So we'll hear from Tracey Belton and her staff regarding the presentation on the public health services.
Yes, good morning. Before we jump into the COVID-19 update, I just wanted to advise everybody that we are going to be having a ribbon cutting and open house at our transitional housing units out at our homeless resource center. We have a third phase of our home resource center that's going to be opening. It is on July 8th from 10:30 to 1. And we will post the information on our website as well as our social media. I just wanted to provide that information to the board and to the public. And you can go ahead and share the screen, and we'll get started with the COVID update. Thank you. Next slide, please. Dr. Gilarducci, I think, is going to take the lead in the beginning of the presentation. Dr. G, please.
Good morning, Madam Chair and rest of the board. Thank you for having me this morning. I'll just briefly go through these numbers. You've seen many of these before. Just wanted to give you a quick update of where we are. So this snapshot gives a lot of information. We've had about 51,000 doses given to San Benito County residents. That adds up to about 30,000 San Benito County residents. And this represents roughly 57% of our overall population of eligible people. So you can see with the graph there, the progress along different age groups. And the blue represents the fully vaccinated, the orange is partially vaccinated, and the gray is the group that has not received any shots. So we're making progress, steady progress. I'd like to see it go faster. There's continued efforts both at the state level and local level to do that. But the gray area in these graphs do represent some vulnerability for us. And so we have to remain vigilant. We have to make sure that we follow state guidelines. There will be a big change on June 15th regarding that. We are doing well. Our case rates are low right now. Our test positivity rate is very low. So I'm very hopeful, but also cautious. Next slide, please. And this shows the vaccination by zip code. And just caution you here on two of the zip codes, the 075 and the 043. Those are very low numbers of people in those zip codes. The denominator is small. So I wouldn't put a whole lot of weight on those percentages, just given how they could be easily skewed. But generally speaking, 023 and 045 represent larger groups and are largely representative of our overall vaccination rates. And next, and this is just the ethnicity breakdown. This also comes from the state dashboard. And not much new there to report. Next slide. And I think, Tracey, you'll be taking state updates?
Yes, thank you.
Okay.
So as you all know, we advanced to the yellow tier last week. And so it just increases capacity to our county. And our county, as well as Monterey and Santa Cruz, are all in the yellow tier. It's the least restrictive tier in the tiered system. As you're also all aware, this will go away on June 15th. We will no longer have the tiering system. Just wanted to bring that to everybody's attention. Next slide. So we just wanted to talk through beyond the blueprint, what California will look like after June 15th. There's been a lot of questions around what does June 15th mean? This is a slide directly from the COVID-19 website. It talks about there will be no more capacity limits or social distancing requirements. Again, the tiered system will go away. We will no longer be identified by tiers. The two big changes were the mega events and the indoor events, which most likely won't really happen necessarily in our county, but if you intend to attend a mega event or a festival, it's just be mindful of what the requirements are. They are asking for proof of vaccination or negative COVID-19 status to attend. I'm sure that as things advance, these may change. So it's really important that individuals who have questions are mindful of the website and continue to look for the updates from the governor's office. And it's stated California will keep a close eye on the COVID-19 vaccination and infection rates over the summer and keep these guidelines in place until at least October 1st. So as a county, we will also continue to follow beyond the blueprint and continue to touch base with CDPH on the changes for us as a county as well as for a state. Next slide, please. So this is just a more detailed information about beyond the blueprint summary. So as I stated, the capacity restrictions for most businesses, as well as social distancing requirements will go away. The blueprint will go away as well. We talked about the indoor events. CDPH is going to continue to provide updated guidance for youth and healthcare. Those are two areas they continue to work on. There's a lot of questions around youth sports and activities for youth. And so we're waiting on the state to provide that. Industries must maintain compliance with Cal OSHA for the workplace. There has been a lot of discussions with Cal OSHA. And so it's the workplace's responsibility to ensure that they're following those Cal OSHA guidelines. The state has advised that the state of emergency will be extended to the end of calendar year 2021. It's not our state of emergency, it's the state's. And so we will continue to follow that as well. The county will align with the June 15th state reopening plan. We don't have any plans to have any more restrictive guidance or orders in place. We're committed to do that. We will continue to follow that. Since last summer, the county has aligned with California's guidelines for capacity limits, face covering, and physical distancing requirements. So some of you may remember that we did, prior to this, have some of our own more restrictive orders. And at this time, we don't have any in place and we do not intend to. There's been a lot of questions around face covering guidance as well. On our state calls with CDPH, they indicate that they will be amending our guidance. I believe the intention is to align with CDC guidance, but at this point we haven't heard otherwise. But when we do, we will ensure to release this information to the public. The Cal OSHA emergency temporary standards pertaining to workplace safety, they did vote on June 3rd and passed what they were recommending. There are a lot of questions around workplace guidance. There's been talk around having N95 masks available for the workers provided by the employer. We just encourage everybody to look at the Cal OSHA website. We are not managing that as a county, but the employer is responsible to follow the Cal OSHA guidance. And the governor did announce that he would continue to allow cocktails to go. And so we just wanted to inform our local vendors who are providing alcohol that they are still authorized to provide the cocktails to go. And it's extended until December 31st of this year. Next slide. Dr. G, I don't know if you want to touch on the Bay Area Health Officers press conference that you had and participated in.
Oh, yeah, I'll just briefly say that myself, along with the other Bay Area health officers, strongly feel that schools should be reopened in the fall, fully reopened, and that all efforts should do that. We recognize that although it was expedient to have schools closed down when we were learning more about the virus and preventing the spread, now the situation has changed, and of course the downsides of children not being able to go to school for in-person instruction, at this stage outweigh the risk of spreading the virus. But what's important here, and this is something we emphasized, is that there will be more cases as a result of schools being fully in person in the fall. And so to the extent that people can get vaccinated, that will really mitigate the risk that's going to be associated with that. So if you have a child who goes to school, get vaccinated. That's my advice. If you know somebody who has a child who goes to school, then you should get vaccinated if you can. And so anyway, that's what the gist of that press conference was about.
This is Dr. Geller. Just to add to Dr. Gillarducci's comments, when you look at our immunization coverage rates and our uptake in the county, we need to really remember, of course, that San Benito is a very young county, with 1 in 4 residents being 18 years old or younger. So now that we're vaccinating 12 to 18, we're going to have a considerable, we hope, 5, 6, 7, 8% potential bump in our overall uptake of vaccine across the county. And then, of course, soon we're hoping, once the safety is defined, to be able to immunize children as well. And if that all occurs before the fall semester resumes, we're hoping for a quiet season in the schools in terms of COVID.
Can I ask a quick question?
Oh, yes, please.
This for either one of the doctors, Dr. Gillarducci or Dr. Gellert. Is there any guidance yet out there? I know in regards to schools, and you just mentioned, we have vaccinations now for 12 and up. Are schools going to, in some manner, require vaccinations, or if they're not vaccinated, require face coverings for those children that are going to school? Do you guys have any knowledge? I don't know if there's any guidance on that, or is it just a voluntary request? I'm curious how that works.
Yeah, thank you for that question, Supervisor Tiffany. We don't know for sure. There's a good chance that vaccines will be available for younger kids by sort of late fall. That's the projection right now, at least from Pfizer. And that would be for the 5 to 11 age group. But right now, all of these vaccines are under emergency use authorization, and we expect full FDA approval probably in the next few months. So I think any kind of mandatory vaccine will probably have to wait for that full approval and not the EUA status that we're currently under. Whether schools will impose that probably will depend on whether the state has direction to the schools to do that. I imagine, as far as masking goes, that there probably will be some level of masking that happens. But quite frankly, and again, I'm going to draw on the experience that I hear from my wife, who's a school teacher, who tells me that the kids, are very responsible and careful, but they are kids and they do interact, and they peek around the little plexiglass screens, and they will, gather outside and so forth. So to some extent, all of these controls probably don't make a lot of difference in my mind, just because of human nature, and certainly not being derisive of children. This is what all of us do as humans. But I think the biggest difference here is that with the availability of strong and effective vaccines, safe and effective vaccines, it really changes the game here.
I would just add to that when we go back to schools and really at the present time, now that we're returning to some normalcy in our lives, the real risk is for the unvaccinated from other unvaccinated children or individuals who are adults. And so our messaging really want to continue to really emphasize with some interesting outreach campaigns over the summer prior to the resumption of school about driving vaccination uptake among those who remain unvaccinated, and really trying to get a sense of why there is vaccine hesitancy among those in the county who still have not taken advantage of it. But that's the big risk. It's all for the unvaccinated. Obviously, the children who are vaccinated will be at no risk of infection going back to school. And we hope that'll be a majority by the time school resumes.
Schools and the younger children, and for adults, I'm not clear on this, and it may not have been come out yet, but as of June 15th, will there still be a requirement for those who are not vaccinated, the adults I'm talking about, for face coverings? Do you know where the state stands on that?
I didn't hear the first part of your question. Sorry.
My question is for adults, I'm not talking about school-age children necessarily. For those who are not vaccinated yet, will there still be a requirement for wearing a face mask in indoors and that kind of thing? Or do you know what the state guidelines are going to be as of June 15th on that?
I don't believe we've heard completely. What we've heard is that they plan to align with the CDC guidelines of face coverings, which I think, and I don't quote me on this because I don't know it for sure off the top of my head, but I think it's for crowded indoor spaces and those environments that are recommending face coverings. But for fully vaccinated individuals, I believe there's more flexibility with the face coverings. I think the face covering recommendation or requirement is going to be more for the non-vaccinated individuals. Dr. G or Dr. Gellert, do you have any other clarity on that from your recollection?
Yeah, Tracy, I think that's a fair summary, and some of the details, I apologize, I'm not completely up on the latest rumor mill on it. I think some of it's yet to be published, but I would also point out that for employees, for the employer-employee relationship, CalOSHA is the regulating body there, and they're continuing to deliberate on what their final recommendations will be. But it looks like there is going to be some masking requirement for settings where there may be unvaccinated people. So workers who are in a work setting where not everybody is vaccinated, then there probably will be some masking requirements in that context. Also, if they interact with the public, obviously there's no way to know if somebody's vaccinated or not. So we'll still see some masking going forward, but I think it's going to be significantly less than what we've been through. And again, it's going to be largely dependent on whether the individuals are vaccinated or not. So the more vaccinated you are, the more liberty you will have. If you're unvaccinated, I would say that your risk is actually going to be higher going forward than it has been in the past, because now you're going to be interacting with larger groups of people who are unmasked, and you won't know who's vaccinated and who's not. So for those who have chosen not to get vaccinated or have not had the opportunity, this is the time to do it.
I would just add to that the risk for the unvaccinated will be increased because we now have 3 variants floating out there, possibly 4 that we know are more communicable. So being unvaccinated over this summer will be very different than over the last year, because the dominant strains are more communicable and there's a greater risk of getting infected as an unvaccinated person. So the reasons are even more compelling, as Dr. Ghilarducci has said, to get vaccinated now than any prior time in the pandemic, which it might be counterintuitive from the perspective of us all returning to some degree of normalcy and dropping many precautions. But if you're unvaccinated, your risk is increasing literally weekly as more strains come into our country from other countries like Vietnam, India.
Dr. Gellert, you have a question here at the board, and I'm sorry we couldn't stop you previously. Go ahead.
Yeah, well, it kind of digressed a little bit. Dr. Geller did, talking about variants. The conversation was specific to the mandates, right? And basically what Dr. G said, Supervisor Tiffany, is the state isn't necessarily directly mandating it. They're using unelected agencies such as OSHA, EEOC, Equal Employment Opportunity Commission. They're basically using agencies to coerce, and I don't use that lightly. It's actually under the EUA, the language. I'm not using it as a divisive. It's just the truth. That the EUA basically makes it explicit that you cannot coerce, right? It ensures that individuals to whom the product is administered are informed of the option to accept or refuse administration of the product. And it's free power of choice without undue inducement of any element or force, fraud, deceit, duress, or other forms of constraint or coercion. My point is these agencies are basically sending out letters. I read the Cal OSHA letter, and it basically says indoor fully vaccinated workers without COVID-19 symptoms do not need to wear face coverings in a room where else is fully vaccinated and not showing symptoms. However, when there is a mixture of vaccinated and unvaccinated, all workers will continue to be required to wear a face covering. So basically, they're saying it doesn't matter if you're vaccinated, you are forced to wear a mask. This is through Cal OSHA, right? They're delving into labor law to a certain extent, right? Because Cal OSHA is supposed to be have to do with safety, right? Addressing safety, but now they're all of a sudden pushing employment agencies, which, you know, and I'm not saying that as a subjective element. I actually had something sent to me where they have a COVID-19 vaccine and mask policy. This is a company called USA Millworks. And it says, it basically says, I acknowledge that I fully understand USA Millworks policy regarding COVID-19 vaccines and masks are outlined in the COVID-19 vaccine and mask policy effective June 1st. I understand that I must comply with this policy, the guidance provided by the CDC, and any applicable state or county guidelines. It has a little bit more language, but it basically says at the end, I understand that if I do not follow the policy, I am subject to disciplinary action up to and including termination. So coercion is happening as we speak. Businesses are basically forcing other folks, and it's under their, you know, I get it, they're trying to follow their protocols, but to a certain extent, I think that poses a huge issue of liability. Because the EUA, and Dr. G already mentioned it, EUA basically says is you can't force anybody, right? So I had, sorry about that long diatribe, but it kind of was clarifying. Dr. G, can you give me a little bit of clarity with what you mentioned? You said that the EUA would be lifted from the COVID-19 vaccine in a couple of months, because the information that I have says that it's not going to happen till the late 2022 and early 2023.
Yeah, thank you, Supervisor Hernandez. You make a great point. I've heard conflicting information on this as well, and I've heard both versions, that it could be as early as this fall or late fall, or it could be, I think the standard time frame is more like you mentioned, a year or two for this to happen. But this is an extraordinary circumstance with this pandemic, so I'm not sure we can rely on old time frames, but yeah, your guess is as good as mine as when it's going to happen.
And thank you, Dr. G. So to be clear, under the EUA, products, basically they're substantial known and unknown risks associated with using any EUA, which all that means is emergency use authorization, right? So basically what the doctor was mentioning is anything that falls under that is considered experimental and investigational. So if you're administering an EUA product, you are participant to a certain extent in a medical experiment. And I'm not arguing, well, to a certain extent, because I'm not a doctor, I'm not arguing efficacy, but it still doesn't, it places at least the burden on the administer agency to make sure they inform the public, right? So that there's clarity. Because if we're informing the public, then by default that prevents liability, right? So it's just a really big concern. And so some products that are considered EUA are not just the devices and the systems and the procedures, but also even the masks. Just as a clarification, doesn't mean I'm saying you shouldn't or what. That's irrelevant. I'm just stating what the EUA says.
And I understand that your position as an employer and a businessman, it causes concerns. I too had some concerns regarding the Cal OSHA mandate, because I know here as a board, we have staff here in the chambers that we have a potential issue of fine, a penalty if we don't wear our mask and expose someone in the workplace to the virus. So I have some concerns, but I think my real question goes back to the June 15th deadline and when the governor gives his announcements, whether you agree or disagree with Governor Newsom. He is the governor of California, and he will be setting aside and giving his explanation on June the 15th. So I don't want to get all riled up and start speculation at all, especially at this board level. We need to kind of keep the message clear. And right now, we have to defer to the Health and Human Services and the doctors who are giving us a presentation. So,
Madam Chair, let me just follow up. We can obviously get get down into the weeds about a lot of this. If I was still an employer, I mean, certainly I would hope all of my employees were vaccinated, both for the sake of fellow employees as well as customers. But my overall comment would be that while things are going to open up June 15th, there's still questions. The reality is we're at 57% roughly in our county in terms of full or partial vaccination. Things have slowed down a little bit. We certainly, as a county, we want to continue to encourage people to get their vaccinations. As both doctors said, we still are a ways away from herd immunity, quite a ways. And I would really encourage everyone who is not vaccinated to get vaccinated. And if for whatever reason you choose not to get vaccinated, then frankly you should be, if you're in public, you should be wearing a mask. So those would be my comments.
Madam
Thank
Chair,
you.
I was hoping that we can make a habit of allowing the presentations to be completed before we get into this level of dialogue, if possible.
I think it was done, but, yeah.
Okay.
it's-
Well,
We have a few more slides.
I was just commenting when something specific came up on schools. That was my comment. But we can wait. I'm fine either way.
Okay. I just know when I have a pressing concern, I want to speak up. So I think Supervisor Hernandez is equally passionate in his perspectives. So sorry, Tracey, you said you had a few more slides. Can you go ahead and continue?
I believe so, yeah.
Okay, sorry
I think I
about
just
that.
share this. That's okay. I just wanted to provide a brief update on the outreach and state incentives. So at our last board meeting, we talked about some possible local incentives. But in the meantime, the governor came out with his own incentive plan. And so we just wanted to ensure that everybody was aware of the incentives. They're on his website. So for fully vaccinated individuals, they will automatically receive a $50 incentive gift card. And he has several other cash prizes and incentives for individuals. Next slide. And this just talks about how you're eligible to win if you live in California, your ages, if you're under 18, that they'll put it in some sort of a trust account for you. And so just wanted to bring this to people's attention. We at Public Health, we had at the last board meeting, we had asked to come back for an ELC update on incentives. We've since learned that the ELC funding is not eligible for incentives. And so we feel that it's probably in the county's best interest is to default to the governor's incentive plan. And then our PIO was working with some of our local businesses to see if they wanted to provide some local incentives, not cash monetary incentives from the county. And so we just wanted to provide a brief update on that. Many of you may have seen that we posted a banner on San Benito Street talking about the vaccine and some other outreach efforts. We've continued to message the My Turn app and partner of this, and the banner was done in partnership with the city of Hollister. There are also several health officer interviews on this local Spanish radio station, as well as La Campesina Health. There will be a video ad at the movie theater starting July 2nd. We have several things on our social media pages. There is also agricultural worker worksite outreach that our public health is conducting, as well as grocery store outreach. at the Hollister Super Grocery Store and Windmill Market. Our staff is going out there and just talking with individuals and ensuring that they're aware of the sites that we have. I also did want to just really quick update you that our vaccine site will be transitioning from Rancho to below our public health department out on Tres Pinos Road. It hasn't transitioned yet, but when it does, we'll ensure that we message it out. And we're working with My Turn and OptumServe to ensure that everyone is advised that their appointment times will change. And so we're being really proactive in that. And so I just wanted to let you know that it will be shifting. Our tentative date is June 14th. But we will, once we finalize the date, we will ensure that everybody is aware of the shift. Outside of that, that was it for our presentation. We did want to get some direction from the board on the next steps for COVID-19 updates. Since the next board meeting is after June 15th, and CAO Espinoza may want to comment a little bit on that as well.
Okay, so no comment from you. Okay, any questions from the board as to the presentation? And I know a question was raised about us interrupting the presentation and the presenter. So I want to, before we go further, I want to iron that out, please, because as I said, this is our board, and I don't want any disharmony up here. And so what is the will of the board in terms of, if you have a question in the middle of a presentation, would you want us to go ahead and interrupt or wait until the presentation is completed?
Madam Chair?
Yes.
I totally appreciate Supervisor Tiffany's inquisitiveness, and him and I get along great, so there's nothing personal here. I just think that in light of time that we've been taking in these meetings, we just discussed the consent agenda issue. When you halt the presentation and we get into a whole level of dialogue, it really halts the rhythm of the meeting. Really, ideally we all speak once. You collect all your thoughts and put them out there. We might have a debate and go back and forth, but if we have multiple debates on one issue, we're gonna be here till 8 o'clock tonight. That's all. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Ms. Chair. Yeah, I think on passionate items for sure, the question arises in the midst of the statement, right? And sometimes when you have a presentation, things graze right by you. There's so much information to digest. I would rather be due diligent and piece it apart. And I think the best time to answer a question is when the question comes up. So if we truly want to be successful about making sure that we're understanding the outcomes of our decisions, then they should be inclusive of dialogue, not a monologue, right? Where a presenter tells us what they're telling us, and then we listen, and then we have 100 questions after that.
Supervisor Tiffany?
I can see both sides. I do think that when there's a specific question that comes to mind, if you can quickly, of course, the problem is often what you think is going to be a quick question is not a quick question. Mm-hmm. I also agree, though, with Supervisor Kosmicki that we are trying to move these meetings along a little quicker. I don't know if we want to break any records with 8 p.m. would probably break a record, so hopefully not. But my comment would be Madam Supervisor, Madam Chair, I think it's difficult to have a hard, fast rule. This is my personal opinion. I think that we should be mindful of what Supervisor Kosmicki said and try to be more concise and say what we have to say, but I think we do need the flexibility to allow supervisors to ask specific questions when they come to mind or when there is a real important point they want to make. Those would be my comments.
Oh, thank you for that one, because I didn't know what I was. I like you. Oh, sorry. I like you and, want the flexibility. But as Supervisor Hernandez says, when you're passionate, you're passionate. I'm going to ask that all of us just be mindful. And so I'm not going to set up an established procedure, wait until after or interrupt. I'm just asking that we be respectful. And so when we do interrupt a speaker in a presentation, we just make sure we stay mindful and keep it to the point of whatever the item is in front of us and not go off into tangents. And I did tell our CAO that should I become chair that I was going to be using this gavel more so. So gentlemen, when you hear me hit the gavel, I don't want to have to yell out point of order, but it sounds like for me it might have digressed from a place where it's the item on the agenda. So I will be using the gavel more. And so we'll leave it as is, but just be mindful of the presenter and respectful. But if you've got a burning, pressing issue, I don't want you to be stifled either, okay? So Tracey, was that the extent of the presentation?
Yes, that concludes our presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, since it's 11:59, let's go ahead and take an AM.
You want to open
Madam
up to the
Chair.
public, please?
Public comment.
And I have
Okay.
comments on this issue that are separate from,
The item's not-
I mean, we
Okay.
haven't even talked about any of it.
Oh, okay. We're learning here, Mr. Kosmicki. We're learning. All right. So, members of the board, you have something to say? Or would you like to open up to public comment first?
I was
Okay.
going to recommend going to the public first.
Okay,
and
so
then-
let's, Madam Clerk, let's go ahead and go to public comment for item 23 only at this point.
On Zoom, please press the raise your hand icon or *9 on your phone. You've been unmuted. Please state your name and you have 3 minutes.
My name is Courtney Evans. You should be ashamed of yourselves, every single one of you. Terminate the local health emergency as required. Pass a resolution denouncing the requirement of any vaccine verification. reaffirm this county's board commitment to upholding California Civil Code 51, which prohibits discrimination. Health and Safety Code 24171, 24172 declares the individual's rights to determine what is done with their own bodies without duress, coercion, or influence. Every single one of you have talked about, excluding Mr. Hernandez, about incentivizing and forcing vaccines onto people and then determining verification of who's vaccinated or not. You continue to try to bully. You continue to try and silence this community. You have infiltrated our freedoms and you are trampling on our children. You tried to arrest me this morning. I requested to see a judge and the judge denied me my right. I am tired of our board not representing the people. Shame on you. Stand for the law. Stand for your oath of the Constitution. You are trampling and being a disgrace to every human being who has given their lives for our freedoms on this land. We are created equal. I intend to fight for that, and I intend to continue to speak up for that. You will not silence me. You will not bully me. My business has been open since last May, almost 10,000 visits, not one case of COVID. You are using the state and the governor, and you are committing fraud, tyranny, and you should be ashamed of yourselves. I will not be silent, and I will continue to support others to do the same. Shame on every one of you. Uphold the Constitution. Uphold your oath. Right now, other counties are legally holding you responsible, and I will follow their map. Lee Dundas out of Orange County is a foot soldier, a strong woman speaking up for every human, equality, and rights. Stand up.
Thank you for your comment. As I stated previously, that we do have procedures and guidelines here in the board, and failure to comply with the guidelines will require me to close the session. So for members in the chamber, please keep your comments to yourself. The speaker, whatever their position is, they have the right to speak unobstructed, and even though you may agree with the speaker, please, I don't want to have to institute these guidelines, but I will if I have to. Okay. Are there any other comments on Zoom? Can you please take a seat? We will go ahead and go to public comment in a moment, and you have an opportunity to speak as soon as we hear from Zoom, okay? Okay, thank you. Go ahead.
You've been unmuted. Please state your name and you have 3 minutes.
Hello, this is Rob Bernosky. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello, this is Rob Bernosky. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak on this issue. This is a big concern, and in full disclosure, everybody in my immediate family has been vaccinated. I am a believer in the COVID-19 vaccinations and other ones that people normally take. But I'm just really bothered that we as society and you as County Board of Supervisors, you have the right either implicitly or explicitly to force somebody to inject a medicine that is largely, untested. This is all new. The technology is new and stuff. And it would, I do have members of my extended family who do not want to be vaccinated. And we don't hold them out. No, you can't come here. No, you can't be with the baby. You can't do this or that. It's their choice. And it just really bugs me that, and again, Mr. Tiffany, I've always had high regard for you and your opinions. We've always gotten along. And but when you're telling people if you haven't been vaccinated, you must wear a mask, well, you're holding them as lepers. And I wouldn't want to do that to my employees or my family members or churchgoers. If you've been vaccinated, what are you worried about? Right? And if you are deathly afraid of COVID-19, why does the majority of the world have to stay inside or be subject to restrictions when you are making the choice to stay inside if you're deathly afraid of something. So we're getting there. Don't get me wrong. I too would encourage people to get the vaccinations, but I would never want to use the heavy hand of government to force that on someone who is deathly scared of vaccinations. Just like we all know people who are deathly afraid, either justly or unjustly, of COVID-19. There are people that are just as afraid of vaccinations, including a new one like this. And so I just would hope that you have keep that in mind in your minds and hearts that, other people have opinions too, and they're just as valid. Don't use your heavy hand to the dais there to force things on people that they don't want. Thank you very much. That concludes my comments.
No more comments on Zoom.
So if you have a public comment here from the chambers, you may come up. Please state your name. One at a time, yes.
Thank you very much for hearing us speak today. My name is Chris Evans. I'm a resident here in Hollister, class of '98 grad, and my family and I moved back to Hollister years back, obviously wanting to continue the great traditions of our town and the great people that are here, and we wanted our families to be in this environment. I think I'm here. My ex-wife is, you may or may not know, is the young lady that you deal with outside. And her and I have had extensive agreements and disagreements on different topics, as you do in marriages and things like that. And I'll be honest with you, I have kind of disagreed with her methods on how to approach the situation. But I have to stand up for her strength in doing what she's doing, because I believe she speaks for a lot of people here in Hollister, and many of you know, us Hollister people, we don't want to stand up and talk a whole bunch. We want to go about living our lives. We want to enjoy this beautiful land that we have. We want to be philanthropists. We want to help out. We want to make our community better. And I think what's going on right now, I have to completely agree with Mr. Bernowski, and I've had disagreements with Mr. Bernowski in the past as well. Obviously not publicly, but disagreed with different things. But I have to agree with him. I have to agree that, your guys' job is not to be that heavy hammer. We got to be able to people have to have choice. Now, I believe in vaccinations. My ex-wife does not. My son has never had a vaccination in his life. And we fought for this. We've fought for these exemptions. My son has never been sick. He is the epitome of health right now as an 8-year-old boy, because he has been raised the right way, fed the right foods, taught to exercise, taught all these positive qualities that make a healthy individual. And we have really tried to raise our children healthy so that their immune systems will fight these things off naturally. Okay, I don't believe in throwing medicines, just like we don't believe in here in California. We're cutting back on pesticides. Everything's going organic. We're doing the same things to our body. And I understand that's your choice, and I get it, if that's what you want to do. But we got to leave that choice for people. There's medical exemptions right now, also with the schools that are getting ignored. And I just don't think that's right. And so I appreciate you guys letting us speak on this. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Hi everyone. My name is Celeste. I was born and raised in Hollister. So first of all, I want to emphasize that the vaccine is not FDA approved. So how can we enforce it upon our children for them just to attend school or whatever? It's not FDA approved. So let's say once it becomes FDA approved, then possibly I will consider it for myself and my family. But it's not. It's only under emergency use. And I think by now, most of our community that wanted the vaccine have been vaccinated. And I think I believe our cases last week, since I checked, was one case and no new cases, right? So for Bob Tiffany to state that we haven't reached herd immunity, or for Dr. Geller wants to emphasize bringing more vaccine or getting the community vaccinated, it's a little nerve-wracking because we have one case in our community. So come on, I'm there with the program. So also when I go out to restaurants, people are sitting down. I mean, I don't know how many times I have to tell you, we put on our mask to get in, we sit down and we start eating. So COVID's not around when we're eating. So please, okay, we already have one case. We need to get over this. So do not enforce vaccines younger than 12. I think that's the limit. I have a 7-year-old, I will not get vaccinated. And if I have to remove from public education, then I will. But right now, I think public education is the best way to go. We've all been in public school, unless you had the funds to go to private. But please do not enforce vaccines on my children. I cannot take that. And I have 57 seconds, so I will stand here until I'm ready to speak or not speak. But it's ridiculous for you to say, oh, we need to enforce vaccines, especially with Dr. Geller from the Public Health. I will be one of the individuals not being vaccinated. I live amongst vaccinated individuals. And for you to force vaccines upon myself and my body and my children, that is a threat to my family and myself. And I train constantly for life-threatening experiences. And I will take anyone down that threatens my family or myself.
Thank you for your comment. Before the next speaker comes up, I think there's a misconception out there that we are forcing vaccines. We are not. The vaccines are going to be solely voluntarily. I think what the state is trying to do, and as the county, is we're trying to increase our numbers of vaccinated people. And the last speaker was correct. You know, those people who want to get vaccinated, we think that they are, but we are making every possibility available for anyone who wants to get it, who has not had a chance to get it. But please, we are not forcing anyone to take the vaccine. So I understood the concern as a mother. I heard the passion and the pain. And so nobody is forcing you at this dais to get the vaccine. Now, when June 15th comes around and the governor makes his announcement, I'm eagerly listening and waiting for his direction so that we can share it. I had a phone call with the CAO and I says, well, we're going to have a meeting on June 8th. We're going to have one on June 22nd. Well, what happens on June 15th? And the uncertainty is killing me, but there will not be any forced vaccinations. Please understand that. Not in this county, and I don't even believe at the state level, but I do not think anyone's going to be forced to accept the vaccine. Okay. Next speaker. Thank you.
My name is Esther, and the reason that I'm here today is because I am a Christian. I've been a Christian for 32 years. I'm not a Muslim, yet I have to wear a mask. Thank God in our church they're being more lenient as far as forcing people to wear masks. God breathed his breath into a man when he created him, and he gave us that God-given right to breathe. And when you force people to wear a mask, you're trampling, literally trampling on my rights as a Christian to not cover my face in public places. I hate these masks. They do nothing. Dr. Fauci, he's on the run, and he's the one that said that we had to wear these masks. Well, these masks don't work. You're also trampling on my rights when you say that I have to get a vaccine, and you say there's no cures out there. There's a lot of cures out there for COVID, but you refuse to use them. Why? Because you keep pushing this dark agenda of this vaccine like it's a miracle, like it's just going to save everybody. Well, let me tell you what. The only one that can save you is Jesus Christ, not a vaccine. not a mask. I have my faith in God. I don't need a mask. I don't need a vaccine, but I have to be forced in here to talk to you and wear this mask. And you guys don't understand that you are following a dark agenda from the Governor Newsom to have everybody masked, an evil, dark agenda. And you need to look at that. But because you guys forcing us to wear these masks and promoting these vaccines, you're doing the work of the devil. And God's going to hold you accountable for that. He will. I'm here to tell you that. He's going to hold you accountable for all the evil, wicked decisions that you bring upon us as people. You're here to serve us, to work for us, to keep us safe, not to be forcing us to run around not being able to breathe properly and giving us these vaccines that have animal viruses, adenovirus vector, which is a chimp virus in the vaccine, and dead aborted fetal cells in the vaccine. These are crimes against humanity, and you need to wake up. You need to wake up and see what's really happening because you're being blinded. And you know what? You don't have to do what the governor tells you. You do it because you choose to, because you feel you're doing your job. Well, you're not doing your job when you're forcing us to live under this tyranny. You're not. And I pray God helps you in all the decisions that you make.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hi, my name is Kendall Evans. You know my mom very well, and you just saw my father speak. I personally have not been vaccinated for a really long time, and I've never been sick in my life. I know people who get the flu vaccine, never gotten one, never had the flu. So as someone who hasn't been vaccinated, and I won't get vaccinated, I won't be pressured to get vaccinated. Bob Tiffany, you said, can we mandate the vaccine in schools? Are you really going to stop my education, the education of people in this county and in this state, and my siblings' educations because we don't want to get vaccinated? You can't tell students they can't learn because they won't get a vaccine. It's sad. I want to grow up and I want to teach kids, but I want to teach them that they have a choice. In the Constitution, they give us a choice. And you can't mandate or ask to mandate a vaccine. It's ridiculous. I will not get vaccinated. I will not be pressured to get vaccinated. And it shouldn't even be an idea in your guys' mind to even think about that option. You can't force people to get vaccinated. It's their right. And you can't take that away. It's in the Constitution. And the Constitution stands above everything else. So really think about that. Are you really going to stop the education of future students over a vaccine? We have been alive for so many years. We have gotten through viruses before. Yeah, it's really upsetting how people have died from them. And it's heartbreaking to their families, and my heart and my prayers go out to them. But you can't stop the education of future human beings that are going to be up there in 20 years because you want to mandate a vaccine. I will not, and I will continue to fight for my right for education, my siblings' right for education, and every student's right for education. You can't mandate a vaccine, and you shouldn't be thinking about it. You're going to stop my education over a vaccine, over a virus that I haven't even caught, that I will probably never catch. I don't even get the flu, and you're going to stop my education over a vaccine. That's ridiculous. I'll wear a mask if someone asks me to because I'm being respectful to their business. I put my mask on even though I don't like wearing it. But you will not force me to put something in my body that I don't want. And you can't force other people to do that. Thank you.
Madam Chair, can I just make a quick comment?
Yes, you may.
Again, there's really a misunderstanding here. I asked a question in regards to schools and vaccinations. I am not suggesting that vaccines be mandated. And as Supervisor Gonzalez said, we're not up here saying that we're going to force people to get vaccinated, whether it be in the schools or otherwise. I am encouraging, just as the doctors are, encouraging everyone to get vaccinated because I think it's the right thing to do, and it will help the entire community in the long run. And I'm encouraging those people who are not vaccinating to respectfully wear face masks when they are around other people. But no one is mandating or suggesting that vaccines be mandated or be forced on people. There's a real misunderstanding going on here. Thank you.
Any other public comments? Okay, I'll bring it back to the board. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't see your hand. My apologies.
I think I owe you a slip or two, right? You guys are now taking slips. Okay. So I think I'll start with, I stand here before you as an independent thinking woman who makes her decisions based on her own research and her own education. No one in this community speaks for me when I'm speaking up here in the dais, whether it's somebody on Zoom or whether somebody that came up and spoke here today with regards to COVID. First of all, I'd like to start off with the Occupational Safety and Health Administration falls under the United States Department of Labor. You are correct, Supervisor Hernandez. It's not an elected position, but it is a position where people are appointed and where it allows the person, the employee, the right to work in a place that is safe. I'm not going to give you the history. You've been researching it a lot yourself, so why don't you go look at the history of why the Labor Department came about. As far as the report with regards to the agricultural workers do not only shop at grocery stores named Hollister Super or Windmill. They also shop at the other local grocery stores. So if the staff or the health department is going out there, I suggest you go out to the other local grocery stores and not just those two. It's kind of insulting to me as a Latina that say that, and a former farm worker, that those are the two places you're concentrating on when they shop at all other stores. There's a misunderstanding with regards to the vaccination. And I'm not surprised that the people that have spoken here today, that the misunderstanding comes from them, that they're being forced to get a vaccination. They obviously don't understand what's going on. They've all spoken that they're not going to be forced. That never came about. That's the whole misunderstanding of these people. I have a right to walk into a place and know that I'm going to be safe because people have either have been vaccinated or because they're wearing a mask. I will continue to wear a mask because I am doing it to feel safe and to make other people feel safe. No one knows what the face looks like of a person that's been vaccinated. No one knows the face of a person who is immune compromised. And I will do it for those people because I respect the other individuals. No one knows what the face looks like of someone who's has been compromised. Whether you went through chemotherapy or you're about to go through chemotherapy. So do it for the respect of others. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Suzanne Garcia. I'm a resident of Hollister. So my first question is, was or was there not oath sworn for each individual in here to support the public? Were your oaths to support the people, or was it to support your individual opinions as board members? Because right now, or what I've seen so far since the beginning of the pandemic, the public's voice has not been heard. And you guys are basically just implementing these policies based on a false state of emergency, local emergency. So I ask you, when has there ever been a time in history when artificial immunity has outperformed our natural immunity? Also, our natural antibodies have always lasted a lifetime or close to it. Where is the evidence that shows that this experimental vaccine will outperform or outlast our natural immunity? Again, I know there has been comments in reference to a forced vaccination or mandated. However, I haven't heard anybody touch on the whole informed consent. Has anybody addressed VAERS, the vaccine adverse reaction system, which is a passive surveillance system Nobody's talked about the mortality rate. Currently, as of May 28th, 21, there's been reported of 5,165 deaths. And that's not taking into account any of the severe reactions that have taken place since then. And again, in reference to the masks, as of May 5th in Florida, Informed Consent Action Network provided legal representation in Florida, which resolved in the dismissal of mass citations because it was unlawful to enforce those mandates. So again, if it's unlawful and this court hearing is setting a precedent for the mask and it being illegal and violating our constitutional and civil and religious rights, why are we still requiring masks? Again, I mean, why are we ignoring our natural immunity and saying that the mask, if someone already had COVID, why are they required to wear a mask? Because that natural immunity should surpass or supersede the vaccine. And we're all of a sudden assuming that our immune system has mutated to where this artificial immunity is going to provide better resistance against this virus.
Thank you. Let's keep the comments to ourselves, members of the audience, please. What is, any comments or concerns from the board?
Madam Chair?
Yes.
First of all, I want to publicly state that I resent the hate speech that we heard here during public comment. And I want to make sure that we as a board and our new chairperson is willing and ready to shut those people off the moment that they put out hate speech like that. I want to apologize to the Muslim community here in San Benito County. That in no way does that reflect the feelings of this board, and I don't believe this community, and I don't want to see that again personally. So I just want to say that. As far as the presentation today, I'm thankful that we're in the yellow tier. I know that happened with just a couple weeks left before the reopening. That seems to have been lost somewhat here today. And so I think that I really want to say that really does stand out to me as an accomplishment for this community. If we go back to January or so, we were one of the worst counties in the state when it came to infection rates, hospitalization rates, death rates, and now we're one of the best. And I think that says a lot for the leadership of this community, and I think it says a whole lot for the diligence and commitment of our public health staff and the rest of our staff that's been committed to this issue. So I do want to say that publicly. I think that's a big deal. We went 8 straight days with 0 cases, newly reported cases last week. And let's just keep it up. Let's keep it going. As far as outreach, again, we really need to keep up aggressive outreach, especially when it comes to the 12 to 15-year-old range. We saw there's about 25% during the presentation. We got to notch that number up. I would just really highly encourage everyone who's on the fence, whether it's yourself or whether it's the decision you're making for your 12 to 15-year-old, please consider getting vaccinated. It's proven these are healthy. This is a credible these are credible vaccinations, and the only way that we are going to reach herd immunity is through getting, or the only way we're going to get out of this pandemic is by reaching herd immunity. So I continually want to very strongly encourage our residents to get vaccinated. I got vaccinated. I feel great. And the first day that our 12-year-old could get vaccinated, we signed him up and got him vaccinated. And so I just, again, appreciate our all the healthcare workers that are committed to this. Again, June 15th, as far as I know, June 15th, we're reopening as a state. So I'm not sure really, there seems to be a lot of misinformation that's being put out there. And, we're reopening on June 15th, and we as a county are committed to following the state's rules. We saw that during the presentation, and I think that's a good thing. I think it's a sign that we've turned that corner. And so, again, June 15th, we're reopening. So I just want to make it clear that that's the accurate result. And frankly, I don't know where all this information came from, and I think it just really dilutes to me the progress that we've made as a community, largely because of the efforts to get our residents vaccinated. No one is getting forced to get vaccinated. That is a complete, I don't use the L word, but it's a lie. I don't use it often, but it's a lie. And it's really disdainful that people get up in public and communicate lies. And it just makes me, honestly, I don't get into partisan politics, but it makes me think of the partisanship that we've seen on the national level. It's just, we can't have that locally. I would suggest, I saw the zip codes, the disparity in the zip codes. I know that some of those are areas with lesser populations, but I would suggest maybe we can look at, and this is maybe something on the ad hoc level, that maybe we can look at doing some targeted digital advertising specifically to those zip codes, just to push out to those 2 zip codes that are Facebook ads, in particular Google ads. There's different ways you can put in a zip code and target those areas. That might be the best way to do that. And then 57% overall. I think that's a good thing. We're continuing to inch our way towards 70 to 80%. Let's keep that going. And otherwise, that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Supervisor Hernandez?
Yes, thank you, Ms. Chair. I try really hard to measure my words because I want to make sure, and I agree with you, Supervisor or Chair Gonzalez, we have to create continuity and clarity, and there's got to be a sense of relationship so that we make sure that we move forward. So when I heard what you shared, Supervisor Kosmicki, it was kind of all over the place, but the biggest thing that really stood out to me is this assumption, and this is just my honest opinion based off of the facts, that we somehow, as a governing agency, created a policy that controlled a virus. Right? Just think about that sentiment. We controlled a virus. We kept it from infecting people, and therefore the consequence of that decision was we saved the community. I've never assumed myself to be God. I know I'm not him. But my point is I think the fear, and this is where even delegating the conversation to make sure to have continuity even with the public, is not so much that, and you're right, no one's ever said force. Actually, the last meeting we had, the doctors mentioned that it's not force, it's, at will, but it's where it's headed, right? So, and I said that at the last meeting. So at the last meeting, we talked about creating 2 separate classes. That's not the words that were said, but that's in essence what the direction that we were going, right? We were saying the vaccinated, we're going to reward them, or those to be vaccinated versus those that are non-vaccinated, right? So it's 2 separate classes. So just picture the reality of what this, in referencing actually what has happened, which is Santa Clara basically officially adopted a policy where they're forcing the public to get vaccinated, right? They're saying we have to honor the EEOC, the OSHA. We have to do what they say. And in their own language, I have right here a certification of vaccination status. It's from Santa Clara County Public Health. It says, please note that you are required to provide accurate information about your vaccination status in response to the questions below, or alternatively, may decline to provide your vaccination status. The funny thing about that language is I can tell it was probably attorneys, no offense to anybody in the room, wrote it, because what happens when you don't declare, right? So you're basically saying, I'm not going to tell you that I'm vaccinated. And there it goes on to say, basically, if you didn't say you're vaccinated, by default, we're going to put you in the box of non-vaccinated. You've officially become in that box. You're creating this process that basically forces, and now especially with OSHA, very clear, right? What happens in a business environment when now everybody, if you have 100 employees, 99 of them are vaccinated, one of them isn't, whether they disclose or not, all 100 still have to wear a mask. So picture that. You have 99 people against the one. Tell me that's not coercion. Tell me that's not division. The hardest part about this, and to a certain extent creating consistency with what has happened historically with the state, is we want to make the rules, you counties have to adopt them and enforce them, and when there's collateral damage from your community being divided, it's not our problem.
Point of order.
So it's,
Point of order, I don't want to get too far off this. As I said, on June 15th.
I wasn't done with my statement,
I
Ms. Chair.
understand, but I'm just saying in terms of where you're coming from, we're just trying to accept this presentation. We're not deciding anything, we're not voting on
I
anything.
understand, Mr. Chair.
And I do not want to get into a diatribe here of, you know, and again, I understand and I respect that you're a business owner, but we are just trying to accept the report. I believe that we need a meeting sometime near or around the 15th, so that way we as a board have a consensus of how and where we're going forward. Because I too am concerned on the 15th, and I understand about the CAOSHA, I understand about the uncertainty, and that concerns me. So if you can wrap it up and try to stay
Yes, Ms. Chair.
pertinent to this presentation, thank you.
So on that note, the request, which I don't think I'll get support, but nonetheless, it's a request. And it really is to protect the liability of the community, or the community and the county, right? Because under the EUA, coercion cannot happen. So we either say, openly declare we're not going to coerce, right? We're not going to force anybody. Doesn't mean you guys can't do what you want with incentives or whatever. Obviously, I'm not supportive of it. But my point is, if to have true informed consent, right? Let's speak to the reality of what the businesses are having to adopt to a certain extent, or being forced like they're having to adopt according to the state mandates through an unelected agency. But yeah, so if we could support, I would like to have the board direct staff to bring back a resolution similar to what was adopted in White Pine County. I already forwarded that info to county council, which would prohibit any entity in San Benito County from establishing a vaccine requirement or the requirement to present proof of a vaccine, and which would adopt additional protections for individual persons and religious freedom to make medical decisions, and which would emphasize the need for additional education to the business community about actions that would be prohibited under the resolution. And lastly, to direct staff and medical providers to provide more information to individuals so they can make an informed choice about vaccination. The only thing that was missing is under the Emergency Use Authorization Act, right? All I'm asking is informed consent. You guys should know that if you guys decide to go down this route as businesses, you can't blame the county because we're not requiring it. You guys are basically doing what the state is telling you to do. And if it gets you sued, that's not anything that we told you to do. It's just it's not forcing either way. I think it's a very neutral position. I think it's a fair position. And I think the public would I think it would unify the public, if not, all the better for it.
I think in terms of fair, open, honest discussion, that I would support bringing that resolution forward for an open dialogue at that time on all the points, positive or negative, on this resolution. I don't know what it looks like, so yes. Okay. Okay, so can we see it on a future agenda item in terms of how we would respond as a board to that?
Sorry, so place it on the next agenda?
Please, that's sufficient. Okay, so June
Appreciate it, Ms.
22nd. Okay, Supervisor Tiffany?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, we can certainly discuss it at the next meeting, and by then we'll have clarity from the state. But once again, I don't want to beat a dead horse here, but certainly no one up here is forcing anyone. I think we'll see what comes out of the state. We are not Santa Clara County. But I think it is lost, and I think Supervisor Kosmicki's point is very valid, and it should not be lost. You know, it's ironic that one of the speakers brought up, we have one case and made the comment that let's get real here. Yeah, let's get real here. You know why we have one case, or we had 8 straight days of no new cases? And we've seen this through, out the country, is because of the success of the vaccines and because of the success of wearing face masks. We would not otherwise be in this position. When when, you know.
Can I ask you a question, Supervisor Supervisor?
Let me just finish. When the three of us were new to the board in January, we were in terrible shape as a county, as Supervisor Kuzmicki said. You know, there's a reason why we are in such much better shape. It's because of vaccinations. It's because of when we didn't have vaccinations, being careful, social distancing, wearing face masks. They work. Vaccinations work. But no one is going to force anyone. And I would be highly surprised if the state on June 15 is going to force anyone. So anyway, you know, those are my comments. I would just once again encourage everyone to get vaccinated, and I think it's the best thing for all of us. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
I just had a question for you, Supervisor Tiffany. So how much, you know, and it's not a facetious, it's honest. How much do you think our policy as a county, right, with the masks and the enforcement, right, our own policies, how much did it impact the workforce that leaves our county?
How much in the workforce?
Yeah, did it change the outcomes of our county based off of our rules, basically? So from what I'm hearing is what we did is slow down this virus.
Yeah, I think absolutely.
So what about the commuter that leaves our county? How much did our rules affect that? And we have, what, 60% of our workforce from San Diego County?
Well, those commuters were going into Santa Clara County, Monterey County, where they had similar kind of policies. And if we were an island and we were the only ones enforcing it or encouraging face masks or the only ones with vaccinations, then yes, there'd be a problem. But fortunately, we're surrounded by other counties that also have those policies. I mean, you know, I'm a believer in science, and you know, it's been shown, and the proof is in the pudding, as they say. One case, 8 straight days of no cases. Let's keep that going. I mean, that's a positive thing.
I appreciate what you're saying, and just my final point, just to be clear, when the lockdowns first happened, we didn't lock down till March. What was it, 17th CAO? It was March. You know, we all as a board agreed and adopted it. The CDC, Dr. Fauci, said that, actually, I'm sorry, it was our doctor, mentioned that he thought this virus was around since November, maybe December. So that means we had 6 months of no rules. And by, I think, March, we had a minute amount of cases, but we had this reason to lock down, right? It was Super Bowl Sunday when CAO Espinoza called me and said, hey, we got the first official case in San Diego County. So just putting it in context, it might have had an impact. I have a hard time believing it was the sole reason. But nonetheless, my biggest point is there's a lot of variables. It's a virus, right? It's not that easy.
And as such, I don't think that Supervisor Tiffany can answer the questions that you posed to him. You know, the three of us here were new and sworn in January. And so I'll keep my comments to myself until we discuss the resolution when it comes back after June the 15th. So, okay, so I thank you very much, Tracey, for the...
Madam Chair, one question, I slightly different. Do we, I'll direct this to Ray, do we have to do anything today in regards, we had an enforcement thing in place, and it was going to, I think, expire.
Supervisor Tiffany, can we hold that conversation until after June the 15th? And the reason I say that is because...
Yeah, I would rather hold it. I just didn't know if we needed to do something, that's all.
It's just that...
No, there's no need to do anything at this point. I think we still have tremendous unclarity of what's going to happen.
From the state.
From the state. So I think we do need to hold off. And then at our next meeting, we can discuss it.
That's
Definitely.
fine. That's good.
And
Thank
we'll
you.
allow plenty of time for input and conversation, in all aspects of that. Yes. Okay, so thank you very much, Tracey, for that presentation. I'm looking at the clock, and it's almost time for lunch. However, we have not given the morning break as I would like, so let's do a 7-minute break really quickly. This was not an item that needed to be voted on or anything like that. So let's just take a quick break, and then possibly listen to the Joe Paul's presentation right after that, and then kind of see where it falls in terms of lunch. But I do want to make sure that we have that morning break. So let's take a 7-minute break. That would take us to 11:52. So. back to order. Item 24.
Still,
There you go. Now
still
it's
good
officially
morning.
time.
Still good morning, Madam Chair and Board of Supervisors, and congratulations on the chairmanship.
Thank you.
Well, your chairmanship was really a result of the resignation of Mark Medina, Supervisor Medina, as of yesterday, effective yesterday. So today before you is an item to determine how the vacancy will be filled. There are 3 government codes that determine a county supervisor vacancy. And each of them are only 1 sentence long. So a lot is inferred in those 3 code sections. Only 2 of them are relevant to filling a vacancy created by Supervisor Medina's resignation. So Government Code 25060 reads, whenever a vacancy occurs in the Board of Supervisors, the governor shall fill the vacancy. The appointee shall hold office until the election and qualification of his or her successor. I lied, that was 2 sentences. Before you today is a resolution to ask the governor to fulfill his obligation under this code section to appoint a successor to Supervisor Medina. And we hope that the governor will fulfill that obligation in a expeditious manner. And we don't control that process. That process will be controlled by the governor's secretary. The actual filling of the rest of the term of the vacancy will be governed by Government Code 25061, which calls for the vacancy to be filled at the next general election, which will be on November 8th of next year. There's no primary election for a filling of a supervisor vacancy. It occurs only in the general election, as occurred with the filling of the vacancy that occurred last year. Are there any questions from the board?
Madam Chair.
Yes, go ahead, Supervisor.
Thank you. So I do have questions. I have a couple comments. I think first of all, there's 3.5 years left on the term. That's quite a long time. That concerns me when we get into doing appointments for a year and then doing an election. We just preliminarily approved a pay increase that sort of proclaims this as a full-time job. We're basically asking somebody to potentially leave their career, for what could be either a year-long position or, 3 years or a year and then another 2 years for somebody if they were elected in November of 22. To me, the appointment processes are inherently flawed, and that there's a reason why we hold elections, frankly. I personally would like to hold off if we can for, I guess it would be about a month to figure out if the state is going to set that date for a recall election in, I believe you said they have a time frame. And if they set it, I'm wondering how much time do we have if we decided to hold off, see if they set a recall election for November of this year. And if they don't, obviously we can't go forward with a special election and we have to do the appointment. But if they do set that date and we do have enough time to do the proper noticing, I support a special election this year, if at all possible. And so that's essentially my comments. Thank you.
Supervisor Hernandez?
Thank you, Ms. Chair. I Would agree with Supervisor Kozmicki. I mean, if there's an opportunity for us to have it go to the public, I think that's the way it normally works. But I understand Joe Paul's quandary. I know that there's got to be decision made because there's a process, and ultimately the filing period has to be, 114 days, right? So there's all these expectations that need to be met. I don't want to halt Joe Paul, but I would prefer, so if there's an opportunity, I'd like to see if that opportunity could be fulfilled. I've heard that the special election is a possibility sooner, which I know that might hurt it, because if it doesn't land on November 2nd, that kind of kills the whole thing. So, but a little bit of time, if possible, I think might even clear the air a bit, and those are my thoughts, Mr. Chair.
Supervisor Tiffany?
I guess I agree with both Supervisor Kozmicki and Supervisor Hernandez in that I think an election is certainly a better way to go if we have that choice. I'd be interested, and I don't know if Joe Paul, you can walk us through this. I know there was both you and Joel, if you need to weigh in here. I know you guys did an analysis of, I know we've got a very small window in terms of making a decision about this election, and the question is going to be whether we're going to know in time, when this when the special election is going to be called. If it's called for November 2nd, then we could go ahead. If it's not, then we have to do the governor's appointment. I guess the question is there a downside to, waiting till our next meeting, or maybe, the meeting in July? Maybe you can walk us through the time frame that we have.
Sure.
The only downside might be is it's going to delay the appointment. If we end up with the governor's appointment, which it is probably going to be, that's what we're going to end up one way or another, then we may have delayed the appointment by a few months. But it may be worth waiting if we have a short window to see if something falls the right way.
Ms. Chair, maybe for clarity, can you speak on that, Ray? Is it going to delay it, or?
Well, I would rather leave that to our auditor, controller, elections.
As I was going to suggest,
No, it's a-
allow him to address that,
Sorry.
and then I'll share what I know.
Sure.
Go ahead.
So you have until June 22nd to call the meeting. That's only this month. If you don't call the election at that meeting, there can be no election on November 2nd. So that's really the most important date.
Yeah.
So if you decide that problem is by the 22nd, if the recall election has not been called for that date, then really it would be extremely risky to call the election in spite of the fact that you don't know when the recall election is going to be. Because then you'd be calling an election that may not qualify under Election Code 324 to be a general election. And since Government Code 25061 requires that the filling of the vacancy occur at a general election, then you would have called an election that will not occur.
Right.
And all the publication, all the contracts and agreements that we have to enter into for an election with our election vendors will be, we'll have to cancel those.
And that was my concern, is when you sent your response to the CAO, and he then shared it with us, I saw that as akin to an algebra problem that I'd give to my students. Like, if this happens, and then you do this, and this, and this, and to me, there were too many uncertainties. If this, then that, then this. And so I understand what the other supervisors are saying, if we can hold off, but we really can't hold off. The governor's recall will not be certified, qualified, or whatever until the lieutenant governor does that, and she does not have to do that until August. And so the window is not ours to take advantage, it is at the state level. And so if we went ahead and decided to push forward on the 22nd, then that can all be wasted time, resources, and energy that just get thrown out the window because the time frame won't align with what we need to abide by. So though I appreciate the urgency of wanting to make this a general election issue, in reality, we can't. Now, going back to the appointment process, I took the opportunity to speak with our Assembly Member Rivas when he was in town, and he did say that it would be an appointment process for the first year and a half, which is from Supervisor Medina's vacancy until the November 2022 election, general election. The appointment process is going to take anywhere from 4 to 6 months. So even if there was an appointment, we're looking at this delay period. It will be an application process, and all of the applicants will be vetted and so forth. So, and the governor has his hands full with other things right now, namely reopening the economy of the state of California. And so I think it's going to be in the county's best interest that if we allow the governor to make that appointment for whatever term, whether it's 12 months, 14 months, 18 months, whatever it is, as fast as he can get that appointment taken care of. And then on the November 8th, 2020 general election, as is specified in the procedure, is that then the, either that person who's appointed or anybody else who wants to run for office can then go ahead and put their name as a candidate for the general election for November 8th, 2022. I'm looking at it from a legalistic standpoint. I'm looking at it from a common sense perspective, and I'm looking at not trying to waste time and resources of the auditor, recorder, clerk's office. I don't want to do that. So that's just my 2 cents. Barbara, legal-wise?
Yes. I was going to ask something for a point of clarity. So you mentioned June 22nd. That's the next board meeting.
Yes.
But what's the actual date? What's the actual cutoff date? Because we have the right to do a special election or a special meeting if we need to. So what is...
That is the date. That's the date.
You've counted back the days.
That I would have to publish a notification of the calling of the election.
And so that's 2 weeks. I don't see a reason why we wouldn't give it 2 weeks. See if that happens in 2 weeks. What is 2 weeks when we have 4 to 6 months we're looking at? I still support waiting, at least giving it those 2 weeks, and seeing if by chance the lieutenant governor sets that date. Thank you.
I think what Supervisor Gonzalez was mentioning, which I mean, I still agree with you, Supervisor Kosmicki, but technically it has to be agendized, right? So Joe Paul needs direction on how that agenda item needs to be drafted, so that way everything's in line to be able to hand it off to the governor. So, but if there's a way to amend that process come June 22nd, that date, I don't know, does that mean we propose 2 different items and then the one gets adopted, obviously based off of the current update, or we can only agendize so that way I don't want to create confusion, but how is it possible that if for some reason within 2 weeks we can we find out that yes, it's going to happen November 2nd, that we can, or we maybe the reporting element, right? Maybe 3 days before is kind of the deadline for us. So that way we can update what the request is.
Through the chair, Assistant County Counsel Joel Ellenwood, I've conferred with Mr. Gonzalez concerning these procedures. The deadline for the 22nd is in relation to the need to give 1 week's notice prior to the publication of the notice of election. And that deadline would be the succeeding Friday. So we're really only talking about a difference between the 22nd and the 24th as far as calling a special meeting in order to meet the publication deadline for the notice of election. If the board wish to, they could table the item from today to the 22nd on the offhand chance to see what happens. But the likelihood of there being a decision, there's a deadline for, right now the election isn't officially certified because there's a 30-day period within which voters can withdraw their signature from the petition before it's finally certified by the Secretary of State. And then once the Secretary of State certifies the sufficiency of the petitions, then the Lieutenant Governor has another period of time within which to set the election date. And the probability that that's going to happen between now and June 22nd is very slim, but it is.
It's very slim.
It's theoretically possible. And the other historical fact is that in the only prior governor's recall election, the election was set for a special date, that would not qualify as a general election. It was set in October, and so that's a distinct possibility. So even if the Lieutenant Governor makes a decision, the probability of its being set for November 2nd of this year is very slim. But again, if the board chooses to table this item to the June 22nd meeting, just on the offhand chance to see what happens, that's certainly within your discretion.
If the timing is good for you, Joe Paul, can we then table it and then direct you on that date?
Yes, the board can has the option to wait till the next meeting to make that determination. The last day to remove signatures from the recall petition is today. So the next phase is the Department of Finance is collecting, has actually already collected, has 30 days to do so, to collect what the expected cost of the elections is. And it's been released that the expected cost statewide would be $400 million for a special election date. So once that determination is made, if it's included in the budget, we know it's going to happen in the state budget. So we know it's going to happen, but we still don't know which date. So there's a lot of moving parts.
I know.
And it used to be a lot more definitive prior to 2017 when the legislation changed concerning recall efforts. Now it's a moving target.
So then if we table this until the 22nd, you can come to us on that date and give us a definitive answer that we can go forward with the ordinance, or we can go ahead and just accept the governor's appointment and then wait for the 2022 general election for the remaining 2 years, right?
I guess I would have to rewrite because it would need to incorporate things that are not in this item.
Well, to the board, would it be acceptable with the board if we came and just continued this item to the 22nd? And if there was an election that was if the board decided that it was going to call the election, that it would hold a special meeting at the end of that week to adopt the resolution calling for the election? Or do you want them both on the agenda on the 22nd? So that'd be the other way, because if you're going to hold an election, if there was going to be a special meeting, then we'd develop the resolution for that meeting.
Okay, so then let's go ahead with the special meeting then that week of the 22nd. So we'd have 2 meetings that week. And then just that one special meeting would be for the sole purpose of listening to your item. Does that sound feasible?
24th, is that what we're talking about? Is that the last day?
Is that the 24th, or?
So, but we don't have to set that now, because you could wait until the 22nd to see what's happening.
Okay. Do we have a particular day we're looking at if we did? 25th, 23rd,
So-
24th, 25th?
If we can't, it has to be the
Well, it'd have to be
24th.
24th.
At the latest.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, oh, the 24th,
So
okay.
we-
So then either the 23rd, 24th? Okay,
Yeah.
so we'll table this.
And actually, I would say the 23rd would be difficult because we have our clerk of the boards in our 22nd meeting, so they need to publish it, so it'd have to be the 24th most likely.
Okay.
So we have to be cognizant of that.
Madam Chair, one more point of clarity. Do we have any option to do I know it's cost, but do we have any option to do our own special election in this circumstance?
No.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
So
Good question, though.
just for clarity here, are we going to wait till the 24th to make a?
22nd.
It would,
Well, that's my question. If on the 22nd, a recall election has not been called yet, then we're going to go ahead with
Special meeting.
We are going to go ahead with a special meeting and wait 2 more days?
2 more days, they can make that decision. Sorry.
Okay.
It's possible.
Yeah.
Clarify, the very latest that we would be able to do, we'd have to agendize, make the decision to agendize the special meeting by the 23rd. If we're definitely going to hold a meeting on the 24th regardless.
Because it'd be an emergency meeting, right? 24-hour notification.
so we would need to know by the 23rd. We don't have till the 24th because we have to have it done by the 24th.
Yeah.
So if they come out on the 24th, there's no way we
Yeah,
can do it.
it sounds like the only way we wouldn't have that special meeting on the 24th is if, I mean, we're going to have it, we almost have to have it because we're not going to have on the 22nd the decision to call for the election, and we're going to wait those extra 2 days. So we know we're going to have a special meeting on the 24th is my point.
This is my, just because of staff and time, I would probably recommend that the board go ahead and approve the resolution on the 22nd if obviously, considering if we hear from the state and they agree and it's going to be a general election, and it's contingent that if they say, yes, we're doing it, then we have a special election, that becomes void. Or we go ahead and approve that. I just think it's just too much. I mean, to have another meeting, if we're not gonna.
We'll talk as far as legal about whether we can do a resolution calling for the election contingent upon
exactly.
the election being set.
That's easy.
No later than.
That's what I would recommend doing.
24th.
Yeah.
So we'll have to talk about that.
So table till the 22nd, right?
Second, and then staff will work on it, and we'll come back on the 22nd.
Got it.
Do I need a motion for that?
But we have to have a
public-
public comment.
To your comment, Barbara, you can do a contingent resolution, but the boy, it's not.
See, and that's my
not good
concern.
practice.
That's
Yeah,
my concern
we'll have
with.
to talk.
Yeah,
Yeah.
with what
Yeah, I mean, this is my concern is that we're waiting to the very last minute and we're, and then having, I guess we can just have a special, we can't have a special meeting, I guess.
Well, one other option is we just make a decision on the 22nd. I mean, it's only 2 days.
Right.
And that way we don't have to, or 1 day, because we
Yeah.
would be meeting in the morning.
Yeah.
So the reality is, I suggest we delay it 2 weeks to a regular meeting.
Yeah.
At that time, we can make a choice,
I think staff would appreciate that. That would just make it a much cleaner. Yeah.
So the direction is set for the 22nd, that the item be moved to the governor appointment contingent upon the.
Right, or we call for
updated-
election if by chance
If-
they have.
Yeah.
If they come, and
Yeah.
they do it, then we go
And
there.
if they make the announcement on the 24th, then I guess that was just
Doesn't matter.
bad
Bad
luck.
timing.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
Just as a point of clarification, the governor does not need this board to pass a resolution requesting that he fill the vacancy. That occurs by operation of law. So the notion of passing a resolution is simply to advance that process and to indicate to the governor that you're awaiting his action. The only variable is whether or not there's circumstances that would permit a general election to be called in November of this year. And so, again, you don't have to pass the resolution. You can wait until the 22nd to see if circumstances would support calling an election for this year, but the probability of that occurring is very low.
Madam Chair, if I may, I just want to comment on that. I think based on what transpired at when Supervisor Tiffany came on board, I think it'd be really appropriate for the board to approve a resolution to let our local legislatures know that this is the will of the board. I think it's important that we do that when the time comes.
Okay. So do we have any public comment on this, or even in the chambers or by Zoom?
On Zoom, if you'd like to make a comment, please press *9 on your phone or raise your hand icon. No comments on Zoom.
Any public comment in the chambers? Okay, I see none. What is the will of the board then?
I'll move that we table this item till the 22nd.
Second.
Second. Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
4-0. Thank you. Okay, I'm getting a little note here that we're going to go ahead and adjourn for lunch. Yes. So we're going to take a very short lunch period. Let's say 25 minutes. Was that sufficient? Okay, so in terms of the closed session, do you want to go ahead and read that out for us, please, County Council?
Yes, closed session conference with real property negotiators, Government Code 54954.2 and 54954.5. The property is 1135 San Felipe Road, Hollister, California. Under negotiation is price in terms of payment. The property is owned by TTM Ventures, and the agency negotiators would be Ray Espinoza, Benny Young, Barbara Thompson, Joel Ellingwood, Tracey Belton.
Okay. Are there any comments, public comments for the closed session item?
Comments on Zoom, please press *9 or the raise your hand icon. No comments.
Okay. Any comments here in the chambers? Okay, I see none. So then we'll go ahead and adjourn for lunch, and that would give us 25 minutes. We'll come back here at 12:45.
Yep. Thank you.
12:46 then. 5, okay.
There's many different ways that term limits can be imposed. They can be proposed by the people, or they can be proposed by the Board of Supervisors. Government Code 25,000 sets forth the ground rules for term limits. The first rule is that they have to be prospective only, meaning going forward after the election. The second one is that they must have a vote of the people in order to be imposed. There's many ways to draft a term limit ordinance. The first decision point that the board would have is to whether there's a total cap of a certain number of terms, or whether there's a cap with an ability to have a timeout period and then come back and serve as supervisor again. In conjunction with the ad hoc, the proposed ordinance is drafted right now with a total cap provision. The second issue that the board would have to decide upon is the issue of partial terms. And there's many different ways that could be drafted, but the three ways that are being presented to the board for your consideration today, and I should reiterate that there was a proposed ordinance that was uploaded to the Novus agenda initially, and then there was two alternatives that were uploaded yesterday, and I'll explain all three alternatives. The first alternative, which was the first one that was uploaded, which was indicated any partial term of 2 years, more than 2 years would count as a full term. One difficulty with that is sometimes when a supervisor is elected and takes office in a January, let's say that they're serving a partial term, their term could be 2 years, but sometimes just depending on how the Tuesdays fall, it could be slightly less than 2 years, or it could be slightly more than 2 years. So it's in some ways arbitrary whether or not a term that's roughly 2 years in length, whether that would count for or against serving as a full term. There's other ways to draft it to avoid that issue. First of all, one of the options that was submitted indicated that any portion of a term would count as a full term. And the second option would be any portion of a term 365 days or more which were served would count as a full term. Now, this is just first reading of the ordinance. If the board decided to go forward with it, it would come back for adoption at the next meeting. And in conjunction with that next meeting, we will also propose a resolution calling for the election, because this ordinance would not become effective until after the election if it's approved by the majority of the voters. We anticipate that it will be called for the November 2022 election.
You want me? So let's go ahead and hear from the supervisors, and then we'll go to public comment, because I would like to hear, since this was just introduced to us at the last meeting. Go ahead.
Madam Chair? So Chairwoman Gonzalez and I sat on the ad hoc committee on this, and got this together pretty quick. So I appreciate you, B, and I appreciate Barbara for helping here. So the thinking here was 3 terms. You know, if you get away from it with the break with 4 years and then come back, it's in a sense defeats the purpose of the career politician sort of thing that we're trying to avoid. So just 3 terms total, 12 years, whether you do that in 2 consecutive terms or you come back. And then as far as the appointment factor, that's where it got a bit tricky. And, you know, we talked about the 2 years, but as Barbara mentioned, that you have that, it might be January 2nd 1 year, it might be January 8th. We landed on 365 days just to really simplify this as much as possible. This is going to be on the ballot. You know, we don't want to confuse the public getting into half of a term and then having all this legal language so that it addresses, a multitude of specific situations. So the recommendations were, again, the 365 days or more. So if you're appointed and you serve a year, that counts as a term. And then otherwise, the other option is, any level of time. So basically, there's pros and cons. I'm going to run through this quick. Pros of term limits: you're not overly comfortable in the position. It prevents sort of the rubber stamp reelection that you get with incumbency, oftentimes with name recognition. It promotes fresh ideas and not really making a career out of this. And you know, just recently we had, you know, nothing against former supervisors Botello and De La Cruz, but they served 16 years and De La Cruz pursued 20. I just think that's just too long. We should have goals, and we should accomplish those goals and get out and let somebody else get in there with fresh ideas. We see what happens on the national level. To me, with Congress is a great example of why you should have term limits, because things get really political and poisoned, I think, when you don't. And there's a much higher chance for corruption and different things when people are in office for too long. It also prevents good people. It dissuades good people from running when they just don't think they have a chance because somebody is unbeatable because of their name. The cons, of course, you might have a great leader once in a while, very rare, that is in a career position, and they are just knocking it out of the ballpark constantly. But let's be honest, that's very, very rare, and you have to always balance the pros and the cons. And I think in this case, the pros of term limits far outweigh the cons. So I'm willing to support either the 365 days or the any day. You know, if you serve one day, it's a term. I can go either way, but I'm going to support term limits, whichever route we go. Thank you.
Supervisor Hernandez?
Wow. I agree. Honestly, there's nothing else for me to say.
Is there a preference for you in terms of the 365 days or any portion thereof?
360 days, it counts as a year. Yeah, so 12 consecutive, or 12 years, however that amounts to. Because, yeah, there's subtle, I would say there's nuances to possibilities. You might have gotten sick or something, and you're taking time off, and then all of a sudden you feel good again, and you might want to come back. So, or for whatever the reason, right? You have a family emergency, you had to leave the state. Whatever. I just think it's 12 years serving your community. I think that should be kind of the
Okay. More general than specific.
Yeah.
Okay. Supervisor Tiffany?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I agree with everything that Supervisor Kosmicki and Hernandez said. I'm in favor of term limits. 12 years, I think, is a good number of years. I would go for the 365 days or over, that would be my preference, I guess. But I could go either way. I think it's much clearer with the 365. I'd raised that issue with Barbara yesterday, concerned about the 2 years. Me being a good example, I'm not sure whether I had 2 years or a little bit more than 2 years, a little less, so I think 365 makes it nice and clean. So anyway, I'm supportive of this, with going with the term limits. Thank you.
As am I. I'm very supportive of the term limits. I like the aspect of the 365 because it's clear, it's definitive. What I also like too is that this is going to go to the will of the voters, so that way the voters can go ahead and ratify it one way or the other, or decline it. And so I appreciate that. So the 365 term limit, 12 years max. Whether you serve a partial or a full term, it's 12 years max. Okay.
So let me read the title of the ordinance for the record before we open it to public comment. An ordinance of the San Benito County Board of Supervisors regarding term limits for members of the Board of Supervisors. And if the board does want to proceed with the 365 days or 365 or more days, it would be the option 1 of the ordinances that were uploaded last night.
Okay. Any other comments, supervisors? Okay, if not, then we'll go ahead and open it to public comment. Go to Zoom first, and then go here to the chambers.
If you'd like to make a comment on Zoom, please press *9 on your phone or the raise your hand icon on your screen. You've been unmuted. Please state your name, and you have 3 minutes.
Hello, this is John Freeman. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. I'm going to take a contrary view, probably the unpopular view, but I'm not in particular in favor of term limits. I think legislating is a very hard job. We can see how poorly it's done at particularly at the federal level. And I would like to ask you, if you were going in for brain surgery or open heart surgery, would you prefer someone with 2 or 3 years experience or 15 years experience? I personally am going to take the 15-year experienced person. And I think legislating is hard. It's a balancing of conflicting values and issues. And the more experience you have in that, the better you get at it. And just to be summarily kicked to the curb because of an arbitrary number is not fair to anybody. If the person is not doing a good job, the ballot box comes around in 2 or 4 years and that person can be removed by the public. Thank you.
No more comments on Zoom.
Are there any questions from the chambers? Okay. Yes, I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
public comment. I was gonna say.
Public comment from the chambers, how's that?
My only comment would be, Robert Gibson, my only comment would be that it seems that it should be 3 full terms plus a partial term. So for instance, if Bob were to run again, he'd be limited to 2 full terms. So it isn't 12 years of service, it's 10 years. It just doesn't seem to make sense. If you're running during a special election for whatever reason, I just think it would make more sense to allow a person to do 3 full terms plus any partial term. My only comment. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair. Elia Salinas. So I agree with Robert Gibson. That's the same thing. That's my only question. It's irrelevant whether Supervisor Tiffany is going to or not going to run. It's for the next person and the persons after that. So it doesn't make sense that Supervisor Tiffany would be only eligible to run twice because he wouldn't be able to do the full term. So that gives him that period of time. So I think you need to reconsider that. We're gonna have another supervisor coming on board, and it's only gonna be partial. So it would be full term plus, and we hadn't been put in this position in a long time, and unfortunately, this has happened to us twice now. So you need to consider all the options, the good, the bad, and the what ifs. And I don't believe that was considered. So you need to consider the fact that you want 3 full terms plus, if they've already served a partial, that needs to be put into it, that they're not going to be eliminated because they served a partial. So thank you.
Thank you. And actually, the ad hoc did take that consideration about partial terms, just so that you know. I think that's where the 365 plus came in. The exact terminology was the course of the discussion with legal and so forth. Any other comments here from the public in the chambers? Okay, I see none. And there are no more on Zoom?
No more.
Okay, and I apologize, Mr. Bernowski, that we missed you last time, so I'll go back and double check with Madam Clerk and make sure we don't miss anyone, okay? Sorry about that. Okay, so then what is the will of the board? Any comments, concerns? No? Okay, so let's go ahead and look at this item. I'd like to hear a motion then.
I'll move to adopt the ordinance to implement term limits, a total of three. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Barbara.
I'm sorry. The staff recommendation, I don't know what page it
Yeah,
is.
and I'm trying to find that on the.
Yeah, it would be accept introduction, waive further reading, and continue to June 22nd at 9 a.m. Option 1 is the ordinance as presented to the board. The option 1 of the new ordinance.
Where do you see that on yours?
Staff recommendation.
Oh, okay. But that doesn't say much. It's just.
Right.
Okay. Can I borrow that?
Sure.
Thanks. Yeah, I'll move to approve the staff recommendation, make a motion to accept introduction, waive further reading, and continue to June 22nd for the 9 a.m. for adoption, and that would be option 2 with the 300, option 1 with 365 days.
Yes. Do I have a second?
Thank you.
I'll second.
Okay, so there's been a first and a second. Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, no, so 4-0. Motion passes. Okay, so we'll go on to the next one, and my apologies for jumping the gun here. Item number 26, the proposed ordinance dealing with the, regarding compensation for the Board of Supervisors.
Sorry about that. It's your item. It's to go ahead and consider per staff recommendation to make a motion to adopt the ordinance, amending ordinance number 828 regarding compensation for the Board of Supervisors of San Benito County. So as we heard at the last board meeting, your board opened this item up, and now it's back to your board for a second hearing.
Does the board want to make any comments?
Madam Chair?
Yes.
I want to keep it brief because I know time factor, and we also discussed this thoroughly last week. I'm just going to sort of reiterate a few points. When I ran, I said I wouldn't support compensation increase until employees were brought up to a fair salary level. That happened with the approval in 2020 that's effective in September for the increase of the employees whose classifications were far below the median in the study. Again, I said before, 3 types of people can realistically take on this role: retired folks, people who own a business, and people with a very limited part-time position, and that really very significantly narrows the potential pool of candidates. So really, the main goal here is to increase the professionalism of this full-time job and to really allow for more people to potentially run. I don't think the size of the jurisdiction is the only consideration. There's a geographic market as well. So yes, we are small, and that our salaries should reflect that. But we wouldn't be making nearly what Monterey County and some of these other counties are making. At the same time, you can't just do it based on geography. I mean, I think of a few examples. Just for instance, San Juan Bautista might be 1/20th the size of Hollister, but that doesn't mean, for instance, that their city manager makes 1/20th of the Hollister manager's pay. So there's a balance there. And then otherwise, I also mentioned that we had to have a commitment to term limits for me to support this. And that's all. Thank you.
Okay. Supervisor Hernandez?
Yeah, my intent to support this is more specific along the lines of being more effective as a supervisor. And I know everybody has their varying degree or definition of what that means. For me, it means being able to hire a staff person, which I'm working with county council and staff to draft the language, to consider what that looks like, whether it's an internship with a stipend or some kind of pay. There's legal elements that I can't discuss, but nonetheless, it's to ensure my effectiveness when it comes to representing my constituency. So it is a lot of work. This position carries a lot of weight and burden. There's a lot of different layers of understanding from a broad spectrum when it comes to our responsibilities. So for that said, I know that I know with my business, you got to learn to duplicate yourself. I think in the same context, duplicating yourself as a supervisor creates better outcomes. Thank you, Ms. Chair.
All right. Supervisor Tiffany?
Thank you. Yeah, as Supervisor Kuzmicki said, it's already discussed. I think it's the increase is warranted. It is a full-time job. I think all of us up here are pretty much putting in a full-time job right now as it is. So that's not going to change, but I think it's warranted, and I do think it means that we'll, over the years, get more applicants and people that don't have to necessarily carry 2 jobs, although certainly no one's going to get rich on even after this increase. So I think it's warranted. I was just taking a look at the study that was done. There were 11 other counties that were looked at, both surrounding counties, which are certainly larger, but as I know, being a longtime employer in San Benito County, just because we're a smaller county, the prices, the cost of living, et cetera, is driven really by the counties around us. But of the 11 counties that they looked at in the study, both surrounding ones in similar sized counties from other areas, even with this bump, we would still be less than all but 3 of the counties, and those 3 are all smaller than us. So I think it's a reasonable, fair increase. We are at 90% of the median, which means we're still 10% below the median. And finally, I think, again, with the agreement to go forward with the term limits, no one's going to be looking at this as a career that they're going to have, for years and years. So I'm fully in support of this. Thank you.
Okay, and I'll hold my comments until after we've heard public comment. So do we have anyone on Zoom that would like to make a public comment?
On Zoom, if you'd like to make a comment, please press *9 or the raise your hand icon on your screen. You've been unmuted. Please state your name and you have 3 minutes. You've been unmuted. You've been unmuted. No other comment.
Okay, do we have any public comments from the members of the audience in the chambers? Madam Clerk.
Give it to Ryan.
Yes. Thank you.
So thank you once again for allowing me to address. I think I'm going to shock at least one of you, maybe some of you, because in the past, prior to this meeting, I was very supportive of the pay increases, but I'm withdrawing that, at least for now, because what I observed in this meeting is it just seems like the Board of Supervisors is taking steps and sending overt signals to withdraw from public participation. So your past practice has been, which is sort of like treated as law sometimes, supervisors could be forced to have dialogue by the public pulling an item from the consent agenda. What I heard today is, nope, that's not going to be allowed anymore. And now the proposal is that we have to contact our supervisor, who has no obligation to talk to me or anybody else. My only remedy in that case is to wait until the next election, which could be 4 years. And that's sort of disappointing. And then the other thing was, Madam Chair said she's going to be using the gavel more. And I don't know if she meant just for you Board of Supervisors, but the public as well. But again, we have the right to be heard. And I know that some of the things we say are not popular, and there's a certain group that's really agitated right now, and they're speaking up more. And all I can say is we want to encourage that, because for too long, too many people in this community have ignored what's been going on in these chambers. And I think that's to the public's detriment. So I hear people talking, well, now they're making it a full-time job. But what you're sort of just saying is, well, but we're going to lessen our job responsibilities by not listening to the public. And I don't make these comments lightly, by the way, because I know enough of you, and I've had enough of my own positions. I know how hard it is to work. And but I just can't believe you're at the same time you're saying, public, stand back. We don't need to hear from you. You're saying, but pay us more. And that's going against me, and I'd rather this item be tabled, especially because I do think it's important, because I don't know myself, for the Board of Supervisors to act like a school district and have to enumerate exactly what the total compensation is. Not only the salary or the stipend, but the value that the county contributes towards PERS, and the value, if you're entitled to them, of health insurance. Because if more than just the stipend is included, it goes beyond $83,000, and I think the public has a right to know. And this is not a personal dig against any of you. As everybody in this county knows, and at least the department heads, I am one person in this county at least that believes we get good value for our tax dollars in the county of San Benito. I don't know if I've ever told Ray that, but I certainly told Barbara Thompson that the other day. So it's not a personal dig, it's just disclosure. Thank you.
There's another comment on Zoom.
Okay, so we're going to go ahead and go to Zoom, and then we'll come back to the chambers to see if there are any more public comments. Go ahead.
You've been unmuted. Please state your name, and you have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Are you able to hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, great. Good afternoon, Madam Chair Gonzalez and supervisors. My name is Veronica Lezama, county employee and SEIU chapter president. Here today representing over 260 county union workers. As the county board discusses the board compensation item on the agenda, we would like to bring to your attention the need of your county employees. So as you might be aware, over the last several years, insurance rates have significantly increased as the county insurance contribution has remained the same, resulting in actual employee pay cuts. In some cases, members have had to rely on Medi-Cal as their only insurance because the county compensation is simply not enough to make ends meet. We have employees qualifying for the very services they help administer to the public. So as we approach contract negotiations with the county over the next several months, we, your county employees, look forward to your support for a fair and just contract. And in closing, we would like to, and as we move out of the pandemic, I would like to thank our county workers for providing essential services to our residents during a time of great need. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
No
And-
other comments.
Thank you. Any other members from the public who'd like to speak?
Good afternoon. My name is Sandra Patterson Jamark, and I've been a lifelong resident of this county. And one of my statements is to Mr. Tiffany, I'd like to see your survey because the two surrounding counties that are equal in size to us are Tehama and Lake. And they actually the populations are 1,000 more on each one of them. The Lake County, their supervisors make $64,195. Tehama, they tried to get a increase in wages to $45,540, and that was in 2014. I'd like to see your survey because you're not giving any names, you're not giving any verification of what you have. They were making $1,045. They wanted it up to $3,000, well, $45,540. So, and they took it to the public, and that's what needs to happen here. It needs to go to the citizens of San Benito County, not just, and doubling your salary. I know it's a hard, I've been on boards before, all the way through law enforcement, all the way through San Benito County, the DSA. I've fought with the county for raises when we were only making $10 an hour to carry a weapon on our hip, and we had to fight for that. So I think this needs to be tabled, and it needs to go to the citizens of San Benito County before you give yourselves raises. And doubling it, you need to have your employees first. They come first. Thank you.
Thank you.
Elia Salinas, I do not question the veracity of the survey. It's been a long time coming. There is also a study done with regards to county employees that's going to take effect in September that was mentioned earlier by Supervisor Kaminsky. So that's not an issue. And to hear that there are county employees that have to use Medi-Cal, they must be working part-time. They must be working positions that probably are obviously of a low wage, and they have to look at the skill set. And I'm not trying to insult anybody, but to come up here and question the veracity of the study that was been done, it's public information. I have been advocating for years. This is not the first time I come up here. For years, I have been saying that the position of the County Board of Supervisors should be and must be full-time. You're finding out, 3 of you are new. Supervisor Hernandez, you've been here 2 years. You know that it's a full-time job. It's a big dedication. It's compensation that's not equal to, but should be, to the surrounding areas. We have people who live in this community that commute somewhere else and make more money than you. And you're making decisions for the entire county. This is a business that's operating. It's a big business. We're a small but very large, small population, but very large geographically. And you're making decisions for 518 square miles, if I remember correctly. So for anybody to say that you don't deserve this is inaccurate. It does not need to go, and it does not. We do not need to pay money for it to go to the public for an election. There's only one person that came forward. I'm gonna, sorry, Robert Bernowski. We tend to disagree, and we've been agreeing on so much lately. I do agree with him that I find it odd that earlier, as I mentioned, you don't want the public under the consent item. You want to shorten it up, and you want to be able to come up here and just pass it. That's shortening the span of the meeting. If you want to do that, then I strongly suggest instead of a consent item, that it all be placed under the regular agenda. Because I can remember speaking out against the Board of Supervisors giving themselves a raise. It came under the consent agenda. And had it not been for Marty Richmond to catch it and put it out there, the board at that time would have done it. I agree with the raise, but I think it should be out in the open with regards to items under the consent agenda. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments? Okay, I see none. One of the reasons I held back my my comments on this item is because I've been listening and watching social media and some of the comments that are being made. There's a significant population out there that is supportive of it, but there is a small faction that is not. And I thank you, Mrs. Patterson, for your comment. But I have been listening to Elias Salinas for over a year and a half, urging that. And when this became an option, I appreciate the fact that Supervisor Kosmicki wanted to go ahead and attach this to term limit. So I thank him for that. In terms of the SEIU comment, I thought the compensation study and the pay raises went ahead and addressed that. It has it fully? I see a yes, okay, from both the CAO and Edgar, yes?
That is correct. Effective
As of September. Okay. So, with all due respect, President of the SEIU, Veronica Lezama, it looks like that will be resolved. Also, too, regarding the employees, I know this morning that the IHHS expressed some concerns about salary, and I know that we don't negotiate with them directly, but I just want to make sure that they also get their fair share.
We will be negotiating with them. I think they mentioned this Friday. So there is
this week sometime. Yes,
this
week.
Negotiations that do occur with.
So I appreciate that because that union went ahead and reached out to me in volumes, and so I appreciate that. And again, the study, it was a valid study that went out, and it was there to rectify the pay differences. So I too am going to go ahead and vote to approve this. So if there aren't any further comments from the board.
Madam Chair, the only thing to respond to what was said by one of the members of the public, the study is part of the packet online, so it's certainly public information. Anyone can look it up. It's not my survey. It was done by the county, and it was used to bring up all salaries of all county employees within 90% of the median. And we talked about this at our last meeting. The only exception, and we were at 89% below, the only exception were the county supervisors. The 11 counties, just for information purposes, that were used in comparison were local ones like Monterey, Santa Cruz, Santa Clara, Merced, Stanislaus, Madera, Fresno, Mariposa, Tuolumne, Calaveras, and San Luis Obispo. With this increase, The only counties that will have lower salaries are Mariposa, Tuolumne, and Calaveras. All three of those have populations lower than San Benito County. So I just wanted, for clarification purposes, explain that. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Madam Chair, I do just want to clarify on this notion that we have these some other sort of benefits as far as health, and we get the same health option as all the employees. The health benefits in this county, frankly, are terrible, and we're addressing that. And so I can say I don't even take the health benefits. It's not something that I choose to do because it doesn't make financial sense. Thank you.
Peter? No? Okay. And the one thing I did want to do is go back and address this. Regarding the consent item, that was something that I had been talking to our CAO Espinosa for quite some time now, and it's not my intent to quell the public's voice. And so I hear you, Ms. Salinas, and I hear you, Mr. Banowski. So maybe that's an item that we can put on the discussion item, so that way everybody at this dais here has the opportunity to speak to it. I know at other jurisdictions, they have a limit in terms of, say, for example, there might be a maximum of 12 minutes max that you can speak on any particular item. And I just thought that was more cumbersome than anything else, because then the poor Madam Chair would have to keep track of who spoke, how many minutes that she was allotted or he was allotted, and it was just going to be more cumbersome for the Madam Clerk. But I would like to look at the options. I know that it came abruptly, and my apologies. It's not my intent to quell the public. We do need to hear from you. We do need to hear what we're doing right, and especially what we're doing wrong. And so if that came up across as wrong, again, my apologies. But if we can put that on as an agenda item, and then maybe board members, if we can kind of think about how we'd like to handle it, because I do not want to quell the voice of the public at all, but maybe incorporate some sort of limitations. I do not know what that is yet, but if we can look at it, okay?
I can we can provide some samples from other counties. Our county is provides more public comment period than a lot of other counties in their rules of procedure that are much more restrictive. So if we give some samples, then the board will be able to choose which one fits the best for this county.
Okay.
Madam Chair, if I can make a recommendation that this
Yes.
fall under the rules of procedure that we're looking to consider
go.
adopting,
Okay.
because it's for the sake of clarity, transparency, and efficacy, right? So we kind of, in that sense, we put it all under one umbrella, and definitely if we want to involve the public, why I recommend we involve the public in that conversation so they have their points made to consider them in that delegation.
Great suggestion. Yes. Okay. So on that note, for item number 26, what is the wish of the board?
Madam Chair, I'll make a motion that we go ahead with the compensation increase of the Board of Supervisors, ordinance number 828.
Okay.
Second.
A second. Okay. So any further discussion? I see none. So all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. 4-0, motion passes. That takes us to item number 27, to discuss the potential of the proclamation for June as LGBTQ Pride Month. So.
Yeah, that was from our supervisor, Colin Kosmicki from District 2. I'll go ahead and pass it to him.
Thank you, CAO Espinosa. So just to start off, just to name some of the proclamations these are proclamations that we've approved routinely recently: Mental Health Awareness Month, Public Works Week, Older Americans Month, Safety Seat Checkup Week, Community Action Month, Water Awareness Month, Red Ribbon Week, Foster Care Awareness Month, Sexual Assault Awareness Month, Blood Donor Month, and all sorts of other months and weeks throughout the years that we've recognized with proclamations. So we're routinely recognizing different groups and establishing designated months or weeks to recognize them. And I do appreciate that our own behavioral health department here in the county is taking an active role in the Hollister Pride celebration later this month. So the fact is, we have employees who are LGBT, we have residents who are LGBT, and it's important to recognize they are a valued part of our greater community, and we stand behind their rights, their human rights. It's also important to note that LGBT residents are subject to higher rates of depression, higher rates of suicide. It's important to note that because of this negative stigma that is sometimes attached from some, that they suffer from that. And so as communities throughout the nation support Pride Month, including Hollister, San Juan Bautista, and several in the Central Coast area, we must make a statement that we stand behind the broader message of love over hate. The message that we as a county do not condone discrimination or hate, especially toward others because they're part of a specific group. The message that we stand up for equality and diversity, and we stand together against hatred and discrimination. You know, you look at social media when one of these posts come up on this sort of subject, and you see open, blatant hatred expressed. There's still a culture of acceptance to openly, publicly express hatred toward a specific group in 2021. That is a shame. That is, by definition, a form of discrimination. It's a sign that we have a long way to go as a society and community. If someone wants to disagree with people who are LGBT, so be it. It's unfortunate because it's nobody's business who other people are with or who other people love. Why does it matter? If it does to some people out there, then maybe those people who feel the need to look down on others should look at themselves in the mirror and question their own insecurities. California approved same-sex marriages a long time ago. States throughout the nation have approved same-sex marriage and widely support this community. It's one of the most important civil rights movements of our lifetime. In the end, we have to ask ourselves, do we want to be on the right side of history? Those in the minority who are anti-LGBT will realize soon enough they're on the wrong side of history. Lastly, this notion that approving a proclamation in support of a group or even putting up a flag is somehow going against unity or disunifying. Why would this run contrary to unifying when most residents support this segment of our community? As leaders, we're here to represent everyone. That includes the LGBT community. It's not about personal opinions or preferences. This is about a duty to represent and support everyone in our districts. Pride Month clearly is important to the LGBT community and the vast majority of residents who support them, including myself. And as leaders, we should support this group of residents and we should support Pride Month. Thank you.
Supervisor Tiffany, I'm going to go ahead and go to you next.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't know if I can be quite as eloquent as Supervisor Kosmicki was, but I'm very much in agreement with everything he said in support of, supporting Pride Month. You know, people say in this community and other places that a decision like this is divisive. I just don't see how, unless you have a problem with those in the LGBTQ community. And so you see it in those terms. Thankfully, acceptance of the LGBTQ community has made tremendous strides in recent years in our country. But in some areas and among some people, they're still being marginalized and discriminated against. And the very fact that some see this as a divisive issue shows me that there's still a problem here. Being supportive of the LGBTQ community by declaring this as Pride Month is the opposite of division. It's being inclusionary. It's showing those fellow San Benito County citizens that in our community, that the LGBTQ community is part of our entire community. They're no different than the rest of us, and we are embracing and welcoming them. So I'm very much in support of this. Thank you.
Supervisor Hernandez?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I was actually trying to look up the resolution. I understand and respect and appreciate your sentiments, supervisors. It's funny because I believe it or not, I was in high school jumped for defending my friend who was of the LGBTQ community, and I gladly defended him. I ended up in the hospital because of it. Gladly, I was fine, thankfully. And I had employees who were of the LGBT community whom I love, amazing ladies. I never saw any difference. They're people that worked hard for me and they had honest hearts. I mean, so the thing that I think it's a little bit confusing, the conversation is the proclamation in and of itself actually started as a flag proclamation. And it started with Supervisor Kosmicki mentioning the City of Hollister's proclamation. That's where this first started. When it first came up, that proclamation was a little ambiguous. I would say to a certain extent open for liability, because it basically made sure that it framed that the flagpole is not a place of free public expression. That was the second to last whereas. And then the last whereas actually says, whereas we support the LGBTQ flag, right? So it's saying it doesn't support free public expression, but then it says, so I'm anchoring this to a flag policy. And they actually, the first item was the pole itself, because they didn't even have a third flagpole. And then basically they went into supporting a flagpole, spending money. It's funny because the Councilman Resendez asked for an amendment because it was $30,000 what the ask was, and he asked for the amendment and for $40,000, which got adopted. Councilman Perez actually asked for an amendment of the policy because he wanted to enact it, but he wanted to do it as a unity pole. That was shut down. My point is I think there was a lot of bad process. I think that created confusion to the public, rightly so. And now, so this happened, and now all of a sudden you have a process where everybody else has to apply for it. It's 12 consecutive months. You have to, no earlier than that, no sooner than 60 days, right? There's this whole process created now for everybody else. So you're right, it's not about division, it should be about unity. And I'll just leave you guys with this. I went to the Memorial Day ceremonies, and I talked to a vet, and he told me, I served in the military gladly, and I served alongside LGBT folks. He was grateful. He said, why is our flag not good enough? Why doesn't it represent everybody? So I get it. It could be a matter of opinion at that point. But I think the American flag is the greatest symbol to support our community, to represent all, including the LGBT folks. So this is not anti in any way, shape, or form. I just feel like, to a certain extent, there should be, well, let's put it this way. I would love to do an amendment that actually says, how about we actually support Flag Day that's coming up this coming Monday, right? That's government speech. That's actually according to policy already written. And how about we support the Constitution Day, September 17th? So that's the day that, the Constitution to me, it's the document that's swore to uphold and defend. It's the greatest document that really unifies us. Even it puts us in a position to unify us. So those are my honest sentiments. This is not anti, this is pro-unity, I think. I think that the American flag is the flag that represents us all. Those are my comments, Mr. Chair.
Madam Chair, can I just follow up just quickly?
Yes, you may.
My understanding, at least at the county level right now, we don't have a flagpole out front for one thing, but is that what we're talking about is directing staff for a proclamation to make this, the county supports the LGBTQ Pride Month. It's not about a flag. And I think I don't necessarily agree with you, Supervisor Hernandez, but I do agree that the flag issue complicates things greatly. And I understand your points. And so from my perspective, I think we should be supportive of of making a proclamation. It's not about flags right now, it's just making a proclamation and be supportive, showing our support of the LGBTQ community. Thank you.
Okay,
Just one quick comment to that.
go ahead.
I appreciate that, but, you know, my short term, I definitely have understood that a lot of things are procedural. It's hard to not assume that the next step isn't a flagpole policy or a flagpole, right? It's just, it becomes nuanced, again, goes down the road of confusion. I think I would support the American flag being
Yeah,
the flag.
I'd say we address that if and when that would come to fruition.
Yeah,
Yeah, Madam Chair, I just want to echo, this has nothing to do with the flag. I did initially propose that we have a proclamation supporting LGBT community, Pride Month, and also that to support the city of Hollister's flag and San Juan flag raising. I didn't have support to get that back on the agenda, frankly. And so what I did is I proposed the next level, and that's a proclamation. So I think the process was actually as clean as it could be. Thank you.
All right, so as I stated earlier, I'm going to hold my comments until the end. I'd like to go to public comment, please, on Zoom first, and then we'll go to the chambers.
On Zoom, if you'd like to make a comment, please press *9 or the raise your hand icon on your screen. There's no comments.
Okay. Any members of the public would like to address this item?
Elia Salinas. First, Madam Chair, the public would probably want to listen to you because whatever it is that you have to say, after we speak, you can come back and you can say something. Once I speak now, I can't say anything towards any of your comments if you withhold them until after public comment. So either no one speaks, we speak, and we're shut here, and then you all speak. But you already have the right to have the last say-so. The American flag, as Supervisor Hernandez states, represents everybody. It represents the Chinese internment. It represents the Native Americans' lands being taken away. It represents my mother not being able to go into a grocery store because it was only whites only. That American flag does not represent everybody. It is supposed to, but it's not. When you look at the flag, you have to look at the history of what this country has done to people. That's what I look at the flag. You look at the flag and you say the soldiers go and they protect this country. Today's soldiers are not protecting this country. Today's soldiers are protecting money and oil. It started off in World War I and World War II. Know your history. That they had to do with saving people in the other side of the world. But it has nothing to do, as there were African American soldiers fighting under that flag, but they were separated. They were treated differently. So please, Supervisor Hernandez, don't tell me that that flag represents everybody and that we should be satisfied. We're not talking about a flag, we're talking about a proclamation. The unity pole that the council member Perez was talking about, he wanted a unity pole because he wanted to raise a Christian flag. There is no such thing as a Christian flag. There are numerous religions out there, and no one could tell me what a Christian flag looks like. We are here for a proclamation to represent people that today are being murdered because of who they are. It's not a choice. It's not a lifestyle. This is who they are. And they're being persecuted every single day. And for Supervisor Gonzalez not to let us know how it is that you think about it, I have no comments to say on what you're about to say. But you here are representing your constituents in a government entity, and you do not and you should not be making decisions based on the religious beliefs that you hold. Thank you.
There's another comment on Zoom.
Go ahead, please.
You've been unmuted. Please state your name and you have 3 minutes.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, my name is Celeste, and I am calling in regards to the flag. And I understand that we can go back and forth in regards to identifying what the American flag is. Of course, I believe that it does represent everyone, and just like Elias Salinas stated, it doesn't. So there are many people from both sides. I will continue and state that the American flag does represent everyone. You know, we all have our own opinions on that. Now, regards to lifting or the unity flag. Now, for the policy with other groups that want to raise the flag, why is it that the LGBT community was able to raise their flag without a form being signed? It was just brought to the board and agreed with. Now, my understanding that there is a individual in our community that wants to raise the Christian flag, and I think that the process should be similar, not having to fill out the procedures for application for a flag display. So overall, we need to make this process similar to raising the LGBTQ flag. We can't discriminate on other groups. This is exactly what you guys emphasized in the beginning when the LGBT flag was going to go up. So that's something that you guys need to remember, that if those other flags for other groups are not raised, then that is discrimination. So you will be discriminating against those other groups, and I assure you there'll be lawsuits. So there is talk already within the community that if their flags are not flown, and a Christian flag is not harming anyone, just like the LGBTQ flag is not harming anyone, right? It's all about love and unity. So is Christian beliefs and Catholic beliefs is about love and bringing everyone together and embracing everyone's differences. So that's all I have to say.
You've been unmuted. Please state your name, and you have 3 minutes. You have been unmuted. You can unmute yourself. No other comments.
Okay. All right. Well, one of the reasons I asked to go last, because I checked with our CIO. Oh, I'm sorry. Yes? Oh, come on up. Your information on the other card, so you're good.
Thank you. And Madam Supervisor, I was talking to somebody on the way here, and they were questioning how you were running the meetings, and I just said, she's doing fantastic. So anyway.
Thank you.
You're welcome. I just wanted to make a point to Supervisor Kaminsky and to maybe the others. Just because someone doesn't support a proclamation or a flag does not make us anti whatever the group is. It is, I don't believe it's the job of government and the Board of Supervisors to raise a flag or do proclamations for anyone, only because where does it stop? I mean, I'm a member of the NRA. I'm pro-life. Will you guys raise a flag for me or do a proclamation for me? I haven't asked you to, but nor would I ever, because I just don't think that that's your job to promote my cause. The other thing is, I do have a transgender member of my family. When he comes home, we don't raise flags and put banners out and things like that, because he just wants to be treated, normally, as far as I know. And you made reference to all this, bigotry and attacks in social media. Well, I've been in the community 30 years. I've been involved in education. My entire family's involved in education. I'm a member of what's going on in Hollister, what's really going on in Hollister, all probably the same groups you are. And I've never seen anybody attacking any LGBTQ. Or maybe I have, but it's been so insignificant, to make wholesale decisions on stuff like this. Please just provide us the proof. I don't like the embellishment for causes. And again, I think I'm a reasonable guy. And if we're going to make claims like that, bring them to light so we can see, because maybe I would understand. I'm very open-ended on this. And I do want to apologize. America does have some very hard stains on it. It has some black marks. It has done horrible things. But the one thing that I've observed as a 57-year-old is when we become aware of them, we do whatever we can to restore rights to the African American, to restore rights to women, to try to make reparations to the American Indians, so on and so forth. These things do take time, but we do address it. The America that's today is not the America from 200 years ago or from pre-America. And let's embrace how anybody of any color, of any sexual persuasion, of any gender, of any religion, they can come to America or be born in America, and everybody has the same opportunity. And we have case after case after case in the millions of how America has been wonderful to billions of people. So again, this is not to take away from anything Ms. Selena said.
Thank you. Okay, I see there's a hand. Sir, come on up. And then I see there's another person there behind you.
My name is Dat Nguyen. I'm a priest at Sacred Heart St. Benedict Church, and I'm very happy to be here with you. Supervisor Kosmicki and Supervisor Tiffany, this is what we're talking about, the division. That you said that if you approve this proclamation, what is the division? It's about unity. What I don't see is unity. Why? It is because our LGBTQ community just want to be a part of the community, so why are we separating them out by this proclamation? Because in my church, we have people like that too, and they don't want to be, say something special. They just want to be a part of the community, being treated with respect, with equality, and we do that. And it's so sad that not only this proclamation is not doing anything for all the things that you addressed, and all the killings or the discrimination, it's not doing anything. But it's also bad politics. It's dividing the board. It's dividing the people. And it's put labels on the board of supervisors. So unfair. If you don't vote for it, you're anti this. You're a bigot. That is wrong. And that's not true. And so whatever you're going to do today, I respect your conscience. And if people are going to label you for not supporting this, let me know, and I'll be there to say that they are wrong. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, may I just clarify something? One of the speakers asked.
Before you go, were you going to speak, ma'am? No? Okay. So go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify. There was a question about proof. One example that I read on social media on one of these posts was that in response to the pride flags, the question was raised, should we now raise a flag for bestiality and pedophilia? I don't know if that qualifies, but I wanted to clarify that. Thanks.
Okay. There's no further public comment. Is there? If you're coming up, come on up. I don't want to stop you.
I just want to clarify. It's Mrs. Dale Jamark.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay, thank you. And no disrespect to Miss Salinas, but that is the American flag, and that has flown over the United States since 1776. And I do know my history. I know where it's been. But have you ever been handed a folded flag? Do you know the 13 folds that go with that flag? That's very upsetting to have somebody. It's history. It's part of history. That's what needs to be taught in the schools now. I've talked to students who say the American history is not being taught like John Buchanan taught it, because he was he was a lieutenant colonel with General George S. Patton that went into Germany, that saved the 101 out of the Battle of the Bulge and Bastogne. Okay? So, if it's not your flag, that's your opinion. But it's my flag. I will not disrespect it. I've had it disrespected at the Fairview Mobile Manor. I've had paint thrown on my house. And I have friends that are in the LGBT community. I played upper division softball. And these girls I love them. I love all of them. I have them in my family. No disrespect to anybody. But don't bring up what has happened years past. You're trying to take our history away. That's what they did in Nazi Germany. Don't take our statues down. Don't take our history away from us. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any further comments?
There's a comment on Zoom.
Okay. This is going to be the last Zoom that we're going to, okay?
You've been unmuted. Please state your name. You have 3 minutes.
My name is Stephanie. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I was just wanted to comment in regards to some of the other comments that were made. It's kind of ironic that some people consider the LGBTQ community being persecuted, and yet ask Supervisor Hernandez not to bring in religion. But our discrimination laws protect religion as well. So it doesn't make sense to say that sexual orientation, anything like that is protected and religion is not. Religion is also protected. Okay, so people who have religions should not be discriminated against either. So it's just really ironic that because we have a religion or we're Christians, that we're considered haters just because we don't see this lifestyle as a positive and one that speaks to us in our heart. People who are religious are filled with the Holy Spirit, and this Holy Spirit leads us. And we also have a Bible that we follow. And so in our Bible, it says certain things, and we have to follow those. We can't just pick and choose what we follow and what we don't follow. We have to follow it all. It doesn't mean we hate. It means we follow our Lord. We have to. That's what we're called to do. We have the Holy Spirit in our hearts, and we're called to do that. And we can't change our mind. Some people consider themselves born again. Before they were born again, they thought a certain way. And they, thought that was an okay lifestyle, and that was fine. It's good for you, whatever you do you. But then when they become born again and they feel the Holy Spirit, they change their mindset. And we should not be discriminated against because we have a different mindset. We can't help that. The Holy Spirit lives inside of us. We cannot change our mindset. It is now ingrained in us. We are a changed creature in Christ. We cannot go back. So, I myself embraced the community. I have friends. I have relatives. I still love them. It doesn't mean I hate them because I'm a Christian now. Christians are called to love. We do love them. We call it sin. And we say we love the sinner, we hate the sin. God hates sin. We are all sinners. We all fall short of the glory of God. But we cannot change our mindset. And we're not haters because we can't. We still love people. We love people to come to know the Lord like we do. We love them. We don't discriminate on them either, just like we don't like to be discriminated on based on our religion. So it's just.
Thank you. Okay. So now I'm going to finally have my say. Going back to, as I stated or started to say a few times, that though the rule of thumb here at the board is we hear public comment first, I have been asking to speak last because, especially on this item, because I personally am torn. I was approached about 45 days ago by Councilman Resendez, and he called me and asked me if I'd be willing to support the flag raising. And I told him honestly, I had to think about it. Only that the question never arose to me. And as Supervisor Hernandez says, I never saw any difference. I kind of want to pick up on that tagline, is that being a woman of color, being a minority, being a woman, Madam Chair, I know what it feels like to be discriminated against. I know what it feels like to be ostracized or singled out for who you are, and you can't change for who you are. Those of you who don't know me, all throughout my childhood, I used to get in physical fights with boys at school because of the unfairness and the difference. As I grew up, I learned how to fight with my words, and I went to law school, and some might say I'm quite articulate. But this issue itself, it's torn me. It's taken me on both sides. There's one side of me, and I know that one of the members said not to bring in religion, but one side of me was born and raised Catholic, and the other side of me went to law school. And so there's a balance. And I'm a Libra. So if any of you follow the zodiac sign, you know that Libras have to have balance. Of anything else, we have to have balance. And my personal psyche is fighting with itself in terms of being the right fighter, yet realizing there's a religious aspect. So I went out and I sought counsel from 3 different religious organizations. And then one came out and sought me directly. And that was actually Father Dot that just spoke not too long ago from St. Benedict's. But I thought I was firmly in one camp and I was prepared to make a decision. And after I had that conversation, I went to bed that night and my psyche was fighting with my decision of where I landed on this side of the issue. And so I woke up and it was like, wow, I've got to think about this again. And for those of you who believe or don't believe, in December of 2018, I had 2 hip replacement surgeries. One in June 2018, no issue. The other in December 2018. So you see me walk around with the cane or possibly my walker. And in December 2018, I had a near-death experience. For those of you who believe or don't believe, I believe. And so since then, whether you want to call me a born-again Christian or whatever the label you want to put on me, but those are the 2 sides of my psyche, my mind, my spirituality, my righteousness. It has been fighting me left and right and trying to get me to align on this position. I heard Supervisor Kosmicki make some comments about, the broader message, there's hate, discrimination. I heard when you say shame, people disagree. What does it matter? Civil rights movement, on the wrong side of history. I also heard Bob say, Supervisor Tiffany say something about it's not really a divisive issue, but I know internally it's dividing the crap out of me, and I'm torn. So, Elia, I'm going to just speak from the heart. It may not be what everybody wants to hear, but in terms of the unity poll, Councilmember Perez reached out to me on that one, and so I heard his concepts. And I respect everyone who spoke, but I am so torn, I can't say yes and I can't say no. So I am going to abstain, because I have no choice but to abstain. My body, my mind, my soul cannot find the balance here. And so I have no choice but to abstain. And so for those of you, pardon my language, that might want to call me a chicken shit or a coward or a homophobe, I am not. I have family members who actually are gay, lesbian, and bi. And I don't see them as my gay cousin. I just see them as my cousin. I have friends of different persuasion. I don't see them as my colored friend, my Chinese friend, my Ethiopian friend. They are just my friends. And so as Supervisor Hernandez said, I don't see any difference. I don't. And so for those reasons, I'm going to stop talking, but I will have to abstain from this vote as a result. So what is the will of the board? Any conversation, communication further?
There's no back and forth, Mr. Chair. Mrs. Chairman.
There's no public comment. I'm just abstaining because that's my preference to abstain. Whether it's a conflict or not, I'm abstaining. There's an internal conflict that I cannot justify, and so I have to abstain.
Excuse me, Madam Chair, am I right that we cannot make a proclamation today? We can direct staff to put together a proclamation, is that correct, for our next meeting? Or do we have a choice?
Without direction.
Well, I mean, I think that it's, normally a motion would require 3. So, I mean, in one sense,
So what
if
is
you were
the,
making a motion to put it on the next meeting, then
That's what we need.
that would be, require 3 votes. And that would be what would be required to,
It's not majority, it's 3 votes.
yes.
Yeah.
I'd like to make a motion.
okay, go ahead.
I'll make a motion to direct staff to develop a proclamation declaring the month of June as Lesbian, Gay, Bisexual, Transgender Pride Month in the county of San Benito.
I'll second that.
Okay, so we have a first and a second. Any further conversation?
I'd just like to make my final comment, Mrs. Chair. To me, the simple answer is a quote from the Declaration of Independence. We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal. They are endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. That, to me, is the American flag, and that's where I think unifies. So my vote is no.
Okay. Supervisor Cosbeck, your, Tiffany?
Well, I already voted
Yes.
yes.
Aye.
Okay,
Aye.
so we have 2 ayes, 1 no, and 1 abstain. So then I did hear something about bringing it back on another agenda. Is that what you were asking, Tiffany?
No,
No,
that
that's
was-
what you just voted on. We're
No.
we're done with
Okay.
this. We're on to
You
the
did
next
not get
agenda
enough
item.
votes, I got
Okay.
it.
We're on to the next item.
Okay,
And, excuse me, I just want to comment that, I don't know if she's still here, but I had John Buchanan as a history teacher, and he was
yes.
one of the best teachers I ever had. Great teacher. Yes, absolutely. Thank you.
Okay, so on to item number 28. County Council?
Let me just open it here. This was reviewed at the last meeting, and staff was directed to bring back an ordinance addressing fireworks. There's 2 ordinances that are proposed. The first one would be an urgency ordinance that would be effective immediately, but it would require a 4/5 vote. The second one would be a regular ordinance that would be introduced today, waive reading, and continue to the next meeting. And it would be approved on a 3/5 vote. If there is sufficient votes, you can do both. You would adopt an urgency item to become effective immediately, and then you would go ahead and also do a regular ordinance. And after the effective date of the regular ordinance, then the urgency ordinance is no longer in force and effect. Basically, this ordinance imposes a prohibition against the use of any fireworks that are not safe and sane, and imposes a fine of $1,000, $2,500, or $5,000 upon the first, second, and third violations. I can read the 2 ordinances for the record. I have to open them. See, the first one is an urgency ordinance of the San Benito County Board of Supervisors regarding the use of fireworks in San Benito County, incorporating by reference and authorizing administrative penalties. And the second one is an ordinance of the San Benito County Board of Supervisors regarding the use of fireworks in San Benito County, incorporating by reference and authorizing administrative penalties. I should note that this ordinance, although it defaults to the regular code enforcement procedures that are set forth in the county code and other sections of the county code.
Okay, so in terms of this item, do we have any comments from the board?
I'm willing to make this simple. I've had a decent conversation with Supervisor, well, now, step down Supervisor Medina. My biggest qualms with the fireworks ordinance is not, it's not against not having, or not banning illegal fireworks, right? That was where the confusion set in, because they're already illegal, right? And the city already has an ordinance. So, and you're right, it sounds like bombs within the city limits, which is outside of our jurisdiction. This is relative to the unincorporated area. Obviously, huge concerns with fires, a very real risk. I agree. We're heading into fire season. I would be willing to support if we didn't go heavy-handed, but nonetheless, the enforcement mechanism in the incorporated area, I think that's a healthy conclusion to say we take it serious. But just my big point with the fines is if you're gonna be willing to take a $500 fine, then a $1,000 fine is probably not the big game changer. It's probably going to be whether you take the law serious or not when it comes to the illegal fireworks. And safe and sane, I think we should leave alone. But outside of that, I'm willing to support this.
Thank you. Supervisor Tiffany?
Madam Chair, I think Supervisor Hernandez, I think the argument, I understand what you're saying, and I appreciate your support of this, and I'm very much in support of this. I think the argument for the large fines is that, we're relatively, overloaded staff-wise during the 4th of July. It's obviously very hard to catch these people or cover every neighborhood. So you're only going to nail so many people. So if the fine is large enough so that it really deters you from doing it in the first place, that's the argument for the fine. So, I don't know what that level is, but it might be that if it's $500, someone will take the chance, but if it's $1,000 up to $2,500, or if even more, they might say it's not worth it. So, that's the reason why I think the larger fines might make some sense.
Mr. Chair, if I could respond to that, I agree, Supervisor Tiffany, that they should take it serious. I think you're making an argument for education, right? Because it assumes that they understood that there was enforcement. My biggest point is if there was a way to defer to letting them know the severity, then I think at that point, if they violate it, then yeah. So if there was a means to say we did, we're letting you know that this is serious, so don't break the law, then at that point I think they're obstinate and they're gonna do it anyways, which, if they pay for a heftier fine, then they kind of own that consequence. So I'm just big on, when I think about my small community, I think about what it means to know your neighbor, what it means to respect your neighbor, obviously to protect their safety. And there are folks with PTSD. There's a lot of other variables that people should be considerate. My big point is I feel like the law is only relative to the person that honors it, and not everybody has that sentiment, especially in our divided community. So if there's a way to bridge that communication gap, then if they still proceed to violate, so if there's a way to mediate that, to say, well, we put it out there, we don't want you to get fined, but please don't break the law. There's risk with fires, there's people with PTSD. We have to make sure that we protect them. Then I could see that being, I just feel like the first point of contact should be education. I don't know what that looks like procedurally, but if there's a way to make that happen, then I'm willing to support it. And, then, yeah, like I said, it's trying to flesh out who's obstinate, who's like, oh, I didn't know. I want, you're taking it serious, so I'm gonna do what you say because it's safer, right? Education's gonna tell them that fire risk is a real thing, and some folks might not even realize that element of it. That's my point.
Supervisor Kosminski?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think we could address that with some outreach, as far as aggressive outreach, whether it's social media. We could send another letter out. We did that with COVID. I think that would actually be pretty valuable. The return on that is if we prevent one fire, that's a big deal. So I would be supportive of spending a few $1,000s on sending a letter to unincorporated area, and there you go. They have their notice. Also doing some social media outreach. I agree. The outreach actually is just as important. You're telling people that there's repercussions for this, and we're telling people that we're taking this seriously during the fire season. So as far as the amounts, I think you have to have, that's kind of the point. Right now we have an ordinance, it just doesn't have any teeth. And so we're trying to add teeth in order to prevent people from going out and doing this. And I don't want to see any citations. I'd rather have none, because that means that nobody's, we have a low level or no level of violations. I think if there are, and there probably will be a few citations, and the citations frankly could pay for the any additional outreach. I mean, to a certain extent, and maybe it covers a portion of it, maybe it doesn't, but you could at least cut the cost if there is just blatant violators that know the rules and they still want to take that risk and violate. The city of Hollister, I think, does about 30 tickets a year, as far as I understood from just social media banter and such. I think the mayor mentioned that in a public forum, that they do about 30 citations of $1,000 a year. That's $30,000. So if we did half of that or a quarter of that, we could certainly cover any additional costs we might have with outreach, putting out a letter. Otherwise, I would say, just again, illegal fireworks are a serious danger. This isn't a joke. This isn't, there isn't this ingrained excuse of, this is just fun. It's the 4th of July, so I get to take this weekend, actually it's about 3 or 4 months. I get to take 3 or 4 months and I just get to break the law. I mean, it's insane. And everybody else has to suffer. Not only the risk of fires and fatalities and injuries, which do happen and they have happened in our community, but the ongoing nuisance to our public is incalculable. It's every year, it's perpetual and it's inherent, and it happens every year, and it goes on for months on end. And the residents who don't want to stay up until all hours of the night, who don't want to hear these booms constantly, who don't want to have their pets freaked out, they have a right to have a peaceful summer. And so I have no sympathy for the people who shoot off illegal fireworks, and they know what they're doing is illegal. I actually, I think we should send a letter just to do that outreach and to make sure that people know we're taking it seriously. But I personally don't even think, if you're shooting off illegal fireworks and you get a citation, you should have known better. I mean, we live in California, for crying out loud. But I do agree with you, Supervisor Hernandez. I think it would be a good idea to send something out and do aggressive outreach. We have to remember, again, this is a particularly bad year we're going into with the drought. I represent District 2, which includes the San Juan Canyon, which, by the way, is one of the riskiest fire danger areas in the entire state of California. We could have a monumental disaster on our hands at some point that we're dealing with at some point. Couple months, a month down the road, 2 months down the road, 3 months down the road, we could have one of those fires that wipes out homes, that wipes out communities. And so we have to do something. We have to do something about that. We can't just sit here on the sidelines and say, oh, well, can't do anything about it. I mean, people, they're going to have their fun around the 4th of July. We can do something about it. And to me, this is really the most logical route. We can't necessarily hire on a bunch of staff. We don't have the money for that, but you have to have fines in place. Every other community around us has them. It's a little bit, we're really behind the times, to be honest. And then I think that's all I have. Thank you.
Okay. Supervisor Tiffany?
No, I'm good. I already,
I think we agree with you, Supervisor Kozmicki.
Thank you.
Okay. The only question or concern I had is I spoke with law enforcement. I'm good with the fines. I agree that we do have to have a stiff fine for it to be a deterrent. I like the idea about sending out the letter, because that letter can act as the warning. So there is no warning when you are caught red-handed. But when I spoke with law enforcement, the trouble is, in order for them to cite someone, they have to catch them red-handed, or get them on video, or seen that the person is the one who actually has lit the fireworks, the illegal fireworks, and we are not talking about safe and sane at all. So that should be off the table. But I was just wondering, does this and could this ordinance, I know that it would probably be a change, so if we changed it or added to it, it would then delay the whole process. But what about something akin to the social host, when we're talking about, someone who goes to your house and you consume alcohol, that the person who held, the event could then by process of liability be responsible if they allow a guest to, exit the premises. Can we incorporate something like that as a social host without delaying the entire process? Or can that be added at a later date? because 4th of July is around the corner. And if the board chooses to vote, enact this as a urgency order, we would need the 4/5 vote. And if we can't get the 4/5, then we're going to have to go with the regular ordinance, which would just be 3 out of 5. But it sounds like we might have the 4/5, so I don't want to mess with it. But in terms of the social host, can we attach that at a later date somehow, some way?
Definitely. We actually had some additional language that just made that crystal clear in the language. And then we changed the ordinance so it says permit to be exploded. I don't know when you spoke to law enforcement and whether it was our local law enforcement or whether it was City of Hollister or the fire department. The thought behind this was that permit to be exploded, it would be falling, at least for the administrative citations part, under our San Benito County Code, which causes a violation on the property to be assessed against the property owner. We have two choices. One is you could prove it as drafted. Two, you could pass it temporarily to the end of the agenda. I just can clarify that that will meet the needs of the board and/or bring back the other specific language that we had, which was basically a definition, I think, of responsible person. It had like the property owner in details, but instead of that, we had defaulted it back to the other county code section, just so we didn't have multiple sections with different administrative provisions in each chapter of the county code. We're trying to default everything back into 1.03, 1.06, and 1.07. So if there's any need to clarify, we could also, I think that this is going to be sufficient as drafted. Because it does say permit to be exploded, so I do believe that we can go against the property owners. If there's any need for clarity, if you do approve this today, and we determine that there's any need for clarity, we'll come back and we can make a change into 1.03. But this should be sufficient as drafted. So it's just a matter of how much degree of certainty that you want today. I think it's fine to adopt as drafted. If you wanted me just to confirm that, just to verify, I don't know whether you want me to.
I don't want to stop the process
Yeah,
because
go ahead,
yeah.
and we will clarify that with law enforcement after the fact. If you could tell me who you spoke with, we can correct anything that's needed at the next
Captain
meeting.
Taylor and I spoke, yes.
Okay, then we can correct it at the next meeting if we need to, but we can go forth today.
Okay.
And Ray, can we, is it feasible for us to put together a letter like Supervisor Kosmicki and Supervisor Hernandez are talking about getting some education out there?
We can do that.
Okay, all right.
Could we add that language, supervisors, in the, basically, the $500 fine, consistent with the notification or something to that effect, right? Like I just want it to be written in the language to say that we're pursuing the First Avenue right away, which is the letter. And then that way, if someone gets caught, then there's a reference point to say is we did what we could to notify you that this is a new ordinance and there is consequences to this.
But this, the way it reads, it calls for a $1,000 fine initially, which I think is what it
500.
should be.
Oh, 5,000,
It's
2,500,
20,
1,000,
and then
yeah.
it escalates.
So that's 1,000, 2,500, and 5,000.
Bad weekend.
But if we give them,
So,
we give them notice.
notice is, I think it's a fair concession.
Make sure the letter says a bold, we are hereby receiving notice.
Yeah, because,
So-
I mean, ideally, we don't want them to do it. We don't want to
No.
catch them. We want them to just not do it.
Not do it.
And so
Well,
we
and-
want to make sure that they know what's,
The enforcement agency, it
fine
sounds like
is.
it's either gonna be Public Works or possibly Fire. I would say they could help us with that goal of informing the public.
Yeah.
So drafting a letter and having them repeating that message, might give plenty of exposure for fair warning.
Right. Well, with the letter, Madam Chair, I'd, if I might, make a motion. I'd like to make a motion, we introduce, waive further reading, and adopt an urgency ordinance modifying the county's fireworks ordinance.
And will you also do the second part, so that we also accept introduction, waive reading, and continue to June 22nd, the regular ordinance for adoption, the regular ordinance? So you're doing both adopting the urgency today and accepting introduction of the regular one?
Oh, okay.
Number 2, item number 2.
We haven't had public comment.
We haven't yet, no.
I'm sorry.
Okay, so
We have to
can you
wait.
withdraw?
I'll
Can you
withdraw it for now.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I jumped the gun.
Thank you, gentlemen. Okay, so can we go to public comment? Thank you, Supervisor.
It was urgent, so I had to go.
Hernandez and Cosmicki.
If you have a comment on Zoom, please press *9 on your phone or the raise your hand icon on your screen. No comments on Zoom.
Any members from the public here in the board chambers?
Good afternoon, Madam Chair. Elia Salinas. One of the first things you're taught in law school, and you'll remember this, ignorance is no excuse of the law.
Yep.
Fireworks, illegal fireworks, we're not talking about safe and sane, have been illegal since 1973. Supervisor Hernandez, I please urge you to go along with this ordinance. When people buy fireworks, illegal fireworks, they're not going to the fireworks stands. They're not going to the gas stations. Well, I don't even know they sell gas stations. That's the wrong excuse. Grocery stores, 7-Eleven stores. They're going to someone's trunk, or they're going out of state. They're going to Nevada, and they're bringing them into California. They are not sold legally. So when that person buys them, they already know it is illegal. Why do we need to spend money to send letters to people that they already know that they're doing an illegal act? It is very difficult to catch them in the act. $1,000 will probably not deter them, but it should be $1,000. And like I said, Supervisor Hernandez, please, I don't think you need a notice. Please do not defer, do not say no to this if there's no notices sent. If there's notices sent, it's going to cost money. They already know what they're doing. They are being disrespectful, like I said last time, to their neighbors, to the animals. It's annoying. This has been going on since late April, and it's going to go on through. This is not because the 4th of July is coming up. These are just people doing it. They do it during the holidays at Christmas time and New Year's. New Year's, they even shoot off guns, and that's illegal. You don't have to tell a person not to shoot their gun in the air because they already know they're not supposed to do that. So please, pass this ordinance. I prefer that you don't spend money. If you spend the money, that's fine, but please pass the ordinance. You're just giving them carte blanche to continue to do this. Very seldom are they caught. I like the fact that this would be an ordinance because it's already illegal in the state of California, and these people already know that. But if this ordinance comes into effect, that money will stay here as an administrative fee and not if they're cited under the health and safety code, that it'll go to a state fund. So thank you very much for letting me speak.
Thank you.
Mrs. Dale Jamark, I live at the Fairview Mobile Manor, and it's like a war zone out there. And it's just not illegal fireworks, it's M80s, 100s, aerials, it goes on and on and on. Is there something, because there's always an argument between city, county, fire, who's it supposed to go to? It goes back and forth. So that needs to be addressed. Is there something stipulated in the code that fireworks are only supposed to be on 4th of July? Because it starts I agree. It starts in April. I visit my sister over in Gilroy, and it's all the time. She has a neighbor across the street that is constant. I've been there. It's dangerous. And to assume that everybody knows it's illegal is kind of passing the buck. Not everybody knows that. I know it because I was taught. I started shooting when I was 4 years old. I carry an expert rating. Yeah, I had a friend that paid me to watch her horses on 4th of July because they were out of town, because she lives right across from Villa Hermosa. It was fully automatic weapons you heard, and stuff shooting across the road. Horses get scared. I have horses. They're way out in the country, but that doesn't mean that it's not going to happen. So yes, a letter should be sent out to let everybody know. Not everybody, you can't assume that everybody knows the law. And it needs to be sent out in both, since we have a large Hispanic population, it should be in both languages. You know, let everybody know. It's just, yeah, safe and sane. And Supervisor Hernandez wasn't talking about safe and sane. He was talking about illegal. There's a difference. But even though it's illegal, people are going to still do it. But you have to make that fine, and you have to make it stick. I was with the San Benito County Sheriff's Department. I know. I started with Hollister PD when I was 14 years old with this Police Explorer program and Police Cadet program. So been there, done that. I mean, I took a call one time when working up at dispatch where a young boy was shot next to the heart with a BB rifle. It's not taught. It needs to be taught more. People need to know these are dangerous. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments? Okay. So then, let's go back to Supervisor Tiffany. What did you want to do again?
Now, to get this right, I'm supposed to do the regular ordinance in order to tweak it, Barbara? Is that the?
You want to read both of them?
No. I just like to have an urgency ordinance and a regular ordinance, both of them.
Oh, okay.
Simultaneously. The rationale for that is later. I mean, the urgency ordinance goes into effect immediately, but the regular ordinance, nobody can then challenge the urgency findings at some point in the future.
So I'm making a motion on both at the same time. Right. Gotcha. Okay. Madam Chair.
Madam Chair, if I just may add one thing, I just wanted for a point of clarity. So staff will work on the outreach. We'll have our PIO work with the fire department and either doing some sort of letter or door hangers or whatever we can do to outreach. Also, we'll go out and hit social media and put it on the website. We'll do what we can to make sure we get that outreach out there. Just wanted to make sure that was clear.
And Ray, are we thinking about countywide? I'm assuming?
We're thinking about the unincorporated area.
Unincorporated area. Okay. I wonder if we can maybe encourage the city to do likewise.
I don't know what outreach they're doing.
Is Charlie on the phone? Oh, you mean outreach, you're saying?
Yeah.
Or you're saying the actual ordinance? I can talk, we can work with
I'm not saying actual ordinance.
Oh, yeah, we'll work with.
I'm talking about outreach.
Yeah, I'll have to work with.
City, I mean, this is a community-wide problem, not just unincorporated
That should be within the outreach, right? The fire prevention. And
okay, so for us, it's going to be the unincorporated area, but we will work with the city. We'll work with the city on a joint effort and ask them to do the same in the city. But that'll be on there. Yeah, they have to do that.
Then, Madam Chair, I'd like to make a motion that we, first of all, introduce, waive further reading, and adopt an urgency ordinance modifying the county's fireworks ordinance, and also introduce, waive further reading, and continue to 622 for adoption a regular ordinance amending the county's fireworks ordinance.
Second.
Okay, so we have a first and a second. Any further conversation?
With the friendly amendment of the education?
The letter for education purposes?
Yep.
Yes.
Yeah, sure.
Okay, so that's accepted? Yes?
Yep.
Okay, so
Absolutely.
all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. So that's a 4-0 vote. Woo-hoo, urgency ordinance. Okay. That takes us to the next item, which is item 29.
I can present this.
That's out of the county council's office, Madam Chair.
This was an item that was discussed at the last meeting, and it was raised to address fire hazards, fire prevention measures that could be addressed on BLM lands, which specifically they were concerned about target shooting, and after further discussion with them, and that would only be during the summer season when there are fire restrictions. It's allowed at other periods of time. So they were mainly concerned about items that would cause the risk of fire to increase when there's posted fire restrictions on the site. So after further discussion with them, the ordinance was further refined. And so now as it's drafted, it is very simple. It mainly prohibits any act restricted by fire prevention ordinance, entering into a closed area, or interfering with a firefighter. In addition to the staff report that was already uploaded into the agenda, we're asking to add one paragraph to both ordinances, and it would be a paragraph E, and it's just to clarify, and this is an unusual situation because it would be enforced by both federal and state law enforcement. So the E that would be added to both ordinances would be any violation of this article may be enforced by a federal or state law enforcement or peace officer as well as any county enforcing officers.
Madam Chair, if I can make a couple comments.
Yes, go ahead.
Once again, if you recall, I'm the one who brought this forward after being approached by a rancher down in South County. But once again, as a reminder, this is just as with our last decision. This is about preventing fires in South County, part of San Benito County, where there's a lot of Bureau of Land Management land. It's a huge problem. It's a little bit surprising, I didn't realize, but huge problem with shooting, target practice shooting during the fire season. They welcome it during the non-fire season, BLM property, but during the fire season, it causes the vast majority of fires down there. And the problem is the fires start on the BLM property, and of course then it moves over into private land, which is a big problem for our county. What this will do is this will just allow our local law enforcement the ability to, with this ordinance, to help police this activity, illegal activities, only during the fire season. So, and just as before, we're hoping that this will pass as an urgency ordinance so that we can get this in place immediately. The fire season, of course, as we all know, has already started down there. Also, I just want to add that after people have commented and public comment, if there's questions, we do have online Ben Blom, who is the field manager of the Central Coast BLM office out of So anyway, those are my comments. Thank you.
Any other comments by the board before we go to the public? No? Okay, so Madam Clerk, do we have any public comments on item number 29?
If you'd like to make a comment on Zoom, please press *9 or the raise your hand icon on your screen. No comments on Zoom.
Thank you. Any public comments from members here in the chamber?
With the sheriff's department is extra duty, and it is a problem down there. Of course, I thought Clear Creek was closed. Did they reopen it?
It's
Not
still
yet.
closed.
Not
Almost.
yet.
Not
Not
yet,
yet.
although the larger problem is actually on the Panoche Valley side, but
Okay.
yeah.
You're talking Strone area.
Yeah, and the
all
Griswold Hills and that whole area.
The cutback and everything
Yeah.
like that, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's always been a problem, and I support it. It's, they shouldn't be out there target practicing anybody that knows you don't go out during fire season, because that bullet can hit, and it can cause sparks, and it can cause a fire. I've fought fires before. My husband is a retired firefighter. I have relatives in CDF, retired from CDF. So I support it. It needs to be taken care of, And like I said, I've worked BLM. And of course, when you only have, back in my day, it was Bruce Wagner, who was the BLM ranger. One to cover that whole area down there. That's why we worked extra duty. I don't know if the sheriff's department still does that. They had a South County deputy at the time when I was there, and that was Ken Range. Of course, I don't know if they put anybody down there now, but I support it. I think it should be done. People should just know better. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further comments? Okay, so then, bringing it back to the board.
Madam Chair, could I read the title of the ordinances
Oh,
for the
yes,
record?
please.
And just a note, in the future, we'll put them on the title of the agenda so we can start eliminating that practice. But an urgency ordinance of the Board of Supervisors of the County of San Benito, adding Article 4, fences on the Bureau of Land Management land in San Benito County to Title 9 of the San Benito County Code, and an ordinance of the Board of Supervisors of the County of San Benito, adding Article 4, fences on Bureau of Land Management land in San Benito County to Title 9 of the San Benito County Code.
Okay, so what is the will of the board?
This is Bob's.
I'll go ahead. Now, do I need to bring in what you just said, or just?
No, you can
Okay,
just
just
make
go
the
ahead.
motion, making sure that we include the added language of Section E.
Okay. I'll make a motion, first of all, for the urgency ordinance, accept introduction, waive further reading, and adopt ordinance adding Article 4, offenses on Bureau of Land Management land in San Benito County to Title 9 of the San Benito County Code, to make unlawful certain acts relating to fires and fire prevention orders on public BLM lands, with the addition of Section E. And then second of all, for the regular ordinance, accept introduction, waive further reading, and continue to June 22nd, 2021 for adoption, with the addition of Section E.
Okay. Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, I have a first and a second. Any further conversation? I see none. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, 4-0, motion passes.
Madam Chair, if I may, I'd like to introduce RMA Director, Benny Young. This particular item is with regards to a property and moving forward with the purchase. So, Benny?
Thank you, Mr. Espinosa, Mr. And County Council. Madam Chair, members of the board, we have before you today an item regarding the possible acquisition of an additional 21 acres to be included in the regional park that is now under planning for development south of the high school. Not too long ago, the high school district was good enough to give us a long-term lease for 47 acres adjacent to 23 acres that we already own for a total of 70. And we have an opportunity to acquire an additional 21 acres to make over 90 acres available for the development of a regional park, which I think will be a tremendous asset for the citizens of both Hollister and larger San Benito County. In March, we learned of a pending trustee sale for a 21-acre parcel adjacent to the already owned county parcel. That it's the parcel, for those of you who are familiar with the area, it's the piece of land that has a 16-acre solar array on it. The total property acreage is about 21 acres. It also includes a house and a workshop. That property is in default on a note held by Mechanics Bank in the amount of a little over $1.1 million. And we have managed to make an offer to Mechanics Bank to acquire that note for $900,000. So one of the things that you would do today, if you're in agreement with this, is you would approve the tentative agreement with Mechanics Bank for the $900,000 offer to acquire that note. In addition, we have a tentative agreement to acquire a commitment from the solar farm company to buy down the existing lease that they have for a little over $200,000, about $202,000. And that would be offset part of the $900,000 expense for the county, which would mean that we have the ability prospectively, we believe, optimistically, to acquire possession of this 21-acre piece of property for about $698,000, say $700,000 for discussion purposes. And the total value of the property is well over $1 million. It's $1,050,000. So it would be a tremendous investment for the citizens of San Benito County at a variety of levels. So what we're asking you today to do is consider approving the tentative agreement with Mechanics Bank for the note, and the board would be authorized, the board chair would be authorized to sign that. Or I would. Okay. The staff recommendation, Mr. Ellenwood says, staff recommends adoption of a resolution authorizing the chair to sign the note of purchase. So,
Well, whichever.
okay. I think it's the chair. The resolution says the chair would sign the tentative agreement to acquire the note, and that you would also sign the letter of intent in a third lease amendment with Interpark, that's the firm that owns the solar panels, to finalize their commitment for a $202,000 buy down of their lease, which would go toward to offset our $900,000 cost. After we've secured the note, which we believe we will, we'll close before the end of June from Mechanics Bank. There would be a subsequent trustee sale to settle the title to the property. And we believe the county will come into possession as a result of that trustee sale of the entire parcel for about $700,000, worth over $1 million. And so we're recommending that you approve the staff recommendation that authorizes the chair to sign that note of purchase and sale agreement with Mechanics Bank and the letter of intent and third lease amendment with Interpark, the solar company, and authorize me, the RMA director, to take whatever steps are necessary to complete the trustee sale and receive the trustee deed to the county for acceptance by the Board of Supervisors, and do whatever else is required to perfect the title. I'd be happy to try to answer any questions that you might have, Madam Chair, and members of the board. Pardon me, Madam Chair.
Do we have any questions?
Yes, Madam Chair. The only question, which I believe you had answered at one time in reading the language, just want to make sure I'm clear. The $200,000 for the solar farm, all we're doing is buying down the lease, but that means the solar stays there till the lease terminates?
It stays there for 20 more years, so we'll have to work around it for 20 more years. But we will also come into possession of the land for the long-term development of the park, and 5 acres immediately that is available for the development of the park, plus a home that perhaps can be converted to the headquarters for the park operations, and a workshop that could be the headquarters for the maintenance group at the yard.
For the park.
Over time.
Yeah,
pardon me, Supervisor. I should mention that one of the reasons I really like this is not just the value aspect of the acquisition, requiring a piece of property for roughly 2/3 of what it's worth on the open market, but also it would give us a secondary access to the regional park off of San Benito Street. The name of the road is Cienega because Cienega makes a turn and comes into that property. In any event, we wouldn't be limited to having access to the regional park just from River Parkway south of the high school. We would have a second major access to the park off San Benito Street.
Yeah, and that's a huge element of safety, right?
Yes, sir.
Ingress and egress. And
Yes.
Correct me if I'm wrong, Benny, so a lot of that land is pretty flat, right? So it's not is it floodplain? It's not considered floodplain, I believe. Yeah, I believe Mike had mentioned it wasn't. So I think that's a huge value right there.
Did you want to answer that?
Yes, of the 21 acres, about 4.5 acres is within the 100-year floodplain. The majority of the area that's not is occupied by the solar array and the home and workshop.
We got a 20-year plan. That's what it sounds like. I just wanted to thank RMA and county staff. This is pretty monumental, the fact that not only we have a 99-year lease with that property, the 42 acres. Now we're moving forward with more acreage, more flexibility, a regional park, huge asset, right? It's part of the board sentiment supporting a big picture. I think I don't think it's too far to say is tourism becomes one central location that accommodates a lot of the focus when it comes to tourism, since it's so close to our South County, Hollister Hills, Pinnacles. So anyways, I just wanted to thank you, Benny, for this. This is amazing, and I know that just to get here took a lot of work, a lot of meetings. Me and Colin were in some of these meetings with a lot of back and forth with all the different negotiating agencies. So it's pretty monumental that we're here, and I'm really supportive of this. I think this is awesome for our
Madam
community.
Chair, if I may, I really appreciate your thanking me, but the accolades go to people who've worked on this for over 5 years, including the county administrator and the county council and all of you, most recently the ad hoc committee, really being involved in it. And it's truly an effort of Team San Benito, you might say. I just get to have the pleasure of articulating it for you as best I can. I just think it's a tremendous move forward for the county.
It is.
Any other comments?
Madam Chair?
Yes.
Yeah, I just want to echo what Supervisor Hernandez said, just basically just a big thank you, and just great work all around from the staff, whether it's RMA or county administrator, county council. Just this really goes to show our staff, this isn't just a job. You're committed and dedicated to this community just like we are, and I just truly appreciate it because this is a big deal. Thank you.
Go ahead, Supervisor Tiffany.
Just chime in and say the same as, it's great. Real exciting. We got the park going forward, and then this property kind of fell in our lap, but it came along with a lot of hard work. So thank you, Benny and Mike and Joel and everyone. Great job. Thank you.
I'm just excited about the nice round number of 90 acres for that regional park. That's outstanding. And so thank all the staff who was involved in that and all the people that went before us, the former supervisors and staff that made this happen. So it's going to be a win-win for the county and residents of the county. Madam Clerk, do we have any comments, public comments on this item?
If you'd like to make a comment on Zoom, please press *9 or the raise your hand icon on your screen. No comments on Zoom.
Okay. Any public comment here in the chambers? I see none. Okay, I'll bring it back to the board. I suppose there aren't any further comments. Well, that's an assumption.
The only one I forgot to include was
Go ahead.
Mike Chambliss. He just came on board under the county. I know he's been really involved in the stakeholder input, going after the grant. There's all these different layers. It's a lot to mention, but nonetheless, Mike was a key part of it, and obviously Ray and county staff and previous supervisors that supported us in getting this far.
Mr. Hernandez, Madam Chair, if I may, I really appreciate you recognizing Mike, because if it hadn't been for the fact that he was reading the legal ads in the Hollister Freelance, we might not have known about this opportunity. He's the one that found it, and he's the one doing the lion's share.
Don't you have anything better to do with your free time?
He was picking up something at the post office.
Awesome.
Thank you for your due diligence. Yes. Good eye. Okay, so then what is the wish of the board then?
I make a motion, we approve, item 30, resolution purchase a note for Mechanics Bank, secure the deed for the 21.1 acre property, located at 2100 San Diego Road, APN 020-170-046, and the solar lease buy-down modification agreements with Enerpac California LLC.
Do I have a second?
Per staff recommendation.
Per staff recommendation. Sorry about that. Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, have a first and a second. Any further conversation? If not, then all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, 4-0 again. Okay, so it looks like it's back to you, Mr. Young, on item 31.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Item 31 has to do with the landfill, as was mentioned in supervisor comments this morning. What we're doing is recommending that you do two things today. The first would be to adopt a resolution approving a CEQA addendum for the slope modification that you heard about last month that will buy some time and postpone hitting the 15-year in-county waste protection deadline. And so we're asking that you approve the CEQA addendum, which has been prepared by Waste Solutions. We think it's done well, and we're recommending that you do that. And the second part of the recommendation today is that you also approve a third amendment to the landfill. And let me provide as succinctly as I can kind of a summary or overview of where we've been the last few months on this issue. This has to do with protecting airspace for local county waste inflow at the landfill. There was a landfill agreement entered into in 2010 and then the subsequent amendments in 2018 and 2019, 1 and 2. So this would be the third amendment to that landfill. And one of the things that's been in place all along is a commitment on the part of Waste Solutions to protect 15 years of life for local in-county waste. As you all know, there's a substantial amount of out-of-county waste that comes to this location. We're getting very near the point where we'll hit the 15-year threshold if something isn't done. So a couple months ago, you approved the submittal of a slope modification that buys airspace, for lack of an easier way to say it, and gains time for both us and the landfill operators. But you included some conditions that we're reporting back to you today and which are embodied in the third amendment. One of the conditions was that they follow a CEQA process for the slope modification, and so that's the first thing that you would approve today. Secondly, you directed that there be a third amendment and that certain concessions be made from Waste Solutions in return for giving them more time to continue the importation of out-of-county waste before the 15-year in-county waste threshold is met. And in return for your agreeing to extend that time frame by a few months, you ask for a parent company guarantee because Waste Solutions is actually owned by a Canadian firm. And so one of the things that we have embodied in the amendment that's in front of you is a corporate guarantee with regard to performance under the original 2010 and the subsequent amendments to the landfill agreement. The second thing you asked for is that there be an option to postpone the county would still have the ability if it would like to, but postpone accepting the land for the landfill expansion until after the landfill expansion is complete rather than at the time of the approval of the EIR. So we would have it way on down the road, have the option of deciding to accept that land as a county-owned facility or not. So that's been built in. The third thing had to do with a 90-cent, there was an increase placed on what's called the depletion fee. That's what we collect per ton that becomes revenue that's available to the county for a variety of purposes for tons delivered at the landfill. There was a provision in the 2019, the second agreement, that allowed a 90-cent increase to sunset in October of 2022, and you asked us to see if we could preserve that 90 cent rather than have it drop. So the landfill agreement modification that's in front of you, the third amendment, addresses all 3 points, and I am pleased to tell you that I believe we have satisfactory resolution on all 3 of those issues. I'll try to summarize as briefly as I can. On the parent company guarantee, there are 2 U.S. holdings companies that are fully owned assets of the Canadian firm, and so the guarantee that's incorporated into the third amendment includes guarantees from both of those U.S. holdings, and we have a certification from the Canadian company that they are fully owned assets of Waste Connections Canada. So we're satisfied that the parent company guarantee is in place as a result of the language, the final language that's included here. Secondly, with regard to our option to refuse down the road, if we wish to accept the landfill expansion property, that's been included without any exception. The third item was a point of negotiation. And Waste Solutions did not want to drop the 90-cent diminution forever, the possibility of doing that. And so we negotiated an arrangement that's built into this agreement where the 90-cent, rather than sunsetting in October of 2022, would be extended to the end of calendar year 23. That happens to be about 14 months, which is the same time frame that's gained by the slope modification project. So we've given them, you might say, we, the county, have given them 14 more months to continue importation, and they've extended the time where the 90-cent figure would be removed from the tonnage fee, the depletion fee, by the same 14 months. And then, since they didn't want to remove it forever, we negotiated, we met them in the middle, I would say, and asked them to continue a $1 per ton road fee that we need, and that'll be continued during that same period. So I believe it's not exactly what you had hoped for, and we had hoped for too. I had hoped for, frankly. It's negotiated, and I think it's a fair compromise, and I recommend it to you for approval. So having said all that, we're recommending that you adopt the resolution approving the CEQA addendum and approve the third amendment that we have in front of you. And that buys time for all of us with regard to the local waste, the commitment to maintain 15 years of local waste capacity. So, Madam Chair, I'd be happy to try to answer questions on this. And Mr. Ellenwood, who's has done a lot of the wonderful, great legal work on this, is here with me as well.
Do we have any questions or concerns from the board?
Well, Madam Chair, if I might, I'm on the landfill committee, or ad hoc committee, along with our past Supervisor Medina. And I just want to say again, I think a lot of great hard work put in by county staff, Benny and Mike and Joel on the negotiation. I was kind of on the sidelines watching a lot of it, and all I can say is I think, they did a great job, and I think we negotiated the best deal possible. We essentially got fully 2 out of 3 things that we asked for, and kind of, as Benny said, kind of met him on the middle on the third one. Just a comment on that 90 cents depletion. Just remember if, and of course this is yet to be determined, but if we do go forward on a landfill expansion, the 90 cents depletion number will essentially become a moot issue.
Correct.
Because we'll be going to a higher depletion fee with the expanded landfill. That's one of the benefits of it, but that remains to be seen. Also, I think, and Benny mentioned this, but very importantly in this Amendment 3, we are, again, continuing to preserve and maintain the 15-year airspace for local waste disposal, which is key. And also, I might add that in that amendment, if the slope modification that we are hopefully approving today, if it doesn't get final approval by September 20th, then out-of-county waste will be suspended until we do get approval, assuming we get approval. So we have protections there as well. So again, from my point of view, I would encourage the rest of the board to support these two, both the CEQA and the Third Amendment. Thank you.
Any other comments? If not, then we'll go to the public for public comment.
If you'd like to make a comment on Zoom, please press *9 or the raise your hand icon on your screen. We have one comment, but she's using an older version of Zoom. No other comments.
Okay. Are there any public comments here within the chambers? I see none. Can you direct that person to see if they have an alternate device so that we can hear them?
The device, Barb, you're not able to make a comment because your Zoom is not updated. If you have another device, you can try.
Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
I'm wondering if there's another way we can encourage them to give us their, even if they can't get a hold of us today, if we can get an email or something like that and make sure we get there. Or they could call in.
Can you provide?
They can call administration and we can take the
Great.
call and
Okay.
answer the question.
Appreciate that.
Yeah.
Madam Chair, if I may.
Yes.
Just briefly, I wanted to also thank outside counsel that we retained specifically to deal with the landfill agreement, Thomas Bruin, who's an expert in representing landfill owner entities, public agencies and otherwise, and he was instrumental in recommending that we obtain the parent company guarantee and the right to refuse the acceptance of the land at the end of the closure period. Those are vital decisions to protect the county's interest and potential liability, and without his input, we could not have accomplished this. So I wanted to recognize him and County Counsel Thompson for authorizing us to retain his services.
Madam Chair, not to belabor things, but I neglected to mention that Waste Solutions has signed the third agreement already. So what you have has already been approved by their side. Mr. Nelson talked to me yesterday. He sent his regrets. He had a dental procedure at 4 o'clock today and is unable to join us, but he wanted to reflect the fact that they are satisfied with the negotiations and the fact that we met in the middle. And we're all kind of under the gun on this, but we're both working together to try to make sure it's a success.
Thank you. So then, any other public comments then? Madam Clerk?
None on Zoom.
And Madam Chair, for the record, the telephone number is 831-636-4000. And ask to speak to Mr. Edgar Nolasco. He's our deputy CAO.
Okay. Can you repeat that just for the audience there in case they
Eight-
want to call in?
Yes, it's
Go ahead.
831-636-4000.
Okay. So we'll give the person an opportunity to call in. I just want to comment that I'm so happy that while we're waiting for the public comment to come in, that we've had such an agreeable team to be able to work with on the landfill side and the county, and it sounds like it was a win-win for the county, and we will cross the bridge when we get to it regarding the expansion project, but at least thus far, it's been very amicable, and I appreciate all the hard work that's gone into it.
Nothing.
No? Okay.
That's
So
it.
So
you have a comment?
I did,
Okay.
Madam Chair. So if I heard correctly, Benny, we're not going into negotiations till the end of next year? Is that what I'm?
No, we've negotiated this third amendment. We're asking you to
Yeah.
approve it today.
But it's
It buys time. If they are able to get the slope modification approved by Cal Recycle, the state, and get it in place before that September date, then that gains another 14 months of airspace. And so that pushes the tough part of the decision-making on the out-of-county flow to the end of year 2023.
Huh. Yeah, well, because I know that I have questions on what that means for the 15 years, because I know the 15 years has kind of been the marker for how we, basically that's been the focus, right? Preserving the 15 years.
I think, if I may, Madam
Please.
Chair, I think what what this is doing, it is extending that.
Yeah.
So it basically buys us time before that 15-year marker hits.
And that's kind of my point is that 15 years right now is pushing us to have to negotiate or look at what that means. I know I've had questions. There was issues with Yeah, so just, to me, the landfill has a lot more value than just making money. And I, right now, it seems like that conversation is gonna be kicked down the road.
Well, basically, we, if I can jump in, we're essentially at the 15-year mark right now. We're bumping up against it. So the option we had is under the agreement, we have the right to stop the out-of-county waste right now. But, it doesn't benefit us, really. It doesn't benefit Waste Solutions. So we've come up with this solution of this slope modification to buy us 14 months of, additional time, 15-year time for the 15 years. And in order to give ourselves, we gave Waste Solutions another extra couple of months. Then in return, they've allowed us to renegotiate the deal a bit, which is the third amendment, which then addresses these two really critical points that this outside attorney brought up, where the county had some exposure that we really didn't want to have. One being that Waste Solutions of Seminole County is just a local company, and if they were to go belly up, for example, we'd have no protection. So now we have the parent, basically corporate guarantee. And then second of all, we're not obligated to take ownership of the expansion property and take on the liability of that property until we get beyond the closure and unless we want to take it over. So those are two key things that we got out of this whole thing.
Yep.
So I think it's a win-win. Remains to be seen. Obviously, we got to get through the EIR and the expansion, and then a decision is going to have to be made. But in the meantime, this is a good thing.
Yeah.
And I may add just one more comment, just an extension of the revenues as well, the 90 cents, just.
Yeah, but everything still falls under 80/20 till the end of next year, right? The current formula is 80/20, 80% out of county, 20%.
Yes, sir. Yes.
Madam Chair, so this gives us, we're allowed to go, now we can go through the expansion process, and it gives us that time to potentially finish the expansion process without,
I think
having any interruptions.
the hope is that we'll be done with it within this 14-month period, basically.
And during that expansion process, we can negotiate some of these terms as far as the 80/20, the 1,000 to 2,300.
Under the
daily
EIR,
tonnage.
and Benny and Joel could talk to this much better than I, but under the EIR, they're looking at alternatives that might, potentially look at, less outside, county waste coming in, for example, they're looking at transportation routes. They're looking at different things that are just part of the process, the EIR. And then we'll have to take a look at it. But I don't know if you want to talk further about that on the EIR.
Mr. Chair, Mr. Tiffany, but the answer is yes, it gives us time to work through the completion of the EIR, and there's a really good dialogue going on between the technical people involved in the preparation of that, but it gives us time to finalize that and have you all make a decision with regard to whether or not you're still supportive based on the findings in the EIR for the expansion. And there will be alternatives looked at, including diminished flow alternatives. So to do a proper EIR, there's a variety of alternatives that have to be looked at on a number of fronts. And so you do have a chance to make a decision on those alternatives later on, and finding whether or not the environmental effects are substantial or significant, and if so, what's to be done about it.
Okay. So then if there aren't any further comments, what is the will of the board then?
Madam Chair, I will make a motion that we move to adopt the attached resolution number 2021 approving CEQA addendum for the slope modification application to Cal Recycle, and direct staff to file a notice of determination with the county clerk in the CEQA clearinghouse, and also that we approve the third amendment to the operating agreement with Waste Solutions, what's G stand for? WSG?
Group.
Oh, okay, group. I should know that. For the John Smith Road landfill, and authorize the chair to sign the amendment.
Do you have a second?
Second.
Okay, I have a first and a second. There are no further conversations. Then, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, 4-0. Okay, so how are we doing for a break? Do we need one?
I need one, but.
Okay, so, well, that's all I need to know is one person. Okay, we're gonna go ahead and take a quick 5-minute break. So it is, on that clock, which is actually wrong, 3:29. Let's go ahead at, 3:35. 3:35 on that clock. Okay, 5 minutes.
Yeah, well, yeah,
Break.
possibly.
It's hard because we
one regular item in addition to a public hearing.
We
Oh,
actually,
excuse me,
have two, Madam
Two
Chair.
regular, my
Mhm.
mistake, two.
I'll go ahead and start, Madam Chair, if that's okay.
Do we need to wait till they come back from recess on, there we go. Okay,
Oh,
we're
there
good.
we go, yep.
Okay, go ahead, Ray.
So yes, we're on item 32, and this one is regarding homelessness. I'll just go ahead and give a brief opening. I'll pass it to the ad hoc committee, and then Health and Human Services, and then County Council for the ordinances. What I wanted to share with the board is on April 2nd, there was a fire down in the riverbed area. There was homeless campsites, and then they caught a fire and actually took out the 911 center, took out the communications for 911. So the county was ultimately down for a period of time until we rerouted the technology to address that. So at that point, I think the board members were aware of that. There was a lot of concerns, and brought it to the ad hoc committee, to the actual intergovernmental committee. And discussions continued about homelessness and what should be done with the riverbed area. And with that, there was a request from the board members here, the ad hoc, and they can elaborate further on that, to bring back some sort of resolution or an actionable item to address the riverbed and address homelessness. So staff did go ahead and go through and create a resolution outlining that. And then obviously what commenced from there is many staff meetings on addressing this. And what has unfolded is there's been many meetings, but on May 28th, 2021, the Sheriff's Organization, Behavioral Health, Health and Human Services ultimately went out to the properties down there and asked homeless folks to leave willingly. There were multiple times that the Sheriff's Organization went out and actually tagged the sites that there would be a request or be asked to leave, and that was the day that went out there. They filled the bin up, and there was a lot of work that was actually done. I want to thank the Sheriff's Office, Health and Human Services, Behavioral Health, OES, Fire. There was many departments that were involved that reached out and actually addressed that. And really what we're looking at with that is kind of a phased one approach, because we know that we realized with staff going out there that it's going to take a lot more than just one bin full and to address that. There's vehicles out there, there's makeshift houses, there's a tremendous amount of debris and garbage out there. And so currently what we're working on now, the Sheriff's Organization is working with Sandman as well as Granite Rock on addressing their property and addressing the cleanup with the private property. Today, what we're looking at is addressing the ordinance, which the County Council will elaborate a little bit further on, about some options to address kind of the tent city kind of activities and other things. But with that, we're looking at possibly a phase 2 approach of some temporary site where we can relocate the homeless folks, where we still are abiding by law. We also are looking at kind of this phase 3 of purchasing a property specifically for homelessness, transitional housing, tiny homes, and really kind of take a big hit, trying to do something with homelessness and trying to really address it and have somewhere for these folks to go to. And so with that, there'll probably be more coming to your board in the future about the potential of purchasing property for that. But we just wanted to share that with you. But that's going to be a little bit longer term. It's going to take a little bit more time on that. But the phase 2, we have county property. We have Buena Vista property. We also have the jail site. There's some property there and some other properties that we have as well, potentially. I know that there's been some discussions on what's allowable, what's not allowable, what can we do, what can't we do, do we need fire sprinklers, do we not need fire sprinklers, all these different things. And county council is going to be able to elaborate a little bit further on that, on our options. But with that, that was kind of a high level view of kind of what's transpired, what's been worked on, and kind of our plan. So I'd like to go ahead and pass it on to our ad hoc committees, part of the intergovernmental that are tackling this, Supervisor Kosmicki and Supervisor Madam Chair.
Okay. So Supervisor Kosmicki, I'll let you go ahead and lead since you and I are both on it and there's no need in it being redundant. You can go ahead and do it.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So as we all know, homelessness is a growing problem here locally, statewide, nationally. I will add on the riverbed, there was that fire that was an alarming situation, particularly with the 911 going down. But there have been fires in that riverbed going for years. I remember, when I was in the media, I would be writing stories about the string of fires that occurred in the riverbed around this time of year. So this is not a new issue. However, the seriousness of it really ramped up, I think, with what happened April 2nd. Again, took it to intergovernmental. What we did there is we essentially declared a public safety and environmental emergency and recommended the removal of the homeless encampments within a month. That was a really ambitious goal. That was my idea because I really wanted to push. With government, things can take a long time. So I wanted to basically set a stretch goal and just say, let's go for it. We have run into some complications, legally and otherwise, concerns about shelter capacity. The Boise case in particular at the Supreme Court level, we have alleviated temporarily at least the shelter capacity issue. We were down to, I think, 20 beds at the homeless shelter for a while because of COVID. And on intergovernmental, again, we pushed, and through our ad hoc meetings, we really pushed staff to get that shelter capacity number up to the 50, which the shelter is traditionally at. So we've done that. We've run into some other problems with questions about noticing and questions about fire sprinklers. But I think we found a really good solution for the interim here until we can find a more permanent solution. I think of this sort of as a short-term, medium-term, long-term thing. Short-term, we got to get the homeless out of that riverbed, clean up the riverbed. It really is. I don't think most people realize how bad it is down there until you go there. And I've been down there, and it is bad, and it is a growing tent city and something that will really ultimately is going to be completely out of control at some point. So we really do have to step in now. I do believe this is an emergency from a public safety and environmental perspective. And so the tents, the tent site, obviously it's not perfect. If we had a perfect solution, we would use it. But it's better than what we're doing now. And that's really why I believe this is a good route that we're taking. And then when you get into concerns about the site, the Buena Vista site came up initially. This was all last week, by the way. It's not as if we've been discussing this for months on end. I know the public can be sensitive about these things, but we're really brainstorming on the go here because it is an emergency. And when you're in an emergency, you're throwing out creative ideas. And so the Buena Vista thing came up last week. We've heard from the public on that, I think loud and clear. The entire west side is there. I do think we have some opportunities with that Buena Vista site at some point. If we don't use the Buena Vista site now, I've recommended that we do look at potentially looking at that for perhaps farm worker housing at some point. I feel like that could be a really good location. We all know we need more farm worker housing in this community, and that could be a really ideal location for that. Not only just geographically, but being close to residential areas, but also just where it's at as a whole, the accessibility from Highway 156 and whatnot. I feel like if we could find a way of doing farm worker housing there, that's something that I would support if it could be a good project. So it's clear to me the jail property at this point is the best option. We're not near necessarily sensitive areas of residential, but we are near services. And so I feel like there's a good opportunity there. And then beyond that, I just want to thank the sheriff's office and all county staff for this. You know, this is something that we, as a board, and particularly, I think, you know, new board members, and I know Supervisor Hernandez shares the sentiment that this is a serious situation that needs to be addressed, and we've put the onus on staff to work with us on this, and they've stepped up to the plate in a big way as far as I'm concerned. So I really do want to, again, I know that's kind of the theme of the day here, but it's genuine. You know, our staff is responding, I think, in a very impressive way. And so it's been a challenging issue. I'm not one, you know, it's one of those things where we easily could just throw our arms up in the air. And I think that's not to criticize prior boards because they didn't have that, I think, that fire on April 2nd that really was the impetus. We could easily throw our arms up in the air on this and say, look, you know, there's the Boise case. I think all of us are sensitive to homelessness and the seriousness of it and the mental health issues and the drug addiction and alcohol addiction issues that come with it. But I, for one, am not willing to throw my arms up in the air, and I appreciate our staff taking that same approach. Long term, though, we do have to ensure this doesn't happen again. And there's a plan in the works, and I think it's a really solid plan where, again, we're addressing short term, we're addressing medium term, and ultimately we're going to address long term so that we're not in this position again, and we're able to go and work with those folks in the river. If they do congregate back in the riverbed, we're able to go back there, bring our social services along the way, work with them to get out of there, and then we do have the legal basis to do that. So that said, again, just want to reiterate, I, for one, support the jail property. I think we should move forward with that. We do have to be cognizant of, I think our county council's done a nice job of giving us, you know, a pathway as far as keeping that separation of the tents and to a certain extent. I don't personally think we're going to have this influx of, I'm just being honest here, I don't think we're going to have an influx of people that want to go there because we do have to have rules. We have to have rules in place, and unfortunately, a lot of these residents are not willing to follow rules, and they don't want to be confined. But at the same time, we have to be cognizant of our community as a whole, and not only be sensitive to the homeless, but also be sensitive to our residents, you know, and be sensitive to the fact that the riverbed in particular, it's a sensitive environmental habitat. It's not a place where people should be living. It's a dangerous place for people to be living, and it's a public safety emergency. That's all I have to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you. You covered a lot of information that has happened at the intergovernmental meeting as well as with county staff. And as you said, in excess of 70 hours have been put into this project. And I thank you for taking ownership of pushing this forward, because it has been a rather big push on the county. But I'm very, very happy the response and the receptiveness from county staff, because something is coming into light here. And so before I go on any further, I know that we have both Tracey Belton and Enrique Arriola on the line. So do we have any questions from the sitting board members before we hear the presentation?
My only question is, because I know the conversation is going to come in with the city of Hollister. What was the recommendation that they had mentioned?
They suggested, they as in the city of Hollister, the representatives from the intergovernmental meeting had suggested that we use the Lanaway property. There was a suggestion for a letter to be drafted, and then to inquire from our elected officials, whether it be Pineda, Rivas, or Caballero, but to see if the state can help us acquire ownership and usage of that property. But the county was looking at, as Supervisor Kosmicki had mentioned, Buena Vista Road, because that was the only piece of property that was on the table at the time. But then again, thanks to Mr. Chambliss over there, another piece of property, another option became available, the vacant property near the jail. And so I like that alternative site. A lot of people have reached out to me by email, phone call, even on Facebook, that the Buena Vista property is not the site that they want to have a homeless encampment in their backyard. And so with respect, I want to be able to honor that as much as possible. And there are some issues with the second site, but I think that they can be rectified. But again, I would like to hear the presentation. But before we hear the presentation, any other comments from?
I think if anything, once the presenters, Madam Chair, ultimately the contrast of why this property would probably be the most ideal. But I want to hear what they have to say.
Okay, so then if you're ready, then Tracey, oops.
Oh, you're good. No, you're good.
Did you
Go
want to
ahead.
wait?
Yeah, I'll wait.
Okay, sorry.
Tracy
Good
and
afternoon.
Enrique? Okay, thank you, Tracy.
Yeah, hi, good afternoon. So we just have a brief update on some homeless services that our agency has been providing out of Health and Human Services Agency for our homeless population, as well as some of our outreach efforts. So Enrique is going to lead that conversation. Enrique?
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you very much. So I just wanted to give a quick update on some of the things we've been working on recently to assist our homeless community members. Supervisor Kosmicki did mention about the shelter capacity, and he's absolutely correct. During the pandemic, we reduced the numbers for everyone's safety to 25, and we've recently went ahead and increased it to up to its full capacity. So we do have presently around 30 beds that are available in the event that once, for our homeless community members to go to the shelter. So at the shelter, that have the ability to stay there, their showers, meals, security. So it's a really tight ship. I would say that initially when we opened the facility, we also had some of the same concerns. What if they don't come because we have rules? I think that is a very good assessment, but with good planning and having good staff, I think that individuals can come. Having that level of consistency and showing the respect and so forth. So, as far as an encampment, we did submit a grant to the city. To the state for us to procure and have an operator identified to run a 1-year encampment. So should we do get the funds, we would need to then go ahead and have an encampment that does include a well-operated encampment with rules, security, porta potties, all the basic necessities that are needed to run an encampment. So we're really looking forward to being funded to make this happen. Once we do that, we will procure for an operator and at a fast-paced level because the need is now. If we don't get funded, I think we could still manage by some other funds to operate some level of an encampment. Regarding the locations, we did talk about different locations. I don't think we have solidified one. I think that will be based on the direction of the board. We could certainly move forward with any location. I also want to say that, at least for with Health and Human Service Agency, Community Service Workforce Development, our goal is permanent housing. Having emergency shelter, having an encampment, I think really helps the need for today that are needed. But ultimately, we really need to think about permanent housing solutions, housing outcomes, because that is the way to reduce our homeless community. Just like right now, we are building transitional housing. We have 2 projects going on right now, part of phase 3 here next to the shelter, 6 units, and another on south side, another 5 units. So, and we, plan to add on and have more discussions for permanent housing. So at any rate, I wanted just to give that quick update. We do have some capacity right now, and if you have any questions.
Any questions of the board? Okay.
Just a couple questions. So to your point, Supervisor Kosmicki, if we move them out of the riverbed and they don't go to either the homeless center or to the encampment area next to the jail, do we have any idea where they, obviously they may be gravitating back to the river bed, and so one question has to do with what's the plans in terms of, continual monitoring, enforcement, and then also any thought as to where else they might go, where they don't have to follow rules.
Madam Chair?
Yes, please.
Thank you. Yeah, great question. So as far as removal from the riverbed and what was the first again? The first part of it?
Where are they going to go if they don't
Ongoing monitoring and enforcement continually monitoring the riverbed, I guess, is one question, and then if not
Yeah,
back to
okay,
the
I'm
river,
sorry
where
about
else
that.
are
Yeah.
they gonna go?
So again, and I don't know if the incoming sheriff, Captain Taylor, might be available to address. I know he's very busy, but my understanding is that we've talked at the intergovernmental level and at the ad hoc level about having at least more of a presence down there. I don't want to stipulate how often the sheriff's office may go down there, but that's really the goal, is to have a presence continually, whether it's every week or whatever it might be, just to make sure that the people that have been moving into the riverbed understand that that's not going to be allowed. And then the main thing is that we legally have the right to remove them. Additionally, we are also looking at doing an anti-camping ordinance, which is necessary according to our county counsel's office. Thank you for that. We're looking at doing an anti-camping ordinance, which is another level of the law that really is needed, that allows us to remove them. As far as where they go, again, I don't have the perfect answer for that. I do know they shouldn't be in the riverbed. I do know that we have a committed staff at HHS that is, working hard to be present with these folks and to encourage them to get the help that they need. I think that's really ultimately that's what has to happen, is that they have to accept change, and we have to be the arbiters of offering them those services. As far as where they end up going, again, I don't have the perfect answer, but I do know that we are working on short-term, medium-term, and long-term solutions, and that at some point we're going to have more offerings for them to hopefully get them going in the right direction. I don't know if that answered.
Yeah, that does. And then I guess to what was raised a little bit earlier, and you touched on, Supervisor Gonzalez, we go forward with this, is the city going to be collaborating in some manner, collaborating with enforcement, and I hope everyone's on the same page here.
I think everyone is on the same page. I mean, it certainly it'll be at our next intergovernmental meeting again, I believe. That there was some hesitation on the Buena Vista site. I do know that in our prior intergovernmental meeting, things got a little heated over location, and I do know that the City of Hollister has no interest in Buena Vista, I think understandably. As Supervisor Gonzalez and I have learned, the public is certainly not in favor of that, and it really just is not a good location for it. CAO wanted to add something.
Yeah, Madam Chair, if I may, and just to add to that, there's been many discussions with all the committees is to hire an outside company, some sort of an engagement officer, somebody that is out there all the time.
Parks officer.
That's outside of Health and Human Services, the safety organization, and constantly keeping in touch and really understanding what's happening and making sure people are aware of our ordinances and aware of what they can and can't do and where the services are at. So that's the plan. That's what we want to eventually get to.
Yeah, because the last thing you want to do is clear everyone out, clean it all up, and then have it all back there in another year from now or something. Okay.
Any other questions or concerns? I did see that there was an email sent to us from Enrique and Tracey at 346. Was there anything regarding that email that you wanted to expand upon, Enrique and or Tracey?
No, I think that was more just an update for the ad hoc from some of our action items from our last meeting.
Okay.
Thank you.
The email just dealt with the particulars of things that we were discussing. Okay.
Right.
So if there weren't any other further questions here at the dais, then I'll go ahead and go to Madam Clerk.
Madam Chair, if I may, I wanted to pass it to County Counsel's office to discuss the ordinances.
Yes.
Okay, there's two proposed ordinances today. First is an urgency ordinance that would be effective immediately upon a 4/5 vote, and the second one would be a regular ordinance that would be effective after 30 days after adoption. I'm going to read both of the titles for the record. They're both camping ordinances, but they specifically apply to the San Benito River within the 100-year floodplain in the unincorporated area of the county. So the first one's an urgency ordinance of the Board of Supervisors of the County of San Benito, adding Chapter 9.04, San Benito River Regulations to Title 9 of the San Benito County Code. And the other one has a very similar title, which says a regular ordinance of the Board of Supervisors of the County of San Benito, adding chapter 9.04 San Benito River Regulations to Title 9 of the San Benito County Code. So I'm going to summarize these. This ordinance is basically pertaining to the San Benito County River area, the 100-year floodplain, and the prohibitions are pretty specific, making it unlawful to camp, sleep, shelter, or reside on any public property in the San Benito County River. There's also provision about encampment on private property. It also has another provision about any fire, campfire, gasoline stoves, etc., on the public property in San Benito River. And it also has provisions regarding enforcement. And lastly, it has a prohibition about storage of personal property in the San Benito River area. It does meet the requirements of the Boise case in that there would be outreach before enforcement, notifying individuals on public property of space available in the shelters before enforcement. This would be, with the board's direction, just the first step, because if the board would like to direct the ad hoc to come back with a further ordinance at some point in the future, it would be to potentially address other, a homeless ordinance on a broader range, not just the San Benito River, but in other parts of the county, looking at other ordinances that are existing statewide to determine how that could be best effectuated. I should note that in where it says in 9.04.005C, it references a subdivision A1. That should be actually a reference to section B1, so I make that change right here on both ordinances as far as the staff change. Let's see. So I think that's it, unless you have any questions.
Yeah, Barbara, if I may, so the ordinance and enforcement applies the same whether it be public or private land in the riverbed?
Yes.
It's one and the same?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
And then, point of clarification, since we have two options in terms of locations, how do you want us to direct that? Because I would like to hear from all of the board members before we even go further. I do want to hear from the public, so procedurally, what shall we do?
I would recommend you hearing from the public and then bring it back to your board for discussion, and then staff can discuss the staff recommendations.
Okay, sounds good. All right, then go ahead and go to the public.
If you'd like to make a comment on Zoom, please press *9 or the raise your hand icon on your screen. No comments on Zoom?
Okay. Are there any public comments here in the board chambers? I see none. So we'll go ahead and bring it back to the board. First of all, I think what we need to do is discuss the property, because we have a choice of the Buena Vista property as well as the jail property. And so let's look at those to make that decision. Then we'll go forward to see if we're going to look at the urgency ordinance or the regular. So what are your thoughts, gentlemen?
Well, I mean, I think it's pretty clear that the jail property is what makes the most sense, and I think it sounds like everyone's on the same page there.
Okay, all right. So then, so as to the discussion, whatever we have next, we're talking specifically with the jail location and not Buena Vista?
And Madam Chair, I just wanted, for a point of clarity, this is just a temporary plan. We ultimately want to get to a permanent plan, so this is just to kind of get us through this early stage here, and we'll be coming back to your board with more of a permanent plan, hopefully soon.
Thank you for reiterating that. That was clearly defined in the intergovernmental meeting, but I failed to state that here. You are correct. So this will be a temporary location on the vacant land outside of the jail. Now, I do know in speaking with Captain Taylor that there was a concern regarding the exercise yard and it being a cyclone fence. And so there was concern that if there was a homeless encampment on that same property, I knew that he was worried about contraband coming in. So there was a concern about erecting some sort of barrier. And if this is temporary, I don't know how permanent that barrier would be, but whatever it is, I want to make sure that we ensure that we are not endangering staff there at the jail and/or inmates by something coming in. And I know one of the supervisors had mentioned that we may or may not have cartel issues there, and so I want to make sure that we are clearly protecting staff and inmates so no paraphernalia, contraband is getting in.
Thank you for bringing that up. Yes, I had the same conversation with Captain Taylor, and they definitely want to make sure that there's some sort of a fencing there. It doesn't need to be permanent. It doesn't need to be the stone wall or some sort of large cement wall of any sort. It's more just of a fencing. Could be even something else that's less permanent, but definitely that there's a blockage there of sight. In conversation with the county counsel's office, what we think moving forward with all the staff recommendations would be good for your board if the board so chooses. But item number 6, obviously there's still some work that would need to be done. We were thinking about actually bringing that item back with more of a definitive plan. But we definitely would like to have approval from your board to move forward with funding so we can work with RMA and making sure that we can actually have what that plan is. So making sure we get some professionals in to develop that plan for that area. So that's what we definitely want to have item 5 with that, if that's okay with the board.
Madam Chair, that certainly is with me. I think it's another, I know it's after the fact, so we don't have any leverage here, but I do believe we should approach the city as well on this. And again, homelessness is primarily a city issue. The county's stepping up to the plate. The city has stepped up to the plate, but as far as funding goes, this should be a shared proposition. Thank you.
But not contingent upon, right?
Not contingent.
Yeah.
Okay, I heard that. Yes. Supervisor Tiffany, do you want to add anything?
No, I think that all makes sense. I was going to ask, so now that we're moving forward, what is the timetable as far as actually finishing the job of moving people out of the riverbed and also then cleaning up? I know that you're going to bring in some heavy equipment. I'm just curious about that.
Is Captain Taylor on the phone? I know he can comment with regards to that. He's actually reached out to Granite Rock, so he may have a more definitive timeline with that. Captain Taylor.
Thank you, CEO Espinoza, and thank you, Madam Chair. Hopefully you can hear me okay. So a couple things just to comment on that. I appreciate the sentiment about the security concerns that we would have next to the jail, and that you're forward thinking in that. And then as far as I'm working with Acting Fire Chief Charlie Bedolla with some of our private companies, including Granite Rock and Sandman Corporation or Star Concrete, that own the lion's share of the parcels down there in the riverbed. And they're engaged with us, and we're trying to get something together sooner rather than later. In the next couple of weeks, we hope to have some crews down there with the sheriff's office providing security and the private companies cleaning up their own property. And so I think it's reasonable to think within the next 2 weeks we'll have some activity down there. And then I think it may have been Supervisor Tiffany brought up about future planning to try to keep tabs on this so we don't end up back in the same position again. I was very happy to hear of the potential acquisition of the property over by the River Park, and knowing that we have a trail system there, and knowing that we're expanding our park system, and that we also are going to be inclusive of the San Benito River in that park system. I have a plan in the future to add a deputy sheriff as a parks and trails deputy sheriff. It would be dedicated solely to patrolling our parks, our trails, in an off-road capability and keeping tabs on the river so we don't find ourselves back in this position again. So if you have any other questions, I'm happy to answer them. Other than that, I hope that clears it up.
Yes, that's
Thank you,
great
Captain
news.
Taylor.
Yeah, that sounds good. Thank you, Captain Taylor.
Okay, so if there aren't any further questions or concerns, we've already gone to public comment, correct? So bring it back to the board. What are the wishes of the board then?
Madam Chair?
Yes.
I'd like to make a motion to approve item number 32 per staff recommendation and with direction to focus on the county's vacant jail acreage property for the tent encampment purposes.
Is that sufficient for the motion? Okay. Do I have a second then?
I'll second.
Okay. Do I have a first and a second? Any further conversation? Okay. So all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. 4-0. So you need no further direction
That's
from
it.
us, correct? Okay,
Nope, we're good.
All right.
Th-
Thank you, and thank you, Captain Taylor. We appreciate that, and I appreciate your proactiveness.
Thank you all.
Okay. So that takes us to item number 33, and Joe Paul, and just for the sake of conversation, why didn't we put this item when he was here earlier in the day? So the poor man could have taken care of it at one time.
This one should
Sorry.
be quick, right?
Had I not seen that,
You would have been in the
Oh,
second
no, it's
glass
okay.
of wine,
He needs
probably.
to be on. He needs to be on his toes.
That's right. I don't mind at all.
it's just not fair, you know, you're close in terms of proximity, but I'm a big advocate of killing two birds with one stone while we can, and so I apologize for not seeing that. I'll pay attention a little bit more when we organize the agendas, future agendas.
Not a problem. This item is simply an amendment to a contract that has expired. This is for election printing and supply services in anticipation of the gubernatorial recall election. A notice was sent from the Secretary of State's office that since paper supplies are, there's a shortage of paper supplies, and that we should be prepared to conduct the recall election and to, prepare ourselves early. Our printer provides these supplies as part of the contract, but currently we are out of contract because we didn't anticipate an election for the rest of this year. We're in the process of issuing an RFP for next year's services, and we'll determine which printer is selected at that time. But for now, we need a 6-month extension to with our current vendor.
All right. Any questions from the board? No? This is a matter that looked like we could have put this on the consent item. Could we not have?
No, I think this was a kind of an item that I think we wanted to talk about because at this particular time, we still haven't got really approval from the state on is there going to be an election or not. And I know that there was some conversations that Joe Paul Gonzalez and I had. And I wanted to make sure if there was any dialogue, and in past history, there's been almost every single item being pulled. I wanted to make sure that this item would be pulled based on kind of where we're at. We're still in limbo, so to speak. I just felt that it was appropriate to have this as a conversational item. So,
Madam Chair?
Yes, go
I
ahead.
appreciate that sentiment, CEO Espinosa. And I will add, maybe this is a long shot, but is it worth drumming up a letter? We would probably be the first ones to request the state, which is flush in money, maybe more than ever, to fund this recall election at the local level. It's $400 million, is what I think I heard. I know that's a long shot. Maybe it's a waste of time. I just wanted to throw that out there.
I can tell you, I know our associations, the CIO associations through CASE, is actually going out and requesting that from the state to have counties be funded for this election. Again, there hasn't been really a response. It's it's kind of on deaf ears right now, but it's just been kind of, we've been asking all these, for that, and hopefully we'll get a response soon.
It's expected that by June 15th, the state will, if they include those funds for the election in the budget, it'll be passed at that time. And so we'll really know more on June 15th.
Okay, so then, do we need to go out to public comment? I'm kind of lost here in terms of where we're going. Back at the board?
Yeah, so I believe you want to open it for public comment.
Okay.
Yeah.
So then, let's go ahead and open it for public comment.
If you'd like to make a comment on Zoom, please press *9 on your phone or the raise your hand icon on your screen. No comment on Zoom.
Okay, are there any public comments from here in the chambers? I see none. We'll bring it back to the board. I know we didn't have much of a conversation, but does anybody like to chime in and state your feelings on item 33? All right. Well, I guess I'm glad it wasn't on consent item, given the conversation that could have entailed, but I do apologize for you having to come back twice. But if there are no further comments, then what is the will of the board on this item? Can I get a motion?
I'll make a motion that we authorize County Clerk Auditor Recorder to execute a 6-month extension contract with K&H Printers, Lithographers, I got that wrong, Lithographers, Inc., and the County of San Benito for the governor recall election.
A second? Okay, I have a second. Any further conversations? I see none. So all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, you have a 4-0 vote on that one? Thank you, Joe Paul. All right. So how are we doing? We're doing good? Okay.
We're good.
Does anybody need a break or we're good?
No, we're good.
Okay.
We're almost there.
We are gonna go ahead and.
Last one. One more item.
That was my public comment.
Public hearing.
Yeah,
Public hearing.
I'm opening the public hearing.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Here's Mike.
Mark used
Mr. Banowski, I'm gonna be using my.
Mark didn't used to do that.
I know he didn't, but we should.
Yeah, right.
I'm gonna open up the hearing, public hearing. Hello, Mr. Slavich, how are you today?
Good, good. Well, good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board. We have a Williamson Act division request for today. We have property owners D&D Bergantino Family Limited Partnership. This is an agricultural preserve. It's 556 acres. Contract number is 0303. The land is used for row crop, dry farming, and cattle grazing. It's 7 miles east of Hollister on John Smith Road and Santa Ana Valley Road. The applicant is requesting to divide the 556 acres into 3 new preserves of 253 acres, 138 acres, and 165 acres. There's a map in your packet. Preserve number 1 is 253 acres. It's row crop land. Preserve number 2 has 1 house on that piece of property. It's comprised of 138 acres, 60 acres of hay farming, and 78 acres of grazing. Preserve number 3 has a house and barn, and the land is comprised of 106 acres of grazing land. Now, the 3 preserves would meet the minimum acreage and income requirements of our county ordinance, and the committee recommended approval of this division request. And if there's any questions, I'll be happy to answer them.
Any questions from the board? I actually reached out to Paul Hain, and I confirmed that it was a unanimous decision that you all wanted this to go forward, and there were no objections. So any comments, concerns from the board?
Madam Chair?
Yes?
Just want to make sure that this is for farming going forward?
Yes, it's the actual farmer that sold the property of the Bergantinos is leasing it back for 5 years, so it's strictly all farming.
Deal. Thank you.
And then the division is specifically related to estate planning purposes, so it's not even being sold. It's just divvied up between the family members, and so I saw no issue with it. Okay. So let's go ahead and go to public comment to see if there are any public comments regarding the public hearing item number 34.
If you'd like to make a comment on Zoom, please press *9 or the raise your hand icon on your screen. No comments on Zoom.
Okay. As to members of the public and the chambers, are there any comments or concerns? Okay, I see none. We'll bring it back to the board. What are the wishes of the board?
I'll make a motion that we approve item number 34, Assessor's Office public hearing, review Land Conservation Act application for division request, D&D Brigantino Family Limited Partnership, LCA contract number 0303, and make a determination approving or denying the request.
And specifically to the maker of the motion, could the motion specify, I assume, approve the division request based upon the findings and conditions of approval set forth in the San Benito County Code?
I believe there's a motion in your packet
Yeah.
there that kind of specifies everything, and you might want to read it.
Yeah, and it's actually, it's kind of, I'll paraphrase it here because it was what was presented to the Ag Preserve Committee, but the last sentence of it is the last little bit of that motion is what you'd want to read, that you approve the division request based upon the findings and conditions of approval set forth in the San Benito County Code, section 19.01.021B2 and D1. It's a PDF that's attached to the,
Aren't you glad you decided to make a motion?
Well, yeah, no, I'm kind of looking through these. Can I just make a motion to approve per staff recommendation? Thank you.
I'll second that. I don't know if I can, but I will. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, we have a 4-0 vote. Thank you very much, Mr. Slavin.
Yeah, so one FYI.
Yes.
I wanted to just let you know that we have a 7 committee member there for the Williams-Knapp Committee, and we've been down 1 member for a couple of years now. District 3, we're missing a representative for that district. And
My district?
And we would like to get that filled one of these days. It's because one time we had, didn't have a quorum, so we had to redo the whole meeting, so.
So can we advertise that opening? Okay.
I'll reach out.
Okay. So if there are any further questions or comments, then I'll go ahead and close this hearing. All right, thank you very much. All right, that leads to the last item on the agenda. So, can I get a motion?
It's for adjournment, but we wanted to adjourn it.
Adjourn in honor of Gerald McCullough.
Yes.
And could we get a moment of silence, Chairman?
So we have a motion to adjourn. Can I get a second?
I'll second that.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Okay, meeting adjourned at 4:24.
All right, good job, B.
Thank you.